Hello, and welcome to the fifth annual, sixth ever Ratchet and Clank Relay Race. Hope you're ready to go. We'll get started here in just a minute with our two runners, Jishkared and Marathon Man, with Deltadoid on commentary. Let's get this going.
Grid's running in the relay.
Yo, you guys are on stream.
Oh, let's go. We were just talking about how since we're not on GDQ, we can have the world record holder of Ratchet and Clank on the stream.
True. Anyway, let's start. I'll count you guys in if you guys are ready.
I'm ready.
And you, Nick, are you also ready?
Yeah, he's ready.
I'm ready.
Okay. 3, 2, 1, go.
Good luck.
All right. Let's do it. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Ratchet Runs. I'm in a Marathon Man's house.
Hello,
I get
everyone.
I get the live reaction. I get the live Marathon Man reaction. So here we go. Belden 1. I have live updating of Marathon Man, so the commentary is going to be a little ahead for him compared to you guys. But that's all right. We'll figure it out as we go along. Not much to talk about Belden 1. Everyone here has seen Rack 1, Belden 1, probably. I was driving here. It took me an hour from my hotel to get to Marathon Man's house. And you know, like street signs.
No
So,
way. Wow. That's quite something.
what happened? Did you die on the gap?
And I didn't even die on the gap. I got pushed away by the robo dude.
Oh, shit.
Oh well. I guess Nick has a head start.
You might get up. Just do beam jump. Oh, shit. I just saw it. Is that a swear on RatchetRuns? It's a little late, I guess. Holy shit, Windows sound. But, Marathon Man entering Novalis on stream, just resetting for fun. It's only about probably 50 seconds of delay. It won't be too bad in the end.
If only it
Makes
was
it more interesting.
seconds. If only. Me
Yeah,
dying again? Nah, couldn't.
Oh no! A little bit of a rough start on the Velden 1 train here. But you know what? That's just so that we're giving Megacorp a little bit of an edge here because they need it. They need it. I actually don't know how well the teams are balanced, but we'll see how it goes. Well, you're on Megacorp.
Don't let that.
Oh, so you're actively an industry plant for Megacorp.
Let's say I'm hinting for content.
Classic.
Classic.
Yeah, I drove an hour to get here from Pennsylvania to Pennsylvania. And I saw a street sign. Normally they're like, intersection 100 feet ahead. I saw one that said intersection 557 feet ahead. It was the most specific street sign I've ever seen. And I hope we can be specific in our commentary at this rate. Apparently the announcements have the teams backwards. But yeah, Marathon Man is on Gadgetron for the announcements, but that's alright. It'll be a neck and neck race anyways. Novalis is always a little silly. In any category you will. I'm going to try and commentate off of the stream rather than what I can see Marathon Man actively doing. For instance, he is currently keeping speed on the elevator on the stream, but he has grabbed the first gold bolt in real time. A little bit of fourth wall breaking here. Yeah, literal fourth wall breaking. I'm talking to you, the viewer. A little bit of train skip. Never mind, that's not happening on the stream. There's the first gold bolt that I was talking about. We live in the future. Everyone who says to do Jankpot always says to break the helicopter, and I just don't believe that you have to do that. I think that's just part of the bolt rate. Whoa, we're switching real time. is awesome. Sick layout by Isaki here. There we go. Jishkared is on Megacorp, and he's a true Gadgetron Chad by throwing twice on Melbourne 1. Marathon grabbing the infant bot, pretty clean. Got a pretty significant lead on Jish, but that's just, that's how it goes in a relay. We'll see once we get to the hard planets what happens. Jish lovingly refers to a group of planets in any percent as the fucking Elite Four. We'll see how those go. A lot of those have gotten easier, especially Arcs on 1, but reload time. I don't know how long we've been in this race. I don't have a timer anywhere on my screen. Oh, I see the timer on screen. Never mind. But I have no idea how long on Kerwan we've been, but that's alright. We've got some movement happening on both screens. Oh, Panther Man plummets to his death. It's okay. Yes, Gamer X, they do need to beat Drek. That is the final requirement of AGB. It's only about a minute longer, minute and a half longer to go beat Drek after we got the last gold bolt. So it'd be a little silly for the category to not require you to beat the game. Plus, the Drek fight is cool and fast. Is there proof that Ultimate isn't playing? I'm not convinced. Do you want me to? Like, there's no cameras that I can really access that would be able to be on stream. If you see Marathon Man on Umbris not getting out for 7 minutes, that is the indication that I am holding the controller. I made Marathon laugh and almost cost him a cycle on Kerwan. Oops. Just scared going for the 3 mid-air chain. Is he going for left side? No. He's playing it safe. I respect that. I respect that being down. Playing risky is all fun and games until you continue to lose it all. 90% of gamblers quit out right before they even pick. So we're in the 10% of gamblers. If you play Ratchet and Clank, I can confirm that you will win. AGP 1 runner per file? That'd be awesome. 1 gold bolt per file is the silliest category to make it onto category extensions in a long time. I'm glad people played it more than the other silly categories. Although I guess gold suck can is still on the board, so can't really say much. Patented Jishkared Hyperstrike on the platform on Kerwan. I picked that up from him. And I'm sure most other people did as well. Go to Vault time. Definitely I'm grabbing the bolt on Eudora. I have died getting that bolt on Eudora. I've voided out by getting stuck in a crack. I might be one of the only people to ever die there on Eudora. There's like 5 people who have died on Eudora grabbing the gold bolt. And that includes beginners. So we're a very elite group in this room. I don't think Franzcore wants to run 1 gold bolt profile. I think Franz has better things to do with his time, like watching grass grow or paint dry. Alright, let's see if I curse Jish into dying out of that gold bolt. I really hope not. A little bit of silly strats. That's our name for the strats, are not chill.
Time for the mid-air challenge.
I do love the mid-air challenge. A little bit of G-Algates from Marathon Man. Ooh. Larg movement is some of the most fun movement in the world until you don't get the movement and then you punch a hole in your screen. I can't believe that this game treats frogs as ledges. It's insane. That was a joke. They just stopped just in a second. But holy shit.
And I fucked up the mid-air.
Shout out to when I had Blarg Com Gold because I skipped killing the crabs, and then Franz got a better one skipping the crabs, and they were like, "No, you have to get the crabs to have it in Com Gold." That was a fun time because they just clearly didn't watch the Com Gold that was currently there before saying that he hits to get crabs, because I did not get crabs. I also did not get crabs in real life, so that's a win right there. Just reloading, because by failing in that area you do grab the checkpoint, unfortunately, but yeah, it is what it is. The reload doesn't cost too much time, it's only 10 seconds probably. 15? That is a full reload? Okay. I don't play the game anymore.
More like 20, but yeah, pretty much.
I guess the load has to go as well, yeah. That makes sense to me. A little bit of a clip back in for Marathon Man, but you know what? We're all having fun in this relay of ours. In this little game we call Ratchet and Clank. Who else calls it Ratchet and Clank? Oh my god, is that a Delta 4 fly in the chat? That is the most caked up image of me on the internet, which is to say the only image of me where my ass is just so juicy. There's the frogs I was talking about from Jishkared. Those frogs. My commentary is so sexy. I've been using my work my headset, telecommunications. I can confirm that Marathon Man, I thought he made it and I was going to be so cool commentating ahead of the time, but he did bump. Sorry to spoil the stream. Just scared wrapping up Blarg here though. We'll reload after this because we can't get out of this room in any percent. I'm sure Clank has some sort of messed up camera clip to get out of this room, but we don't want to get out of this room particularly. No crashes yet? Well, we passed the first one. There is the second one that could cause some problems, but I still don't know what causes the crash on the Core 2 planet load. Marathon Man having a problem that is very close to my heart. And we're pretty much dead even now.
Are we?
Yeah.
Alright.
Look at that. Jishkared hitting the cineflips, pulling ahead just a little bit, but not too bad. We're just having fun here, fellas. Jishkared, if you could slow down just a little bit, we need Marathon Man to catch up. He's on Gadgetron, and if you would like to keep your team membership card, you will need to throw just a bit. That's fine. We'll keep her going. No bias commentary here. If I had a second commentator, maybe they would be from Megacorp, and maybe we could even her out a little bit. But
I mean, I still have plenty of planets to win, so I'm not too worried.
yeah, there's a lot of planets in this game, and they're all pretty hard. Just having fun. I have 300 euros on Gadgetron. Franz, I am the bookie, so it's alright. Just scared doing the old death abuse. It's a silly one. I like the one that one tabloid found. The going out of bounds and just temper striking. I don't remember. The last time I tried it, I failed it, so I don't blame him for not going for it. It was another fun trick. Just gonna grab the last gold bolt. Rather than hitting the elevator button. We are still well within a close race at this point. All it takes is a couple gas bar mid-airs and we're back on track, baby. This guy's Deadlocked? Well, I'm talking about this game, Rumor. It's okay, I put meth in the Megacorp locker room. Did you put meth in the Megacorp locker room to make them go faster? Or to get them busted on drug charges? Because I feel like it could be both. Marathon Man also going to the old, I'm spoiling again. Fuck. He's going to the old infamous. The one where you can pretend like you control the cycles of the guys hitting you, but really they just hit you a lot and you don't know what to do. Oh, I see Marathon Man fell. I get an instant replay of Marathon Man gameplay. That's awesome. Maybe just fell as well and I missed it. Just on numbers here, my least favorite planet. My brain doesn't know how to do ILJs anymore, despite being goated when I started. Someday my brain will figure it out, but it is not today. I tried again and it was like, oh god. I lost 7 minutes on numbers and still closed out at 101. So basically, I'm the goat who never tried. I'm Team Hope, everyone has fun. I'm also that team, but that is not mutually exclusive with being Team Gadgetron. Let's go, baby! Like, I hope Jish has fun.
I do have fun.
Let's go.
Even though the Black Beast almost pulled a funny on me.
Yeah, the 1 HP butt clencher that is those hallways with the frogs is never fun.
Yeah.
We got Marathon Man wrapping up Realgar here. Oh my god, just almost dying on Umbris. Or was he just setting up the perfect death abuse? We'll never know. Yeah, we did almost out of the Snaggle Beast. The Snaggle Blast, as we call it. We in the business. Marathon Man also on Umbris. Just clear into Battalia. The last AGB Friday I participated in, I forgot the bolt that Jish is currently getting, so that was awesome. So good on him for remembering the category he's running and not just going for the swag chain. I tried for a long time to get second gold bolt first to work with like a 6 chain and a proxy and stuff, and maybe like what just threw with the hyper strike, but you can get a long jump out of it. But getting the first bolt second is just too slow. So then I tried to make the chain work with a shorter midair chain, and it's hard. You'd have to be not just like high speed midairs, but high precision midairs, and then get lucky with the hyper strike because it sucks. Too much good luck to Nick and Jish. I want to see some polarity in the chat here. Oh yeah, can we get audio on Jish's since he is let's go ahead. I can't hear the stream, I'm just reading the chat. So if it is, whatever. It's like by being in the room I'm impacting Marathon Man's ILJs. I bring a negative aura to the function that rack speedrunners really don't appreciate. Alright, I'll spoil it. He did make it on this track, so rest assured that we are still in a good race. Just opting not to get the bombs despite having 38, a little bit of a risky decision there. He could be at 40 right now and he would be set to go, but and yeah, you might say he'll get all of the bombs on gas. Oh shit, I just dropped my phone. Good thing Marathon Man wasn't ILJing during that because he did look over. You might say, well, Delta Bug. You might grab all the bombs off the gas part, but imagine if this goes horribly, horribly wrong and he has to bomb the mines on the rail 40 times. Did you think about that, or did you just, just start typing Twitch chat message without listening to it? Now, just has a decision to make here. Is he going to go for tiptoes, or is he just going to grind the rail like a skateboard legend? He's going to grind the rail like a skateboard legend. Tiptoes are for ballerinas, and Orcs on too. We can accept tiptoes and Orcs on too. Marathon Man also remembering the bolt. Maybe a little bit of commentator help there. Although both of these fellas have been grinding the category, so I would hope that they would remember better than I do. GILJ cut short on just a side, but still massive Mundo speed. GILJs are funny that way. Sometimes ending them early gives you more speed. Alan Moose is going to type in the Twitch chat. Actually, the task does not ever end GILJs. And I say, yeah, Alan Moose, because that's a task. Works into not a ballerina. He's like the 6'6" Giga Chad ballerinas that hold up the ballerinas. Like there's always just one stacked dude in every ballerina. What do they call them? Like the class? I don't know. Ballerina class. A murder of ballerinas has one big Chad dude every time so that he can hold up the dancers. But anyways, Tiptoe's not cool on Battalion. Tiptoe's very cool on Orc Dude. That's what we've decided. We as a group, not unilaterally as I have. I did not watch Jishkared do the treat, but he did nail it. He dives into his crabs. Let's see if Ratchet gets the bombs. He does. Good choice on that. He's at 23, so he actually needs them more than Jishkared did. And you might say again, there's a whole bunch of bombs on Gaspar. But again, you know, what if you need to bomb a whole bunch of stuff? What if you're the U.S. looking for oil? You'll need more bombs than that, I promise. I forgot that I spoiled it again, so just for viewers at home, he's grabbing the bombs right now. First try tree clip. Yeah, you can get it every second try 100% consistently. First try is pretty much a clean clip. Oh, just not getting the checkpoint. Interesting. He might have gotten it there. Oh, he does. Very good.
Yeah. Any percent small brain went, yeah, you gotta go fast. And then I remembered, oh, what if I failed the double meter? Like, half of the time.
Made it that time. Ratchet Man also grinding. Spoiling again. Oh, Twitch! Commercial break in progress. Oh no. Why is it bigger? Why is it bigger than the gameplay? That's crazy. So just wrapping up about this, you see all the bombs that I was talking about earlier, but Gaspar is an oil-rich planet, so he needs to position bombs. Ratchet Man successfully ground the rail, so, you know, commercial break notwithstanding, he did go through it. His GILJs were even faster than Jishkared's, if you believe it. Jishkared failing the high jump there on Gaspar to go see the bombs. There's an incredibly funny clip where Captain Whiffle was learning AGB, and I can't remember which direction Tab was telling him to go, but it was essentially Tab telling Whiffle, you're too far left, go further right. And Whiffle just being in Timbuktu, far right, as far right as my parents, just like out of the gourd. We just saw some Ouya on screen, that was crazy. I don't know that. But and then 3 minutes later, Whiffle trying this high jump, he's like, am I going the right way? And Tab looks and goes, oh no, it's actually the other way. Shout out Nautical? Nautical did the same thing. That's based as hell. Thank you, Nautical. We can give some to Jishkared as well, just for fun, just in case. Pre-recorded? No, I think the tech team here is just doing the smart thing by having all the streams as source already, so that the transitions are nice and smooth for the relay format. Because they're geniuses and good at their jobs, that they do not get paid for them. Keep your mods.
Yeah, I have the next run open already, just running in the background.
It's just funny to look over and see, oh.
Yeah, it was because I was trying to like update it because it freaked out for a second.
Yeah.
And then it just automatically switched over to Ouya, so yeah, that's what happens.
We got a sneak peek of what's to come.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, at first I thought it was the tube on Blarg where you get the Magnaros, and then they charged and shot the shot cannon. I was like, oh, that's not this game.
Yeah.
Okitaro, Jishkared grabbing this bolt. Many times has this one been forgotten in AGB Friday. And I believe Franz himself has forgotten this bolt. In fact, recently. Gaspar double mid-air movement. Marathon Man is playing on a new controller, so we do have some jumps. Doing new mid-air or mid-airs on a new controller is hard. Pokitaru, my least favorite planet in the speedrun. I don't feel like there's like maybe Dive Bomb would make me like it more, but then I would have to reset on it more. Sorry for the burp. Hope it didn't come through. On the burp? Oh, on the midders? Yeah. Oh shit! That was the tightest. Oh, that was good. Awesome. Jishkared, a master of milking these fish for all the bolts they've got in their weird little bodies. Meanwhile, I just spray and pray the fish away. Yeah, the controller broke. It's better to be on a new controller that you can't quite get around than an old controller that doesn't work. Jishkared getting all the bombs. No, that's Marathon Man. I'm in the room with him and I was mixing it up. That's crazy. There isn't nearly enough baguettes here for me to be fair, right? Or cigarettes, for that matter. Jishkared doing the Delta Doid patented strategy of just square it up to the fish and boxing with them. I love bombing the fish. And that sounds messed up. Because it is. We're on the same planet here, Marathon Man and Jishkared. Jishkared gets dropped pretty easily. The reason this planet is so slow is because it's a lot like Marcadia and Uya prior to all the patch notes that throughout this one. The early comes would be insane. Because then you could do Dive Bomb and actually just skip it off. Oh. Who cares about Pokey Skip, man? I just want an early Pokey fight. Because the fight is pretty cool. You can see Jishkared cleaning up pretty nicely, it seems. No stragglers remain after this, which means that I think he did it pretty well. Franz actually, this method that we use now was found by Ricky a while ago. It was a little bit slower before, but this way you quit out a little bit more often to get more optimal routing. And then Franz added a couple little tweaks to that to make it real nice and consistent, because it's a little hard to hit every segment. You're pretty tight on some of those resets. I haven't practiced it because I don't speedrun. Can you tell Nick he's my favorite? Jish is also my favorite. That's for Nate.
Cutie.
Let's go biggest search. I'll tell Nick he's your favorite off mic, and then I'll tell Jish he's your favorite on. I wish I had watched Jishkared's Tiptoes, because I love watching Tiptoes on Works too. Oh, there's even more. I forgot that you tiptoed to get to the gold blood now, as well as on the lava. Bombing the fish. Classic. Good times. Hitting 1 HP. Bombing the fish. Yep. If you die here, it's like 2 minutes. We get to redo all of this, which is pretty bad. But you also have less bombs. It's one of the most tilting ways to lose a run is to die on Pokitaru right before the second boat ride. Jishkared dying on the tiptoes. We can pretend we didn't see it. Everyone applaud Jish in the comments for how awesome that first try tiptoes is. I see even one comment about how he feels. I'm gonna ban him. I'm gonna ask for mod and I'm gonna ban him. No questions asked. Look at that first try. Fun fact, Jishkared's any percent com gold for swing shot on Orexon 2 is almost as fast as the NG Plus speedrun, because the swing shot and his tiptoes are just correct as goated in all of the sauces we've got. Definitely heading into the last section with fish, ready into the ship fight. The G-Algae was a little bit scary, he almost died to it. Or not died, but fell in the water, which is silly. You can do the walk of shame by swimming underneath the platforms for a while. Played a little bit safer with the fish, but I believe he's low on health because he's at 3. So can't blame him there. Marathon setting. Marathon man setting, if you can believe it. That wasn't funny. No one low in the comments. I like how stand up the guy is when you look back at him. You'll see it on stream. Real ones know beforehand that the guy stands up on stream. Alright, get ready. This is where he's going to stand up. Ready? There he is. Look at him. Jishkared grabbing the mouth gold bolt, as I like to call it. Because of the big mouth that you're in front of. The casual way to get that gold bolt, I never figured out as a kid, and barely as an adult. I don't think I've ever successfully done it with a physical. So, you know, I've accomplished much more in my 20s than I did in my zeros when I was 8 playing this game. Am I considered stand-up comedy? Yeah, I'd be an alt-right stand-up comic, because that pays big bucks just to say bigoted shit. I don't even have to be funny. It got canceled last time we did. Yeah, in college I was a stand-up comic, but they didn't like me very much. I didn't say anything like weird about minorities or anything. It was just my comedy was so bad they did not let me back. I actually have a tight 5 I can run on stream. That is a lie. I'm not going to do it that time. Don't worry. You are safe from your improv comic fears. Which are valid. Improv comics, pretty scary. Jishkared nailing the Hoven fight, thank God. Hate re-seeing that. It's always a tragedy to die on the Hoven fight. We got an emote in this server, specifically for that fight. Comedy couldn't have been bad. Yeah, I never did comedy comics. That was all a lie. That's what comics do, is they lie. They lie to their audience. Both grabbing gold bolt at the same time. Different gold bolts, unfortunately. This is not a fair race at the moment. But we still got some banger plans to lose time on. We could see a Core 2 crash. We could see a Core 2 death, which is devastating for Bolton. Janky cries every single time I die on Core 2. He doesn't know why. He just bursts out in his cabin. In the woods. His death abuse on Hoven is, or that like movement up to the bolt, I mean, not the death abuse, it's pretty cool. It's one of the only times I enjoy using the thruster pack in this game. That is my opinion. It is not representative of RatchetRuns Incorporated. Death abuse is also pretty cool. I don't know. I've never seen someone walk there. Holy shit! Blue glitch right at the end though. That's for the fans. Oh, we have emotes now. L take? I just like midair, man. I'm good at it. It's like the only thing I'm good at. Oh, we got Chinese thruster pack. This is so sad. Power of God and anime on his side, not enough to knock the Chinese thruster pack. There's just Magnum Boots, that's what it's called. Magnum Boots did not function as a thruster pack. Did its job, if you can believe it. Yeah, good Hoven in a relay. I don't know if that's ever happened. Marathon Man doing the age-old strategy of just using the thruster pack to get the height. That's a classic. I am always far too scared to go for that. I always use the heavy pack and high jump. But Marathon Man going for it in a marathon setting. Just want to say both of those back to back. Just here on Gemlick. I feel like I saw Gemlick doing that earlier. Did he die on the chain? He must have. This chain is fun because it's just 2 long jumps in the midair, and sometimes it goes like that, where you don't get the midair. Oh no, Marathon Man falling into the ice. It's fun because I get to see him fall into the ice, and then I look over into real time, and he's not on the ice. So I get to pretend like my demons aren't there. Let's see. Well, big DC and LJ. Yeah, messed him up pretty big styles there. Now, Gigasurf in the chat is going to be mad that he's not backing this up, because he does have a backup here. Oh, there we go. He is backing it up. Look at that. Oh, the Hoven trigger is there today for the Marathon Man. can rest assured. Oh, he's doing the, I don't remember what we call these strats, but the first gold bolt first strat. A little bit of a spoiler, I keep forgetting that one of the screens I'm not allowed to talk about, the other screen I am. FOS is actually in my ear telling me that if I don't stop spoiling, he's going to cut me off entirely, so I gotta be careful here. Jishkared making the midair, let's go. Just buying back some time for Team Gadgetron. Appreciate that.
I mean, I told you, still have plenty of planets to int.
Oh yeah. Classic League player, saying in instead of throw. Everyone point and laugh at the League player. I believe Jishkared is a Shyvana one trick. So if that means anything to you, sound off in the comments and we'll make fun of you for playing League of Legends. Oh, Nick getting the ILJ pretty clearly there. I don't know if I've ever successfully completed that in a run. I've practiced it a whole bunch. But again, ILJs, Deltoid, etc. Beam jump? I don't know if either of our competitors do beam jump. Yeah, I can do beam jump. I hit it. I didn't die trying it last time I did it like a month ago. So, if that's your success rate you're looking for. Beam jump. I do love beam jump. I grinded that trick out, man. And then I tricked that grind out. That was on the skateboard. For all of you non-skateboard heads, that's when you... I'm going to leave this one alone. I don't think I'm supposed to say this joke on air. Marathon Man going for the green glass escapades, the uranium glass. Whatever they call it. This is a video game. There's no uranium anywhere. Jishkared not doing beam jump. Respect. Instead we get to see the long walk on the short pier here. Now I have died on all hands, and that is a devastating death because you have to just keep walking without Clank. Clank is too scared of thunder and lightning, like Pajama Stan, to come out on this planet. We should put Pajama Stan at the end of this relay. Just realize that's a go-to game. We could also do Freddy Fish or Putt Putt. Oh, Jishkared going for the ice slide. Risky business over there, but he gets it. And then giggling in my ear like a schoolgirl. I like it though. Really, I like it. I wonder how distracting this is for Marathon Man, hearing me talk about Jishkared giggling in my ear. I'm sure it can't be helping. It could be hurting, it could be neutral, it cannot be helping. Alright, we are on the same planet. I'll play this once again. Always fun to see, because my brain can't keep track of two planets. That's too hard. My entire life I've been on one. I think bolts are good for both competitors. Bolts are looking good for Marathon Man, at least I can't tell. Jishkared probably has enough for the PBA, otherwise it'd be a little bit more going for bolts and stuff like that. Magna Walk is a fickle mistress. Ricky says, good luck. Thank you, Ricky. I'm doing my best commentating. I'm sure you're talking about the players. But I do appreciate it. I do need luck to keep this going for 20 minutes. Yeah, this is Go to Layout, inspired by Infamous 1 and 2.
Let's go. You get surprised.
I get a surprise. I'm on the lookout for a surprise. Oh, I bet it's an instant cancel or anime cancel. Let's go. Let's see if he saves diamonds of it. Oh, it looks like he does. He does not go for the side flip TDA, but that's okay. That is also risky business. Unfortunately, not much to say on this planet. At least beam jump for a casual viewer is interesting and high stakes. The rest of the planet's kind of like, let's walk around for a while. There's not much, like there's movement tech, but it's all the boring stuff. So I'm just gonna take a quick. I'm gonna take my 30-minute break. And come back and do the planets. Jishkared not getting the speed. Did you get speed out of that? I remember practicing that trick a long time ago, early 2020. And Antonia yelling at me for practicing it. He's like, it's so easy. And I was like, yeah, but I don't know how to play the video game into it. I still am incredulous that Jishkared went for the ice slide. It saves like 1 second maximum and kills you. It costs 2 minutes otherwise. Giga baby. Unfortunately, he's on the wrong team, so I have to do that to do. Yeah, that swing shot is tricky because when you fall, it feels terrible. Like it obviously loses time, but like if you fall into the pit with all the guys, yeah, that's hard casually and speedrun. The little pits with all the guys with the lasers. And I might be coping. I might be just bad at dealing with enemies because you don't have to in Arc 1. Last round on the left should be gold. Not all of us cheat our way through our speedruns using Ratchet. Disclaimer, Nate just turns on gold weapons that he does not get if he's running an HG character. With the wrench, which does not make it better, it just makes it pea color. Scared on Novalis. He remembered to go to Novalis too, which is a struggle for me. Which is incredible because I have Rather than informed me that yesterday there was a struggle as well. But I have 1,000 attempts in this category and still don't remember what planets to go to. So, all of you Ratchet heads in the fan here in the chat. Doing better than me, probably. I always cheat my rooms. Ricky, you should do that, but also you reset the file every time. I was gonna think Jish on my chest. That'd be base as hell, Trent.
Bruh.
I heard a bruh, which means that he probably lost speed at the end of this river. Let's see. Oh, okay. Later then. Oh, there it is. You know, I can always sense when these things are coming because Jishkared told me about it, but you know what? I might be one of the best people in this call at taking the information on screen and not talking about it accurately, so. There's a discussion in the chat about all gold bolts, 1 gold bolt per file, where you get the first gold bolt and then you reload building 1. And you get the second gold bolt without getting the first gold bolt and then you reload building 1 over and over. And it takes 13 hours and it's the worst category in the game. But it's also the funniest category in the game. So depending on your value system, it might be worth it. Jishkared on Core 2 did not get the planet load crash, so we're doing fine. We're 1 for 1. Let's see if we can go for 2 for 2. We can even call it 3 for 3 if we want to include the what's it called? Lark crashes. Jishkared is good at doing that slide climb without the PDA, so using the PDA he's just on easy street. Is that an anime cancel? Oh, he got an anime cancel and saved time with it. That's what I'm talking about. Jishkared is currently 2 out of 40 for anime cancels, which is not a fair number because you can't even cancel every gold bolt. But I'm going to call it 2 out of 40 because I don't know what bolt number we're on. and how many are after the PDA, etc. A little bit of risky business on the ILJs there from Jish, getting hit by the robots that look like you. You got a bolt party. Pretty big one. See, I'm just such a fan of this game and these two people that I'm just sitting here watching now. Not a good commentator, but really having a good time. Just on the Cortu fight. This is one of my... I like this fight, but it's also frustrating to lose time on it because I have no idea when and why I lose time. Marathon Man completing the Volos chain. One of the most satisfying movement pieces in the run, in my opinion. IMHO. Marathon Man informed me he almost went to Kerwan, which is also a Hood classic. This is also the laggiest fight in the history of the Earth, planet Earth. A little bit of a side note, I currently can't log into the only tool that I need to use for my weekend of work. And I've been back and forth with support for 3 days now, and they keep on telling me, just log in using your old login and it should work. And I say, I am using my old login and it is not working. And then they push me to another rep who says the exact same thing, and then I have to do it again. So hopefully someday I will get the help that I need. As Jishkared gets the help he needs and leaves Quartu. Marathon Man also did not crash in Quartu. We're looking good, people. Marathon Man not going for the anime cancel here. Which makes sense because I've seen just spam circle and probably lose time for most of this. But you know what? I respect it because most anime cancels actually does win the relay. Marathon Man nailing the IOJs. Oh no. Wall jump! No! Critical failure.
Can't.
Dying on Cortu is a bad thing. What was that?
It can't be.
Yeah, that was
Wall jump.
unfortunate.
Very, truly unfortunate.
Jishkared going for a chain. Side flip at the end. I've seen Jishkared do some messed up things on Iridia. In a cool way, not in the not in the bad way. That's coming getting the bolt on my screen. The screen that Forrest told me that I'd be cut off forever if I told you about.
Yeah, I've actually got someone with a gun to your head.
You're at Marathon Man's house too. This is messed up.
I am not here, but I hired
Oh, okay.
local militia to come
There
by.
probably is a local militia. I won't say
Yeah.
much about the area we're in, but it kind of seems like this would be a local militia area.
Yeah.
Just in keeping tradition with the long history of the United States. I get to see two of the laggiest fights in the history of the planet Earth at the same time on my screen. So I'm just going to focus on Jishkared. Going on video because commentating the fight is for nerds, and you guys can just look at the screen if you want. One of them. I'm the only one that can look at the other one. That wall jump on court, too. I'm still thinking about it. That was tragedy. Brendan Urie would sing about that. if you knew about this relay, you'd be writing a song right now. That guy could punch you, but I like to shoot the big triangle missile, this one, because if you shoot it at him as he hits you, it can actually like animation cancel and you get another one for free. Or if he hits you before that, you have just enough time to shoot off the shot again before he can punch you again. So, a little bit of Core 2 fun facts for you all. We get a little bit of infinite helicopters. Oh no, we didn't. Good. Going to not Kalibo 3, but that is the info we got. I'm a good commentator. I'm able to read what's on screen. Jishkared on Fleet. Let's see what his chain looks like. Yeah, another one of the most insane movement pieces in the in the game. And he's starting it off with the one tabloid or GILJs. One tabloid, a big proponent of those for God knows who why. God knows who why. You guys get it. Got that man leaving Iridia. Not yet. He went Gold Bolt first. Oh no, wait. I thought Marathon Man got the other Gold Bolt first. But I was looking at Jishkared's stream. I'm in the room, still mixing it up. We're keeping it going. I did not look at Jishkared's chain. That is unfortunate. I did look over as I said that and watched him land with speed. So it's basically consolation prize chain. Oh, again. Oh, he lost his speed. That's unfortunate. He's gonna call it quits and just go for it, which I respect. I respect the man who can call it quits. This is another walk of shame in this category, just IJing over to the Volt. It's also a terrifying place to have to do the walk of shame, because it feels like the more time I spend next to that shocky water, the more likely it is that I'm just going to get shocked, no matter if I'm in the hitbox or not. The game knows if you've been naughty or nice, and decides based on that whether you get through that or not. Grabbing another gold bolt on Iridia. For some reason, they put 1 billion gold bolts on Iridia, despite this planet being made of mud and poop. Bonking on the rock, classic. Oh, another commercial break in progress. I will continue to spoil then. He just grabbed the Trespasser Room Gold Bolt. See, this is the nice part about having a commentator in the room. I don't have to look at Marathon Man's stream. I can actually just watch. Yeah, live updates. He's leaving Iridia as Jishkared goes for the second chain and pretty much nails it on Junk Fleet. Oh, I could update. I forgot to water bottle in the car. Unfortunate. Especially unfortunate because I've been talking for 40 minutes straight now. It'll be alright. I'll live, probably. Jishkared not breaking the thing beforehand. Sneepy thought that you had to break the thing beforehand to ground pound, which is always funny. One of the best runners to ever do it in this category, and didn't know that. So everyone point and laugh. I don't see enough pointing and laughing. Well, Sleepy was doing it himself. He didn't even intentionally know it was misinformation. Jishkared getting a pretty clean chain. Marathon Man, I'm not going to talk. He made it. He made it past the water. He was good this year. Santa will be bringing in presents. He did get stuck in the boxes. That was funny, though. Yeah, no textures. He doesn't need the textures, really. Jishkared leaving fleet, heading to Glebo 3. I know the planet order. Oh, classic FD colon //0. There's the boxes I was talking about. I never know when the commercial break is going to end because Twitch commercials are silly. Even the gifted sub, not enough to keep Ratchet runs. Although I'm guessing Foas is not watching from the Ratchet runs account. Hate to burst the bubble there. Not if you look at that.
Yeah, I have the stream up on my phone actually. And I also have it up in VLC, but it has more delays.
Yeah.
I trust my phone more.
Marathon Man getting absolutely destroyed by Drex Fleet there. The little yellow nipple decided that he was not allowed to have speed. Jishkared got the first gold bolt on Kaliba.
Bragging all the Ouya people in here now.
Okay, sounds good. All the people are now in the room listening to me talk.
Oh, no.
Hello.
We got Marathon Man doing the second chain, Jishkared doing the second chain on Kaliba 3. Whoa, and a big bonk. Gotta be careful there, because if you bonk too far to the left, you will trigger the cutscene, and then you have to reload after this last bolt, which we have seen before on board. Marathon Man in Torpedo's favorite room in this planet. Classic. Or that's Jishkared. Got him backwards again, sitting in the room. Again, to remind the reader at home, I am in the room with Marathon Man and not able to keep the 2 runs I'm watching straight. So it does not help that they got switched at the start. I'll put some of the blame not on me. But again, impossible for me to see Jishkared's gameplay like I could see Marathon Man's. Sick movement chain from Marathon Man there at the end of the planet he's on. I'm not going to tell you the name. You get it. Jishkared not buying 6 ammo, risky business. Not buying the 126th ammo for the Pyrocenter. Jishkared, a man of the people, did ACM Sundays as well as Marathon Man. That's a classic. An ACM race would be incredibly hilarious to do because we would just spend 45 minutes looking at robots shooting a big missile. So I'm very glad that we did not race that category because I would be asleep. I'd be asleep in this chair. Marathon Man, a gracious host, is sitting on a drum kit chair, and I'm sitting in his Epic Gamer chair, which is much more comfortable. And I said, no, you're the one commentating. He said, but you're the guest. And I was sitting on my laptop, so I didn't get to put this again. Good speech from Jishkared. Oh, and a single jump off of the weird geometry makes him slide off of the impossible ledges. That single jump into the gold ball would have been insane. No anime cancel though, so losing on that front. Marathon Man got the first gold ball, I assume, because he's going for the second chain. I guess it doesn't really matter which order you do it in. He could go for the second gold ball first. I don't think he did that. Just grabbing the frog jail hold on building 2.
Good ending.
Good ending. Oh, you freed the frog? Let's go. Let's see if Marathon Man saves or kills the animals. Never played Super Metroid, but I can still make the reference. That's still being a game. Alright, final planet for both of our contestants here. We're going to be switching over to Ouya pretty soon. And then I'll be out of here. I'll be out of here and just being a chill-ass viber. And also getting lunch, because I did not eat today, because again, woke up very late. It's up to 12 hours. Feels like I'm a different person. I woke up in Pennsylvania instead of my home state, which already feels like a portal to a different dimension. Roads in Pennsylvania, the most messed up I've ever seen. They cannot draw a straight line. Save their lives.
Alright. So, DDD, hope you're ready here in a moment. I'll count you in and just be ready, everyone. I don't want to cut anyone off, so.
Yeah.
And don't.
Yeah.
Jishkared
Alright.
wraps her up. I have no idea what his final time was actual
Start
time, but
now,
around
DDD.
57.
DDD, you can start right now. I forgot to count in, but hopefully you heard it. There we go.
We did not get to see the end of Jishkared's run, but it was around a 57:30. That's all right. The ATB happening now. I don't know who the commentators are.
Yo,
Hopefully they.
fam.
Ayo fine, ATB.
We're alive. Here we go. I've already
Go
got
ahead
an
and
ad
take
on
over.
DDD stream. You love to see it.
Now I'm trying to
What?
pull up Marathon Man stream on my phone real quick. Ah.
All right,
Bad ending
DDD
for Marathon Man.
moving through Veldin, building up that shot cannon XP. ATB is one of those categories that starts super slow and gets super mad by the end of it. So how much of a head start is DD getting here? Nick still
About a
V2.
minute and a half or so.
Yeah, run there.
That's going to be really interesting, actually, because that's the DDD just got a PB of 109. Yesterday, and
In the
then
last 24 hours, yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, last night I thought.
and then Scotto has a 105 world record, but I'm not sure how much he's been running recently. So it could be pretty close by the time they're approaching the end of the run. Obviously, ATB is crazy, so kind of anything can happen. We
And we've
are
got
seeing.
Chili and Technology as our new commentators.
Yeah. Ooh, DDD gets camera clip first try. Really nice stuff. That is not an easy trick.
Oh, yeah, I was good. I just saw it. Yeah, that's a camera clip from a pack swap.
Yeah, the pack swap is 2-frame input, I think, and then the camera clip is just really tricky for, I guess, because you're like right on the limit of how much speed you need to hit that.
I've definitely seen Scotto Bozo go at that a couple times.
Yeah, for sure. And if Scott is struggling, then anyone's going to struggle.
Oh yeah.
Also,
feel like an
Scotto,
Ouya.
are you ready to start? I'll count you in 3, 2, 1, go.
Marathon Man
yeah,
and Jish
typically
both
in any-
coming in sub-hour. Congrats to them. Good luck to the Ouya runners.
GG's to both Marathon and Jish. Yeah, so typically in any percent you would see Corp, which is where, because we're in German, it kind of transport us from killing certain enemies in Velden to just warping us to Quark. However, because this is ATB, it's optimally faster to just not go for Quark anyways. So
Yeah, mostly because of this bolt that DDD's getting right now, because there's no
Yep.
way to get back, quickly get back to the path of death otherwise. If you'd done
yeah,
Quark.
you would just be having to revisit and just do it anyways. So you might as well just do it as soon as you possibly can.
But not doing Quark is quite nice because it means we get a bunch more XP on our shot cannon as well, so that makes the XP route a lot easier.
Yep. And hopefully by the time that, huh?
I was just saying DDD coming into the Quark fight now, but I mean, it's a pretty straightforward fight, really.
Yeah, all I'm gonna know is the nitro cannon spam, or nitro launcher spam. He's going to just spam circle, square, circle, as fast as he possibly can, trying to get ammo as consistently and quickly as he can as well, trying to do more damage. But he wants to focus on the shot cannon experience primarily.
Yeah, so you kill
Really
Quark
close
with the
by
shot
it.
cannon. And then he actually got the level up right at
Yeah.
the end, so he made sure to wrench swing at the end so he doesn't get the animation. Both runners getting a first try camera clip. They are. That's why they're 1 and 2 in the world in this category. I guess, yeah.
I'll pull both their streams individually. Have a little bit of a delay, so.
Yeah, I reckon we've probably got about a 2-minute gap between DDD and Scotto at the moment. So
Yeah.
Scotto just going through Florana, DDD doing kind of the boring bit of just missing the death abuse a couple of
Death
times.
abusing.
But yeah, not much to do on the Phoenix really, just getting the coordinates from Arcadia and off we go.
Yep, time to take a nap, guys. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah. I hope you're ready for everybody's favorite planet.
Yeah, can we get some donations in? Yeah, but no, actually, no, Marcadia is relatively not difficult, but you want to try to get the best XP that you can. We're hoping to see by the end of this that we're hoping to see like a quarter halfway through V4, and there's gonna be some saucer manipulation, hopefully. And just trying to route our experience the best and most optimal way that we can, getting the most as fast as possible in Marcadia. Just DDD going straight through it with a jackpot crate, trying to farm as much as he can.
Yeah, optimizing this jackpot crate is quite important as well, because high jump instead of long jump, that's a classic. And not getting sniped by that mech, that's one that can always ruin your day as well. I was just thinking, I think one day we might be doing ELDF in this category, but I think that's a long way off yet. I think when we were talking it through, because now it's theorized that ELDF will be faster in any percent, and it was going to say like 3.5 minutes or something like that. So it probably means that you can even save time in ATV as well. But that'll be
The
some
routing would be
2025
so weird. Yeah, I was gonna say the routing would be very weird, because then you could do A1 and A2 like right after each other, but it would also just be like you'd have to do so many revisits. In ATB, it's just I don't know, man. I feel like I'm gonna sound like an Anto if I talk about how little time they would have, but that was Manto.
So the DD on his Marcadia missions is like you're talking about. He's optimizing how many saucer spawns he gets here. Oh, doesn't get the anime cancel, so you're gonna have to sit there for 4 seconds or whatever it is. But yeah, these saucers and the little one-eyes that they drop give you loads of experience. Especially the one-eyes. Like I don't get why they give you so much experience. They just do.
Yeah, they give you. Yeah, I think that Zem said it before, and I think he's right that like it gives you a little bit more than the laser guys.
Yeah, I can't remember the exact numbers, but like considering that they die on one hit, they're so worth it, and you can kind of control how many spawn in. So you can see again here, DDD just kind of letting the one eye spawn because it's better to do that.
Yep.
And Scotto just going through the early parts of Marcadia as well. I mean, there's a reason that most people actually Scotto is a fan, I know, of early game in any percent categories, but most Ouya runners don't run these categories pretty much because of this planet, I think, and because it's just
they don't
really
want...
hard as well. But like, this is the slow
their
part.
brains aren't wired to see. Yeah, I was gonna say their brains aren't wired to not see color splash faster. I like the early game too a lot in this game, but I get why people are just, it's more chill while also being like important. I don't know, but
Yeah, I think once you run it enough, you start to appreciate it, and there's a lot of like tiny things to optimize, especially on the XP. But when you're a new runner, or if you don't run the game at all, it's really hard to like, understand what's actually being optimized here. And like I say, it's a lot about these source spawns.
yeah, and also whenever we finish a mission on the PS2. Typically, you could just end challenge, but because of the autosave prompt, they're playing on the HD collection on the PAL version, and the main reason why we have to death abuse at the end is because we can't access it due to the autosave prompt blocking the pause, which is also going to be an important player later on as they're on fresh files. We'll get into that later on into the run, but we as of right now, we just need to mostly worry about dying as late as we possibly can to get like dying at the perfect time so that it cuts off the mission completed prompt.
Yeah, I think in ATB it's quite hard to kill yourself too quickly in the missions, but in NG Plus categories it is possible to get too excited.
Most punishing thing.
Yeah. Pretty much the worst feeling if you're on a good pace and you're like, okay, now time to death use, you just do it too early. DD looked like he had a pretty clean mission 3, the one that's a bit more interesting, where you, well, a bit different, I guess. You get to do the turret, which is actually much harder than it looks. I don't know, like people remember when they played it casually, but like that mission's not easy.
Yeah, you have to be very good at tracking, and I think they changed the hitbox size to be smaller from the PS2 version.
Did they? That kind of explains it. Okay.
Yeah, it's a lot easier in PS2. It feels like.
We got any mission 4 in the chat? Actually, do we even have that email?
Yeah. So for this mission, for mission 4, so every 30 seconds they're going to add more enemies, but it doesn't really matter until the last 30 seconds because then they will spawn saucers, and we want them to come down the middle, on the I guess like face right side of where you spawn in from, because if they spawn to the left, they won't spawn any of the one eyes that give you a lot of experience. However, if they're too far to the right, they do spawn them, but it takes a while. So in the middle, they spawn them instantly, and that's what we want to see in the last 30 seconds.
Yeah, so DDD almost coming up to those last 30 seconds now. We'll see how his RNG plays out. You want to spawn as many one-eyes as possible. Well, what spawns we getting? Not great.
Yeah, as you just saw with on Scotto's stream, you can see the death abuse.
So there you go. DD leaving that source so it can spawn into one eyes, whereas the other ones he's just killing as fast as possible. But he's had
Yeah,
a couple of good spawns. I'd say this is pretty much average RNG.
The usual.
Yeah, nothing amazing, nothing too bad. Actually, this is a good way to tell how far ahead DDD is, because he's just finished mission 4. Okay, so it's a little bit over 2-minute lead on DDD at the moment. He's just finished up mission 4 as Scott is starting. Which is nice, it means we got 4 minutes straight of mission 4 for everyone to enjoy. Mission 5 is not that much more interesting, to be honest. It's basically make sure you cleared out enough enemies so you can turn the bolt and move on with your life.
Those laser guys are kind of dickheads because they'll just like knock you out of your wrench animation, trying to turn the bolt crank around. It's pretty annoying.
But then there's some enemies that, like the ones that were just spawning in on the second bolt crank, third bolt crank, sorry. They'll be right in front of you and miss their shots. So it's quite funny. You can just turn the bolt and you can be completely fine. Whereas like the laser guys, you definitely got to clear out as soon as possible. Ooh, DDD missing one. So DDD has got really good at Marcadia, but Scott has always been like the king of Marcadia. I think no one's ever really been quite close to how good he is at optimizing these missions. So I would expect him to claw back some time on kind of like mission 5 and mission 1. I didn't really pay attention to Scott's mission 1 to see exactly how well he did. DDD has Ghost Ratchet. Do you want to explain it?
Sure. So, whenever you die, whenever you're in a dying state and entering an animation at the same time, or as long as the death animation is canceled by the animation, there's several things that can cause it. But essentially, you're in a ghost state where walls have no collision, but floors do, which is very convenient. We're in a 10,000 frame window, unfortunately, but that's so much time still to get all of the both the titanium bolts here that it's not too much of a problem anyways. Swag by DDD.
Yeah, that's a risky one to go for in a race. Like if you mess that up, then you've lost your Ghost Ratchet. You're losing like minutes.
Awkward decided to hit here, but he still got it. And yep, we got all the 3 here. Yep, there we go.
All right, DDD finishing up Marcadia. And we'll see how Scotty's LDF goes. But yeah, like we were talking about earlier, or at least discussing, that some of the other categories now have a way to skip straight to LDF, which is that final mission that DDD was doing. And in theory, it's doable in all titanium bolts. It will just time will tell whether it's actually faster or not. Because you won't have Ghost Ratchet. That's the big kicker for free LDF. So it makes it harder.
You would have to do. Yeah, I was gonna say you'd have to do camera clips with the charge boots.
It's been a while since I actually ran ATB. Are we doing Boxy now? We are doing Boxy now.
Yeah,
okay,
we do box speed before AN.
So if you've not seen a Boxy before, you're basically sucking up the crate so that it is trying to come towards you, and then when we stand on it and jump and release it at the right timing, it launches us with loads of speed. This allows us to do a much newer version, a faster version of VR skip. Which DD's just demonstrated perfectly, landing directly on the bolt as well. Really clean stuff.
That was sick. Basically the momentum stores while you're transferring between weapons, and you want to main tip, you want to hold weapons that you hold with both hands, not one.
Yeah, well, that was one of the things for ages. I mean, boxes were found, I think, around the time I started running, so around 2 years ago. But everyone thought they were kind of like random or semi-random. No one really understood, and it took us a while to realize that your suck cannon level matters, but also the weapon that you're holding before you equip the suck cannon matters as well. So it's like very specific about how the bolt is flying, the box is flying towards you.
DDD getting kind of unfortunate RNG on the elevator, but it's completely fine.
Yeah, that elevator is like one of the few bits of the run that is actually just RNG.
So
it really sucks when you get bad RNG, but not much you can do about it.
The 2-2. Okay, pulling up the swag. And Scotto just arriving to DC1 as well. Well, they're about to do the Boxy into DC1. So yeah, we're trying to collect all of the tokens here as it rewards us with the titanium bolt at the end. You for the most part, you're going to see an amalgamation of either punch and then jump, or punch square jump, or jump square. One gives you distance, one gives you height, and one gives you both. Um, so
The comics are another one like Marcadia, where if you don't understand it, it's quite hard to appreciate how well someone's playing. But when someone's playing really well and you kind of got a bit more of appreciation for it, it's really impressive. And Scott is really good at the comics. DDD seems to have cleaned up quite a lot since I last watched him.
yeah, I was about to say that vid comics are like what you just said, similar to Marcadia. Like people assume that the skill level is like lower than it actually is, because it's very easy to get your run screwed over by just taking too many hits.
And DDD getting the fast cycle on the boss there. That's the other bit of RNG in Vidcomic 1 actually, is that the boss can spawn in 2 different patterns, and you want him to go on the top platform. You only lose a couple of seconds if he goes to the bottom, but it's still time loss.
Scotto getting
yeah.
Scotto having some pretty unfortunate RNG as well with the taking 2 hits as well. But
okay. I only saw the end of it. The end of it looked pretty nice.
yeah, he cleaned it up. And Annihilation Nation, oh boy. So basically, I mean, we're just going straight to the end while collecting the titanium bolt, and at the same. Oh, by the way, we have the hyper shot. We're trying to store that for another couple planets. We obtained this from the Boxy, and so funny little thing. If it's on your quick select, you just don't have it, and that you just can't. I don't know if you can't do Dax, or if you have to do like a ghetto version of Dax.
You have to do a really scuffed strats, especially. Oh no, well yeah, of course you do have charge boost, but yeah, it's slower and much harder. The kind of thing that no one practices as well. So
it's just unoptimal. It's just unoptimal.
Yeah, you really don't want to be in that situation. Pretty clean stuff there from DDD. And the other important part about Annihilation Nation is that we're coming to the arena section, which is where we'll get to our V5 shot cannon. This is the reason we don't get to Dax straight away, because the warship boss on Dax, you basically need the V5 shot cannon to kill. I don't think with the weapons we have it's even possible to kill it unless you have V5.
Yeah, you do zero, like almost no damage until you get the shot cannon weaving down. And also as well, we're going to obtain the Tira guys, which is probably one of the most versatile. It's literally just like the PDA, but there's much more, like it's very input intensive with the movement.
Yeah, PDA with extra steps.
Yep.
So he's got the V5, got a nice anime cancel on that as well. So you can see how broken V5 is, just going to weave through the rest of these waves. It stays active for like half a second or so you can just shoot that beam all around the arena. Oh, Scott doing the new death abuse. I was looking over at his screen. I was like, what is that? I forgot that existed.
I was just about to mention that. The new death abuse strat, just grab on the chair. We vibing.
So why does that even kill you? It doesn't even make sense for like how I understand. Because normally, basically the way the death abuses normally work is the game thinks you've been falling for 5 seconds, but I don't know why grabbing a chair makes it think that you've been falling for 5 seconds.
Arriving to Dex. One quick thing to mention, especially since Scott is arriving to AN. Well, not arriving to AN. He is in AN. Is that the camera? If you want to get fast rain, it's based off your camera. So you want to ideally look at 3 crates at the same time. Try to get all the enemies to spawn in one area. I think that if you're too close, they spawn behind you. Is what happens. I don't know though.
Yeah, I've always known that it's based on the camera, and I've kind of done things that work for me, but I wouldn't have been able to explain to someone else what I actually do. If that was, oh, Scott, careful, Jesus.
I saw. Yep, arrived in the Dax. We're gonna see I believe we're just gonna see a little bit of movement behind the whip as well to do some whip jumps in a bit. So here's some tier guys. Yep, nice tier flip, good trick. Um, Unfortunately didn't get the anime cancel, but yeah. So essentially, we just unlocked the charge boots, and I don't. The easiest way to put it is that we're basically trying to use the L1 feature, the first person mode, to store momentum out of shooting a weapon. And this carries on to the whip, the whip, similar to like in Rack 2 with the wrench. It puts us in a grounded state for a little bit. I'm pretty sure, and what that allows us to then it's only with the whip specifically as well, as far as I know, and we're using that to continue our momentum in the air. Nice insta whip. Yeah, and here's the power of shot cannon weaving on a health bar.
Yeah, your weaves still need to be pretty good with the V5 versus like V8 that you have in NG Plus, but very nice stuff coming out there from DDD. Scotto just about finishing up the arena as well. He's got his V5 cannon. DDD's runs both of runners' runs have been going really well so far. I mean, I don't want to jinx anything, but yeah, this is the part of the run where everything starts to go super fast because now we have charge boots and the Tira guys. Like, it opens up the movement so much more.
Yeah, it does give us a lot more opportunity to basically, the good news is with that is that it basically gives us the opportunity to, like, you're going to be seeing this pretty much for the rest of the game, so it'll be easier to understand for those who are more like alien to this category.
Yeah, one thing there, DDD, pretty much the first kind of big mistake he's made, that he missed the camera clip on Dax. Doesn't lose that much time because you can just back up on that wall that he did. But we'll see if Scott hits that. That might claw a little bit back time for who's on Gadgetron? Scott is on Gadgetron, right?
Yeah, Skylo's on Gadgetron.
Yes,
DDD's
indeed,
from Megacorp.
Scotto is on Gadgetron.
He's defected. That happened. Everyone's defecting at the moment, isn't there? No one actually ran for Gadgetron during the prelay, and they're having to swap sides for the relay. That's how it goes. Scott just had a nice anime cancel there on the first bot on Dax as well. Doing swing shot movement while your camera is facing backwards is really tricky.
It basically goes in, like, your camera. It's not really inverted, but it's basically your camera's backwards. Like, it gets really sensitive.
It's really funky, and yeah, like they'll turn so hard, like they do not want to go the direction you're facing. Scott had a really unfortunate death there. He just overshot the bolt. It was quite a rare mistake, which is giving DDD even more of a lead. Just going through Gemini, which is a pretty straightforward planet. We'll see a little skip here coming up in a second, which you can do without the Tira guys, but it's so much easier with the Tira guys. You're gonna land on top of this railing.
Yeah, the pack swap from earlier, you can do that and get like a perfect. The pack swap isn't difficult for me, but the wrench swing is brutal.
Yeah.
And yep, this is the power of the Tira guys, basically just allowing you to just literally get to any like vertical like advantage by just simply doing some IJ. Should we talk about IJs while we're doing Blackwater?
Yeah, there's not much else to talk about on Blackwater.
Yeah, because essentially all you're doing on Blackwater is you're trying to. Oh wait, no, Aquados. I'm stupid.
God, yeah,
Hold on.
No, we can't skip over Aquados. Aquados is
Aquados
probably one of my favorite planets in like the whole game. But like this is the only category that really does much with it. I mean, obviously, like you got like Hondo, but this is the only like popular category where people actually go to Aquados. And we're gonna do a camera clip here to get through the wall. Very nicely done. That saved, I think, about like 3 minutes when it was found. I might be exaggerating, but we used to.
Yep.
Well, I say we. This is even before I started playing the game, but you used to have to clip with the mini turrets there, and mini turret clips are just awful. You had to throw down 3 different turrets in like a precise spot, and then like hope that you went through the wall. Then we found camera clips and everything. Favorite death abuse of the run as well. I love this one.
Yeah, and essentially like, because we're going to be seeing a lot of Tira Guy's tech here as well, and he's just going to the underwater bolt. So for Tira Guy's tech, you're basically wrench swinging in the air as you are, like you're wrench swinging as you're coming into the Tira Guys and then swapping back with a triangle. And then for IJs, you're just pressing square right after you come out of the Tira Guys, but because it's so input intensive, a lot of runners, I just do basic square, triangle, square, but like a lot of people will do two times the amount of inputs for like square, square, triangle, triangle, square, square.
Yeah, that's what I do.
Double jumping.
For me, that's what makes it like much
Yeah.
more consistent. It's just doubling up on every input. Ooh, nice like kind of insta whip clip there. I've not seen that variation before. DDD really playing really nice. I mean, I know he was running the category yesterday, and in general has been running a lot of Ouya recently, but he's looking really, really clean.
Yeah, and we're about to buy the unfortunately with the other, like with basic any percent, you're not able, we don't go to Aquados at all. We just go to Aquados. Well, we go to Aquados, but we only do that to get this flux rifle unlocked. But we get the turrets here, which allows us to do proxies. And we're not going to see them until I think the first time we see them, I think it would be like Tyrannosis.
Oh,
Oh no,
Tyrannosis.
AN2. No, AN2 because you
Yeah,
can do
yeah,
it off
you're
the
right.
rock. But yeah, we don't unlock the mini turret. So but you still want to keep the hyper shot. So it's very important to make sure that you still have the hyper shot like in your hand or secondary, because if it's in your I guess ternary or your third like slot and you buy the mini turrets, it's gone again, and it's not going to lose like a lot of time anymore because it's mostly used for Dax, but it's still going to save a couple seconds by just making sure that you have it still for Aquados, because we'll be using it right after this Ratchet section. Nice camera clip.
This Ratchet section is like probably one of the most awkward bits to learn. It's like so different to a lot of the things that you like. If you've run other categories beforehand, you'll have a pretty good grasp of the movement. But like, basically, you have to make sure you turn into a Terranoid every couple of seconds, otherwise the lasers spot you and kill you, which
Nice
is really
PFP.
annoying. But did he execute that pretty flawlessly? He missed the camera clip at the start, I think once or twice. But that camera clip is really awkward because you don't have Clank on your back, and so like side flip inputs are tighter.
Yeah, and also saving it with the tier flip as well, because you know he was below the surface, but afterwards, you know, he just saved it with a sick tier flip, and that's all you got to do. I don't know. I love tier guys tech so much.
Yeah, tier flip is one of those ones that it's super hard to learn. There's probably only about 5 or 6 people that can even do it. Maybe a few more than that these days, but there's not many people that can actually do a tier flip. But once you've learned how to do it, it's so valuable because you can save yourself if you're too low, which is something you can't normally do in Ouya.
And mission and it allows things like mission 2 and 3 skip in Iridia.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is massive. Yeah, and I believe I think I just saw Scotto going to the Clank section as well. The stream is frozen for me.
Yeah, he's just coming into the Clank session now. DDD just making his way over to this final titanium bolt that's like way in the depths of the sewers, and then we just death abuse to get out again. So that's done with the Quatos.
And quick thing to mention, he's at 21 health, and the reason why it's this specifically is because of Scorpio. We're about to, I think we're about to do A2 next, and for Scorpio, his health is based off your health, and I believe like 3 shot cannon weaves kill him at 21, and it goes straight to 22. Like straight at 22, it goes to 4 hits, unfortunately. So.
Yeah, Scott also struggling on this camera clip. Maybe struggling even more than DDD did. Hopefully he can hit it soon. Like I say, it's weird because there's very few sections where you play as Ratchet without Clank on your back. And the way the side flip works when that happens is like different. I couldn't even tell you how it's different, but the inputs are tighter. Scott has actually given up and doing the Rapper mini game right now. So
Yeah, it's a pretty awkward camera clip. It shoots you up more times than it actually clips you through the wall. Oh, we're in Blackwater.
yeah, well, we might see the runners do different orders. So this mid-game section, you can pretty much do the planets in whatever order you like. Blackwater is scary, by the way. DDD's on 3 health. Yeah, you do not want to die on this mission. The scary thing about this is that crates don't respawn. Is he? Yeah, that's a very sensible decision to make in a race. So what DDD's done there is just reset the mission because crates don't respawn once you've destroyed them once, and ammo is really tight on this mission. You want to make sure you have enough shotgun ammo to get through it. If you run out, you're in a really bad spot. Oh, he's missed the weave again. Not great.
No.
He should still have enough as long as he doesn't miss any more
he'll have
weave.
enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, he'll have enough. He also has a suck cannon that he can use on the Tyrannoids, as well. And so, yeah, like with or just kill him with a wrench as well. But yeah, unfortunately with this mission, it's so brutal about missing your ammo, and on top of that, like in the beginning as well, when he landed, he hit he used the whip. I'm pretty sure on accident. But yeah, essentially you want to just only use the shot cannon because it gives you an equal chance of giving you shot cannon ammo as it would for any other ammo. So if we only use the shot cannon, we will only get shot cannon ammo. But because he used the whip, there is a possibility that he would have gotten whip ammo instead. Killing him with the turret to make sure.
Nanotech upgrade there to to avoid dying as well.
Yeah.
Okay, bit of a spooky Blackwater mission 1, but that is probably one of the hardest bits of the whole run. It's one of the bits that people really underrate as well. Like, I think if you don't run the character, you don't realize how to it. Yeah, that was swag, by the way. I didn't know he had that. I've seen Scott is the only person I've seen do that. Yeah, this mission 2 looking a lot cleaner than mission 1. I say as he misses a weave.
Oh no, he had to restart. Oh no.
Oh, I guess if you do the skip, you're then too far away from the ship. I didn't realize that. Oh, okay, and now it's not going so well. Now you can see why we were so impressed that DDD hit this, because that's a tricky little charge to hit.
And Scotto's in A2, like, that's the route that I was used to, is A2 after, like, I don't know if DDD meant to go to Blackwater, if that's the route that he chooses, but yeah, trying to get to Scorpio to kill him in 3 weaves rather than the 4 if he had 22 health, but mission 2 being an absolute ass to DDD right now.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Scott is in the lead now. This is the thing, it's a bit hard to keep track because they're doing the planets in different order, but not only has Scott done the optimal planet order, he's also not died at all, whereas DDD is having... Oh no, no! I just not do the skip at this point. If you don't jump over that wall, it doesn't matter if you've missed the weaves, because you can just kill the enemies afterwards.
Yeah.
Oh, he did. Okay, chat saying that he did go to the wrong planet. It's a really minor optimization. I think it saves like 2 seconds, but
1 second. Yeah, 1 second, I think. Yeah. Oh no.
Oh dear. These things happen. ATB is one of the hardest categories in the whole Ratchet series, and these guys are both really good at it, but sometimes you just get walled by like one little trick, and there's so many little tricks like this in this category that you need to be good at.
Now it gives for a good not only a good competition and a good race, but also because of the planet order that because they're doing separate planet orders, it kind of makes it both hard but interesting to talk about. So I guess while DDD is trying to clean up mission 2, which it looks a lot more promising now than it has before, but essentially what Scotto's going to be doing, by the way, best song in the game, right here, the free fall skip and Tyrannosis, and he's you're going to see, you saw in A2 if you were paying attention to Scotto that he kind of shot up in the air with the mini turret and the shot cannon. He's going to be doing it again on the slope. And DDD just clearing out mission 2. Also going to try to clear out mission 3 as fast as possible. Essentially, for Blackwater, it really is just as simple as you want to kill all the enemies as fast as possible, but for any percent, because you're at very minimal ammo. Did I just say ammo? Ammo the entire time. Because you're at minimal ammo the entire time, it makes it very difficult to be able to manage your ammo. Because for the Shotgun and NG Plus categories, it's 60 ammo, so you get 6 beats. And Scotto just getting this bolt into Rhinosis.
Yeah, he hit the swag car jump on the second attempt. He missed out on the first go, but yeah, Tyrannosis is a funny one because it like there's no reason for a speedrunner to go there to like progress the game. We're only going there just to grab the titanium bolts. We don't need to beat the Mama Tyrannoid at all.
Even Aquatos, which is like not really optimal for anything, still gives you the mini turret, but Tyrannosis gives you nothing.
Yeah, well,
besides,
also, yeah, you beat Aquatos to unlock Tyrannosis, whereas beating Tyrannosis unlocks VR, which we've already done like 20 minutes.
Yeah, that skip, but for any percent, especially, saves so much time. And there we go with the A2 proxy. Again, basically swapping weapons from any weapon that you can neutral with, like the shot cannon or Rhino. And then swapping to the turret to transfer our animation, our throwing turret animation into vertical momentum. And as you see, it took 5 weaves to kill Scorpio because we're at 28 health, but that's completely fine. Minimal time loss.
Scott, where is he? Mission 1?
Yeah.
I haven't really been paying attention, but I noticed Tyrannosis went pretty clean. It looks like Blackwater's been pretty good so far as well.
And one thing especially to note about Tyrannosis, it's kind of weird. You basically I don't know if it's faster to just use the car, but on top of that though, it actually just completely animation cancels the titanium. I don't even know if there is a collection animation for that titanium bolt that you get with the car.
No, I don't know. I've only ever got it with the car. That's a good point.
Yeah, I don't know, but if it did though, I mean, it would just be faster to just use the car, other than like risking doing an anime cancel and losing like 5 seconds.
Right, so Scott also going for the skip of mission 2. Let's see how his weaves pan out. Didn't go too well for the 1. Ooh. Okay, so Scott seems to have a backup here. Oh, just neutral long jump back. Yeah. That seems so obvious. Okay.
It seems so simple.
The only thing is, yeah, he doesn't have much ammo for the rest of the mission, but you generally don't. You save a shotgun and weave for right at the end here. So he's having to clear these guys out with the turrets, but it's not too bad.
Yeah, as long as it's last second and you don't really need the ammo for your shot cannon, or you have enough to pull off like one more weave, it's completely fine to just use a different weapon. But definitely for the beginning, you don't want to be using the turrets or whip. And here is DDD finally getting to of the first Tyrannosis section. And yeah, I'm trying to think of anything going on right now.
Well, I think Tyrannosis' movement is quite cool. I think we were focusing on DDD when Scott was doing it. So like, I really like this bolt. This bolt's really, really cool. And if you can get the anime cancel as well. No, it doesn't hit it. Scott, I did see Scott get it, but yeah, the anime cancel is really cool because you like depth abuse while in the anime cancel state. But it's a tricky one because you can't even really see where the bolt is.
Yep.
So, I think Scott has finished all the planets you can do in any order, right?
Yes,
So, yeah,
I think he's going to Hollow Star. Yeah,
they're actually really close.
They are right. Yeah, they're like 5 seconds away, or not 5, like maybe 10 seconds away. But
yeah, pretty much one loading screen, like away from each other. So we'll see what strats they go for in Holostar. Obviously there is Scrunchless, but it's a risky strat. We might see the Scrunchless proxy, or and Scott is very confident with Scrunchless, so he probably will go for it. I'm not sure about DD.
Yeah, DDD I know is pretty good at the proxy strat. So, and then oh boy, Talos. I know Sadgebean is Talos.
Okay, Scott are going for Scrunchless. Hits it. Very nice stuff.
Very good. And that other clip around, like going around that little tower, is a little bit trickier than it seems, but it's not nearly as bad as, not even remotely as bad as Scrunchless.
Okay,
DDD going for the Scrunchless setup. Hopefully he gets it first try.
Ooh, a little
clean.
sketchy, but saved it. Nice stuff. Okay, both runners getting first try Scrunchless. Love to see it.
Yeah, Talos. Oh man, I don't know how to describe Talos without using explicit words. Essentially, all you're trying to do, there is a way to manip him into going into the corner, but essentially he'll go backwards to where you are, like based off your camera, I suppose, or like where that Clank's facing, and you want him to be against a wall to make sure that he'll always come forward from the wall and bump into you. But he has such a weird, you never want to be like pushing him because he has such a weird hitbox.
Yeah, the trick is be a little bit away from the wall so he runs into you rather than you pushing him.
Yep.
And it's a lot about learning which direction Talos is going to go. But both players are executing it pretty cleanly. Scotto already grabbing the next bolt and death-abusing back to the start. Ooh.
Yeah, the proxy was being a little weird with him, but yeah, that green, oh my god, that green guy is such an ass.
Yeah, I like to just kill him, but if you're trying to go fast, the best strategy is to just go for the proxy immediately and hope you hit it.
Yeah, I mean, it also helps with the death abuse in ATB, but in any person, there's just no point in taking damage.
Yeah.
Yep. And yeah, I mean, yeah, this is actually a pretty sick run to run right now.
Ooh, did he get sniped? Just about makes it over the invisible wall.
Yeah, hopefully he doesn't get hit by the... I don't think the guys will attack you until you get the titanium bolt anyways, so... And
yeah,
Skylar going to Draco.
These guys don't seem to attack you. It's the one that he's coming up to in a second after this doorway that is like aggroed and will try and shoot you, but normally he's moving really slowly like that. Yeah, so
yeah,
he's alright. Okay, Draco. Ghost Ratchet time. See how many... I'm sure they're going to try and hit some mid-airs. We'll see how many we get. One?
Let's see.
One's fine. I mean, hitting
Here,
one
guys,
mid-air takes a lot on this little traverse across. You have to do quite a few IJs if you don't get any.
Yeah, even a whip... Yeah, I was going to say, even a whip jump into some IJs takes way longer than just hitting a mid-air. And similar to Blackwater, now she will constantly like spawn crates each time, even if you die. But it's just really, I don't know if I didn't see if Skydo hit it or not. But you ideally would skip the, not ideally, but inconveniently you skip the checkpoint, and you want to try to conserve your ammo as much as possible while also not dying, because we skipped the checkpoint, we go all the way back to the beginning. And DDD also do. Oh, Skydo getting really good coordinating gears, doing the anime cancel with the costume selection.
Yeah, that's brand new tech. I've only seen people do quite recently. It skips Courtney's talking animation. So like in NG Plus we use the PDA, but we don't have the PDA for ATV.
Yeah, DDD having a little bit of a tough time with the ammo right now.
Yeah, this fight is one of the hardest to optimize, I think. It may be, if not the hardest. Because it's very... If you don't have good weaves, you are just going to run out of ammo. And if you destroy crates or grab ammo crates too early, then you're going to have wasted your crates. Because each weave uses up 10 ammo. And each ammo drop gives you 4 ammo. But you don't actually need 10 ammo to do a weave. You can do it with 4. So ideally, you're only grabbing 1 little drop each time and using a weave for that.
Yep, and DDD clutching it out, while Scotto, I think I just saw that he got I don't know if he got the bolt. Oh no, yeah, no, he died into the lava. Yeah, this I don't know what it is. This titanium bolt in Zeldrin Starport trolls you so hard.
Something about this move, I think it's partly, so we're now at the point in the game where pretty much you die in one hit, pretty much. Sometimes two, depending on what enemy it is. And I think that just makes everyone play a bit more on edge, but you have to hit that movement really cleanly, otherwise you're in a really bad spot. Scotto clutching it out. If DD hits this first try, we're really close to each other all of a sudden.
Yeah, he first try. Let's see how
Looks good, yeah. Gets the anime cancel
Oh,
as well.
and he got the anime too. Yeah, this is now back to 1-1 almost. Oh, that ledge grab, but.
Scotto getting his camera clip to... Oh, has he missed the trigger? No, he hasn't missed the trigger. I thought he missed it for a second. And DD gets the camera clip as well. Very nice.
So hopefully we get the 50.
Yeah, Scotto bonked, so we won't get a 50 from Scotto, but DD still got a chance. We're getting 40. Still a 49 with a bonk. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
Ooh, the accidental DC long jump. Tried to side flip a little bit too hard. So 49 for DD.
49. Yeah. And now I think it's vid comics, right? VC2 through 4.
Yeah, this will be really interesting because I know DDD's been working on them, but Scotto is like one of the best in the world at vid comics. Like Scotto,
Yeah.
Yo Andy, and Insomniac Nintendo, like famously, have always been the guys that are way better at vid comics than everyone else.
Shout out to Tarna as well. Tarna, I know, was really good. Like grinding that
Tana,
out
and
a
then
while
yeah, I mean obviously Zem's pretty good at the vid comics as well, but yeah. I mean, oh, especially shout-outs to IN at the moment, who has world record in every vid comic category. Just kind of showed up.
Yeah,
one
it's
day.
like that dude grinded it out, man. Yeah, he has a sweep. I think Scotto literally just got the VC2 IL, but like, but we're not kidding when we say that IN had the sweep. So
He just
shout out
turned
to
up.
him.
He hadn't said anything in the server for months, and just turned up and said, "Yeah, by the way, I have like every world record now."
Yep. And yeah, just trying to. Hopefully, we. I don't know exactly how the IL cycle works, like what can and can't kill it, but essentially we're trying to. It's not RNG like with the elevator, but we're trying to get a cycle in which the elevators, they go in a certain cycle, and we ideally want them to be like right at the platform that we're gonna jump out to by the time we get there. Otherwise, we'll wait a second.
It's this cycle that Scott is coming up to now that's the really important one, and it looks like he's made it pretty comfortably. So, ooh, but this is that. So yeah, let's give him DDD because DDD was struggling a little bit on that first half. Oh, but he misses the cycle, so you lose. I think it's like a 4-second cycle or a 5-second cycle. Can't remember exactly, but it's pretty significant.
Yeah, especially for like IL world record, you need to be like on it to make sure that you hit that cycle. Otherwise, you're just not going to hit it. Scotto's just finishing out with a 154, very clean. And
yeah, it was the same cycle, yeah, because of Scotto's death, it evened out to being the same cycle. That's interesting.
Very, very close.
Yeah, on the same menu at the same time. Vid Comic 3 does have a bit of RNG that we'll see coming up in a bit. Vid Comic 3 is probably my least favorite of all of them. I don't know about you, Tech.
It blows.
It's just like the movement's really awkward because the platforms are really short, and there's all these like tires and whatever that you have to dodge as well. And then
it's just noise.
Yeah. And then there's this room coming up in about 5 seconds on Scotto's stream that's RNG. You get locked in this room until you kill the enemies, but I think the timing of the enemy spawn or the location of the enemy spawn is all random.
Yeah, there's nothing that you can really do to manipulate it.
And you're hoping that the final spawn is near the right, because then the door opens on the right. But Scotto got a bit on there. I mean, it doesn't lose too much, but still don't like to see it. And one thing which is not looking too good for Scotto right now is you want to make sure you have a good amount of health. going into the end of Vid Comic 3 because that allows you to damage boost through the fire.
Yeah. Yep, this is a yep moment coming up. Actually, with some really good wall tech. I forgot to mention it whenever I was talking about it. When you jump off of a wall, similar to what we were talking about earlier with like the neutral tech, you have a temporary it's only a couple frames, and ideally, I don't know if it's like frame perfect or if there's a frame window, but you can punch in the air again. Wait, I'm trying to remember. Yeah, you could punch in the air
Yeah.
and make it to where you have a lot more like air control with work rather than having to jump specifically in the direction that is like opposite from. You could basically hug the wall and gain infinite height with it.
Yeah, I think it's like a 2 or 3 frame window. I don't think it's frame perfect, but it's definitely tight, and we'll see it
Yeah,
used
just
at the
very
end of
high.
Comic 4 as well.
Yep.
There's also a very obscure tech in Vid Comics that I only found out from Yo Andy, which I think only gets used on Vid Comic 2. But if you hold L2 while doing a... Well, actually, Scott just did it right there. But it's the kind of thing that if you don't know what you're looking for, you won't even see it. But if you hold L2 while bouncing off, doing a wall jump on a wall that's on the left, then you get like slightly more speed. It's really bizarre. I have no idea why it exists. Yeah, especially as it's only on left-facing walls. But yeah, that's probably the other tiny bit of Vid Comic tech. So people that, yeah, we were saying earlier, people don't quite appreciate how much goes into Vid Comic, but there's a lot of optimization, a lot of really tight tech. Again, on Vid Comic 4, there's a lot of cycles that you want to hit as well. For the starting section.
Yeah, unfortunately for all the vid comics besides the fifth one, it's basically just having to hit a certain cycle, which, I mean, 5 does that for, like, it's not nearly as punishing as these where you have to wait 5 seconds to get the right cycle. So...
Yeah, Sky getting the coolest vid comic gun by far.
Yeah.
I don't know what it's based on. Like, it has like these little infinity logos in it and stuff. Like, because all the other ones just seem to be like similar to Ratchet weapons, and this one's just like a. Well, I guess it's kind of like the gravity bomb or something like that.
I don't know what. Whenever I was a kid and I saw that, it reminded me of this, like, I don't remember what it was called, but like they had these things at like 7-Eleven, and it was like these cupcakes, and they had like swirls on them, and so every time I would see that, I would just like think about 7-Eleven and like the like chocolate cupcake thing. I don't know why. It just made me so goddamn hungry. But yeah, DDD doing very well with health right now.
Yeah, Scott's health wasn't too good, so he went to pick up the health upgrade. But if your health is good, then you can afford to not grab that health upgrade.
Yeah, you could just punch him.
Yeah, Nefarious Fight, yeah, lock him in the corner and just punch him. But that's why you need health for the Nefarious Fight, because you do take damage while doing the strat. DD down to 2 health, so he's going to grab the health upgrade as well.
Yeah. I think it's like even at like 5, like at 5 health, I don't know if you can do it. At 6 health, you can barely do it, like with these.
Well, I think it's... I think you could even do it with like as little as 3 or something if you do it perfectly. So Scotto wrote up a thing about it at one point that I read. But yeah, but pretty much the more health you have, the safer the Nefarious Fight is going to be, and you don't really want to die on the Nefarious Fight. Big time loss.
And Scotto heading to Metropolis. Oh man, I love Metropolis.
Metropolis is great. I think Metropolis is like in pretty much every category is like a really good display of Ouya movement. There's just so much going on.
The all collectibles grind really makes me feel some certain way though.
Yeah, that is the thing that happens. Yeah, luckily no grinding needed in this category. We just go fast.
And you'll see another, and I believe he'll try to go for it. He didn't get it, but yeah, you can essentially, similar to Tyrannosis, you can just grab the bolt and then instantly fall down right afterwards. So I think that they're probably going to do. This is a very tight, neutral long jump, and then trying to get on top of this post, doing a whip jump. Oh, I didn't even know you could do it with a shot cannon. I
Yeah.
would typically do it with that.
It's a bit safer to do it with a shotgun because if you go too low, then you die.
Yeah.
So use the shotgun allows you to cancel your charge a bit earlier and be a bit higher.
And
Oh, you did again with Death of Use.
Yep. Yep. And then we just also bought the sniper rifle, which isn't important right now, but it's going to be incredibly important towards the end of the game.
Yeah.
But essentially, the reason why we get the rifle now is just to help us get the ammo crates across the platform that we're on. Unfortunately, Skydo didn't get the cool Magna. I don't know what you call it, the Magna walk skip, but it didn't really matter. It's only like really optimal for NG plus categories, anyways, because we need to get the bolt.
Oh no! Terror flips.
No.
Good save. Very nice. How's he?
Yeah.
Gets the jump. That whip jump is tight. That is not easy. And then the proxy.
Oh.
Ooh, okay, doing the same backup that's what I did. Ooh, gonna need some terror flips here. Okay, yeah. These are why this is number 1 and number 2 in this category, because their terror flips are just consistent. It's so important. Be able to just back up in a moment's notice.
Yeah, and unfortunately, we're gonna dip from the scene in Mission 1, let the Rangers do it themselves, and just grab the bolt and get the hell out of there.
Yeah, it's probably like the most pointless bolt in all of them. It's just like high.
Yeah, it's the most annoying bolt, like in like a speed sense, because you're just waiting. You're waiting longer for the loads than actually getting the bolt. So, and then next is Crash Site, and then nothing, literally nothing cool about Crash Site. I mean, the whip jump is cool, and you literally just go forward and back, but nothing too crazy. Like,
the one thing about Crash Site is just remembering to get the bolt at the end.
Yeah, shout out to them.
Because
shout out to them.
The rest of it is so similar to NG Plus that you could just be using your NG Plus muscle memory and get through without getting the bolt. But the bolt is right where the ship is. So
you just reminded me of like the most unfortunate thing. I was doing an 80% run of because I've been doing a lot of like relay grinding and like NG Plus stuff for Rack 2. And then my NG Plus brain went on and I went 8 mode, and then I did the Clank and Air Nose 2 section, and then I hit the button, but in 80% you're not supposed to do that, and then I just lost my run. Because NG Plus. So shout out to NG Plus as well.
Okay, Scott does remember to get the bolt. That's a W. He's actually a whole planet ahead now. I didn't really catch where he gained so much time.
Yeah, that
I guess TBD was messing around with those turret flips for a while, wasn't he? He almost fell down.
Yeah, he unfortunately missed the. He also had he had the same mistakes. He hit the anime cancel, but unfortunately he messed up the whip jump and the backtrack. But that's completely fine.
Ooh, DDD has aggroed the machine gun guy, so he needs to be quite careful here. Yeah. That machine gun guy, if he's been aggroed, he's so hard to get around without dying. Luckily, he disappears once you've died once. And let's go on Vicomic 5, which I think is the second worst. I'm not sure what's worse out of VC5 and VC3. I really don't like either of them that much. The other 3 are cool.
The other 3 are cool, man. Nah, I'm on the Pro VC amendment. I'm on that. I love VC5. Just because the cycles are shorter, but it does kind of feel like it feels bad, man, whenever he takes so many hits.
Yeah, I don't know. It's something about the movement on this is just like so restrictive. I've never been a huge fan of it, but Scott making it look really smooth actually.
Yeah, I'm literally only taking 2 hits. Yeah, that's the often the excuse is mad because bad for VC5, but I get it though. But yeah, I love VC5. And then after this, like I do even like, luckily this is the last vid comic. So remember earlier whenever we're talking about how we're on the fresh save file with trophies? Well, to kind of explain it a little bit earlier, because it's so complicated. Essentially, when you earn a trophy, because of that autosave prompt, that thing I was talking about also in Marcadia when we end challenge, you want to get a trophy and then load a file. And while it's loading, it won't fully play it. So what that means is you can hop in a ship and load the textures of one planet while going to another planet, and it will completely mess with the code, and you'll hear some cursed results. So
Yeah, it's
that's
pretty
pretty
much
fun.
like it's like probably the craziest thing we've ever found to do. Yeah, I think even crazier
Shout
than
out to
like
DDD.
yeah.
Shout out to
I was actually gonna say that. Like, it was really funny because we'd found we call it level stacking, where yeah, you're loading 2 levels at the same time basically. And Zhao F, another like big glitch hunter in Ouya, had proved that it was possible on Vita, and we're like, oh, I just hope that this can be possible on PS3 one day, because it would suck for Vita to be the optimal console. No, like even though we knew Vita was optimal for a bit, no one wants. Oh,
Oh
DDD.
no, DDD.
Yeah, so Scott O has officially loaded Phoenix and Iridia at the same time. By the way, that's what's going on
Yeah,
here.
and one thing to note, you can do this as well in Crash Site whenever you hit the cutscene. But essentially, for just a couple frames, whenever you load in like that, you can double jump. The wrench timing, like use the whip personally. Uh-oh, Scotto unfortunately drowning right there. But yeah, so it's kind of like you have a little bit of a grounded state, so you double jump and then do a delayed hyper strike onto the ship.
Yeah, that's one of those strats that's like really hard when you're first learning it, but once you get a feel for it, it's not too bad. I'm not sure exactly what the frame window is for that jump, like in the death state, but it's not too bad.
Yeah, you can do the same thing in Crash Site if you like miss the hyper strike.
Yeah, so DDD just hitting his trophy and allowing him to load both levels at the same time as well. Yeah, what I was going to say is, like, we knew it was optimal on Vita, and then pretty much the first thing that DDD ever said in Discord, he just turned up, didn't say, like, anything, and posted the link to, like, how to do level stacking on PS3. And that was it. At the time that DDD was, like, this super mysterious runner, like, who everyone knew was really good, but, like, never said anything, never really interacted with anyone else. And he just turns up and drops like the hottest strat of 2022.
Oh man, Scotto going for the Iridia proxy. Oh man, I was gonna say this is a tough cookie
I think
to pull off.
boxy version, yeah.
Yeah, basically what you would see, it was by far one of the most like the craziest things. It was basically you would have to do blind Pyrrha flips towards the end, which would it's Scotto getting it second
Yeah,
try.
super sick stuff there from Scott. Scott's hit all the late game stuff really well so far.
Yep, and then we'll see how what DDD pulls off as well. But yes, this is probably the worst in ATV.
DDD, not quite sure what.
Oh, getting the N60
Oh,
stormed out.
I didn't know we did that. Is that new? Getting the N60 Storm to do the boxy?
Yeah, it helps with like kind of like with the shot cannon whenever you're doing the boxy on Marcadia for ELDF. It's a similar thing.
Yeah. Okay. That's really cool. Oh, okay. So DDD not hitting the timing of the boxy. To give a bit more context to this is what we call Mission 2 skip. If you don't know, so there's a bolt right at the end of Iridia, the other orange planet. And what happens is that normally if you're playing the missions as intended, you can't get there until mission 3. Well, casually mission 4, but mission 3 we had a way to get there. But it meant that you had to do this mission 2 auto-scroller. But instead, if we do this boxy, we can get there in mission 1. But it is super tight. It saves like a minute, I think, over doing the old strat. But it is really tough. DDD does get it. Look at his angle. This is perfect. Is he going to land on the bolt?
Also watch Scotto's stream. Just pay attention. Oh wait, no, he didn't get the anime cancel, unfortunately. But
See if DDD can get it. That is one of the best anime cancels in the game. Well, in fact, it is the best anime cancel in the game. It's great. So yeah, I completely glossed over Scotto doing Hideout, trying to explain that. But Hideout is very similar to NG Plus, but we get that extra bolt in the kind of underground tunnel.
Yeah, it's literally just crash site V2. Yeah. Shout out to Zem also for messing that up. Okay, let me stop posting Zem. Phoenix Rescue was sick.
Really clean rescue on the way out.
Nice too, Fran. The insta clip. Oh, okay, that was very.
Yeah, really clean stuff. DD coming into Hideout. DD having a couple of like just little errors in the late game, which has meant that Scott has started to pull away quite a bit. But I mean, still very respectable run from DDD so far.
I would agree.
Scott coming into Chorus as well. Been a while since I've actually seen Chorus, but Chorus hasn't actually changed in a while. It's pretty much the same.
Yeah, you do another proxy up here. And then you literally just the good thing about these bolts is that they're right by each other. So
DDD got the anime cancel, so we are going to see the funny thing. Oh no, it didn't actually. Oh, there he is.
Oh yeah. Yeah, you could have it's based off your like the animation that you did, but you can have like him T-posing, him with like Clank off his back. Like it's crazy.
Chorus is Scott is making this look easy, but Chorus is really scary. Everything kills you in one hit, and there are so many enemies.
Yep. Yeah, you literally and back to the flux rifle that we're talking about. Optimally now, it wasn't really until recently that we discovered that the flux rifle. Is so unfortunate. You just lose your ammo and your time. But and then yeah, these green guys right here. We used to just level the flux rifle up off of these enemies before, but now we only need to get the V4 and V5 off of them.
Yeah, so the grind's actually really quick on CC. Scott has already got up to his V5. Now he just needs to grab some bolts and get over to Nefarious, and we're done.
Yep, final bolt coming up right here. And DDD just heading to... Oh, wait, no. He also has to... I completely forgot. What? Rifle grind. Yeah, Command Center is another one. It's just another one of one of those plans where it's just like you could easily lose your run and you're just like, man. Shout out to when Scotto, they had that random like he had some random like wall jump happen and it killed world record.
Yeah, I remember watching that one. That was tragic. But yeah, see, the whole end game of this category is absolutely brutal because you die in one hit and there's a lot of really hard movement that you need to hit as well. Scott coming into Nefarious, which is, well, not quite the final boss, but he's going to go for one cycle, which, unlike an NG Plus, is actually pretty tricky. You need to do like a certain setup so that you're the right distance away from Nefarious. And then you need to pretty much hit perfect sleep scopes to deal. I think, is it 14 shots you need to hit him with before he runs away, something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
If you don't hit all those shots, then he'll run away, and you have to go do the second phase, which loses probably about 30 seconds, I think. Ooh, DDD taking a death on CC.
Yeah, just yeah, they like we weren't kidding when they say they one shot you. Unfortunately, even like even with the armor, like even with the 10K armor, you can get the 60K armor, I think, but even that I think still isn't enough to not get one shot by them because we've done so much sequence skipping.
Yeah, the
Um,
game just expects you to be a lot stronger by now. But we've
and
got a
Scotto.
rifle and a dream. But yeah, Sky hit the one cycle pretty cleanly actually, and he's halfway through the Biblet race. So I guess what's next after this? Deadlocked. I guess that's coming in. Pretty
Yeah,
quick.
Sag and Matthias. Yeah. Um. Oh no. Okay. Hopefully. Oh no. Yeah. So there are rocks that can actually eat your height. What even if you're doing uh tier guys tech. And Scotto just finishing it out. GG to Scotto, and we'll say GG to DDD when he's finished with that.
Yeah,
But yeah,
109 Scotto posting in the chat. That's amazing time for a marathon
sub
situation.
110.
Yeah,
That's only four minutes away from world record. So that's pretty sick. Um,
yeah. Does that even beat DDD's PB? I'm trying to think what DDD's. I know DDD has a 109, but I forget. Oh, yes. This is CC.
unfortunately,
This is what happened.
yeah, this is an any percent CC moment. Um,
This is like
yep.
completely not unusual. Any of your runner knows the pain of CC, especially if you've done any percent categories.
Yeah, I guess one thing that we could talk like the whole like flux rifle thing. That's the distance that you need is also specific. Like
Yeah,
it's pretty annoying because he'll jump from side to side, and I think it's based off of your camera, like where you're looking at him from. And oh,
yeah, he's good. He's good.
let's
There we
go.
go. Very nice stuff, DDD. Just Mephi to close it out.
All right, so
Uh,
we're gonna move on to Deadlocked now. I think everyone's done. I hope.
But DDD's just fighting Mephi. But
yeah,
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 go ahead on
we're
Deadlock.
pushing it up.
Okay, well, what Sadgebean did just then, at the very start, was called Clankless. I'm sure everybody knows what it is by now. But basically, that entire first room has very long camera tutorial. Basically, just get to skip it. And now his first trick he's done here, called Flail Cancels.
Good morning.
Morning, Mobius. Do you want to help me out here?
No,
Damn.
you sound like you're about to die.
I am.
That's crazy. Okay, anyway. Sin says he needs a tutorial to explain this. Well, unfortunately, I can't provide that. This is top tier commentary.
Yeah, sorry, I'm dying. I don't know how to explain this because I. Okay. So this mission's really cool. You get to skip like all of it by just charging to the other side of the map. Normally you have to do like 3 or 4 nodes, and you get to just skip all of it. I don't know. Oh, yep, Sadgebean's gone for the 1 frame Landstalker exit.
Yeah.
So normally for this mission you have to. Oh, do you want to speak?
Yeah, so for this, like, the game automatically puts you into the Landstalker. Like, it starts you as Ratchet, and then it, like, auto does the triangle to get in. But if you move far enough away and press triangle at the same time the game presses triangle, it'll get you out. Unfortunately, Sadgebean bailed out on the attempt, which is fair enough, because, again, it's a 1 frame, and it's not very easy to do under pressure. But it saves 15, 20 seconds if you get it first try. And it just allows you to take down all these nodes of the supernova and charge through rather than taking the Landstalker in. And you get around like
yeah,
a
the Landstalker
15
is
second
slow,
mission.
clunky. It's not fun.
No, it's not fun. Someone should tell Matthias to go.
Oh, somebody should do that.
Oh, sorry, Matthias. Wait, is he? No.
Is he?
Oh, fuck, I saw fucking FPNOS' stream. Okay, that's funny. Stop. This is great tech setup.
Okay,
This
so
is
back
such
to the
good
game.
commentary.
Yeah. What mistakes did I make last night? Alright, so Rathos, this mission's real. This planet's cool. So this mission has more to it than meets the eye. And he fucked it up. That's all you can say. Oh, in the fire scope.
It doesn't matter.
Nice.
It doesn't
Who cares?
Doesn't
Fuck it, leave it. Hey, is he gonna do S-Wings here? Is he gonna do S-Wings?
Yeah. So this is a trick that was found last month. Basically, there is a very, very strange interaction. Unfortunately, it's just barely messed up the angle timing there. But when you get damaged, and then you like hold L2 to go into first-person mode, and then take more damage, you will build up infinite air momentum that will be transferred into the wrench swinging animation. So if you get hit 3 times there, you can just go straight to the end of Saratha's sprint, and that saves, like, that only saves a second in no LC, but it saves a lot more time in the 90% categories. And again, here we're seeing more instances of hyperstacks. This skips driving around with the Puma and doing a weird-ass Puma clip where you get out and then it clips you through the wall. Again, for a lot of these traversal stages... Yeah, this is an auto-scroller. This is just 43 seconds of letting bot attack. But basically, a lot of the traversal missions will be requiring hyperstacks or S-Wings to just get to the end quicker, because in those cases, all you need to do is just hit a very arbitrary end box at some point along the map. And most of the time, you don't want to go through the map casually.
So we're gonna have a slight interruption in the stream for about a second as we change streams. So fellas, let me know when you're ready to do that. Everyone?
Good job. You're so good at hosting this one.
Thanks, Mobius. So it's Kronos Mission 1. This is another traversal mission. Once you understand one of them, you understand all of them, basically.
Yeah. This one is just different, especially with the trick too, that you just gotta have balls in here. So there is a little bit of like timer manipulation going on, and then you want to get here before 20 seconds. So the bots respawn every 10 seconds. So, as long as you're over solid, that should be right. So either you want to not be on solid ground by the 10-second mark and then be over it afterwards, or you want to be where you want to be before a 10-second interval. Otherwise the bots are going to spawn way out of place and they're going to take 10 seconds to path over to you. And Sadgebean is just doing the rest of this arena here after Shell Shock 1. Because the weapons in Deadlocked are horrendously overtuned, bosses get taken down in 1 or 2 hits of the Supernova. And again, another traversal mission, enemies are such a grind. This is first instance of mine clipping, but basically if you place a mine down and then walk into it before it lands at the correct spot, you'll just go through the wall adjacent to it. This is a little weird hyperstack. It doesn't look like it does much, but for some reason the elevator is height adjusted, so if you are at a certain height, it will like read that and go, okay, we need to be lower down or higher up or something. So that's just 3 hypersecs to get up, and then the rest of the stage is just getting here before 20 seconds again. Oh, sorry, 30 seconds. Got good bot spawns. Can get screwed around. This is actually pretty good Chronos for Sadgebean so far.
Yeah, this is pretty
This is
good.
one of, yeah, this is one of the more notorious levels for like dumb mistakes costing you 10-15 seconds out of nowhere.
Have we
And
explained
again-
what time it is?
Yeah, I just explained bot times. Matthias on Gadgetron. Let's explain let's explain this level a little better. It has 2 very easy traversal missions at the start. And like FBNR said, there are 3 nodes here that are supposed to be captured and you go around, but like these levels are not designed for charge boots, including the one Sadgebean's doing right now. So you see all this stuff, the game is assuming you do not have charge boots at this point, because you don't in any percent. But in OLC you do. So it becomes really easy to break these. And again, Sadgebean is on a very strict 10-second bot timer here, and got it. Ooh.
Yeah, so
One
for
of the
s-
bots is... Yeah.
Yeah, so for some reason, going into the final boss room puts him to the health needed to unlock that room instead of full health. Who knows why?
And Sadgebean says they golded Chronos. And that's not surprising, that was really good, other than the first bot in the final room, like, costing 3 seconds just by doing a weird interaction. And we also forgot to explain Rise Up, which is also just an arena that Matthias is doing right now. This is actually one of the most annoying arenas because robot zombies have like a random interaction to them before they can take damage.
On the other hand, Sadgebean's doing the easiest arena in the game.
Yeah, if you can't do Manic Speed Demon, you should probably put down Deadlocked.
Yeah, that mission's basically just go around in a circle, holding R1. It's not a lot to
Yep.
it.
So the Tower of Power is quite an easy mission wrapped in a complex mission. So there are certain things you need to kill in order to activate the final platform. Here, on this platform, you need to kill 3 swarmers to spawn a ship that will come down now. Destroying that ship will spawn 2 Reapers. Destroying both Reapers will pull up the platforms, and when the platforms are up, that will cause the enemies on the final platform to all appear. And when you kill 10 of these enemies here, there will be another ship that spawns, and then you just need to finish off the rest. There we go. Matthias is opting to do not air swings on Seraphos Sprung, which will save him time, because Sadgebean did screw up air swings once.
Air swing's faster though. Or they're the same.
Air swings are faster by 1 second, but if you screw up, then obviously it's slower. This is a common thing in speedrunning, where if you make a mistake, it is usually slower than doing a strat that is easier.
That's crazy. That's mind-boggling, actually. I don't believe it.
No.
So yeah, this mission Sadgebean's on. It's half traversal, half arena. Got a bunch of drop ships
Yeah.
here.
Yeah, it's exactly what it is on the tin if you're not doing the air swing strat. It's just climbing up the tower and then killing some enemies. But that unlocks Shadow and Oxon, which are easily the 2
Worst
most
planets in the
frustrating
game.
planets. Yeah.
So coming on
got
to Shah.
Pause after that.
Shah is a notorious hardlock planet. Gotta hope that neither of them hardlock here.
Yeah, I think they'll be fine as long as they don't enter the vendor.
Yeah.
Um,
So in that previous mission, Sadgebean was actually supposed to hack 8 nodes to bring down various drawbridges, but with flail cancels and just charging to the end trigger, don't need to do this.
yeah, no, that one's a pretty common casual skip too. I think like if you just charge over, you will always hit the end trigger. So this is Landstalker Stalker that Sadgebean is doing right now, and it is terrible. But
And
he
he's
did get
past
past the
the bad part.
worst part of it. So those first two nodes are terrible because you've got Landstalkers and turrets just shooting at your bots all day, and sometimes that can just instantly mince your bots, or sometimes the turrets will just not know what the hell they're doing.
Yeah,
and
for
they'll
the,
actually
for
shoot
the
them.
second node, if your bot doesn't respawn there in a very particular way, it's gonna die.
Yeah,
There's no way around it.
unless you get absurdly lucky.
Yeah.
What's happening to that first bot?
I wasn't in range.
Oh yeah.
So here, Sadgebean's going to be going around to 6 different nodes, I think, on the map. Just trying to... not nodes, bot cranks. Trying to go through them. Just dropping the bots off at him. Don't really need to check on these ones.
Yeah, there's not much that can cause trouble here other than the second last one, which the 4 turrets there, destroy all of them, it's pretty easy going. Yep, got the bot. I think just paranoid about that second bot,
Oh, yeah.
because that took a while to latch. You know there's like weird things where the bot will like fling back and then take 5 extra seconds, yeah. But that was
a
pretty good recovery. Yeah. Like, especially for a relay run.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think my packs run had a worse shot than that.
Yeah. Matthias is just on Kronos and seems to be having like pretty decent run so far.
So Orkson, this is another pretty node hacking frenzy. But we can
it's a lot of waiting around. Yeah, so for Labyrinth of Death there, you gotta go around the entire ring and then hack all the hack arrays, but if you stand at the very edge there, as the bots hack the first one in the sequence, on the opposite side, it just completes the mission. I'm not actually sure why that happens. This is Node Overload. Node Overload sucks. There's 6 nodes, and they are all protected very heavily by enemies, and you need to kill quite a few of them to make sure that the bots don't die. But also the bot pathing can really suck, because again, you're on that 10-second timer. That doesn't really apply for this stage, because the bots will just respawn after each node because they've already passed the 10-second timer. So your positioning at all times is very crucial on this stage. Sadgebean is doing a very good job at being at the right place at the right time to get the bots to slide up those like little narrow paths to their nodes.
That was very good.
And that was model. That was model.
Yeah, 48. That's incredible.
Yeah, that's very nice. Like Sadgebean is really playing well this run.
Yeah, this is
very much.
This is very good.
Refinery ambush. Anyone got time for donations?
Yeah. Any donations?
We got a $5 donation from generic username 420.4 saying greetings from Germany. Save the animals.
That's
the
crazy.
$50 donation to pay off the Ratchet.
Real. Please donate us $50. We are all in debt. Okay, now back to the actual run.
Yeah.
Chains of Villainy. There are 4 platforms, nodes, big things here you need to destroy with the Landstalker, but the Supernova takes them all down in one shot. Oh, Sadgebean did miss out on the second one, barely. That sucks. Part of the trouble here is your positioning and making sure that the Nova shots actually hit it, because Nova needs a line of sight to any object that you're hitting. And if you shoot too early or shoot too late, you might be behind a wall. And it's not very forgiving. Like, the Supernova is pretty bad as like super weapons go, in that it relies way too much on like random stuff like enemies being in your way or walls being in your way, preventing you from shooting things. That is the end of Auxon, and that is the start of the Crusader tournament right now. Static Death Trap. Everyone loves Static Death Trap.
I love this mission.
So this is a mines-only mission. Pretty strategic because mines will regen a clip of like 1 second or so. And it's about a minute long and just requires good memorization and good choice in mine placement. but unfortunately there is not much else to talk about. Matthias, on the other hand, is climbing the Tower of Power and just taking regular route up.
Yeah, swing right. I wish one could get it. It's
It's
crazy.
very difficult to do quickly in no LC.
Have you tried just doing it quickly?
I have.
You have?
Because I was the one who timed it.
Yeah.
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 Yeah. Yeah. Matthias is on to Sharon also. Sadgebean just finished Static Death Trap. Okay, we're out of hell. Now we're into Marathon. Marathon gives you like 4 minutes to hack turn 4 ball cranks, which is a laughable amount of time. It is just way too much for this mission. But basically, he's just going to let the bots hack these as they get there after the bot timers, and then just potentially hack the last one himself. Yeah, just double checking there that the bot will make it. That Leviathan can block the bot a ton of the time from actually hacking the node there. I don't think Sadgebean actually hit the capture node button, but it's okay.
Boss has health.
Yep,
Boss
does
is
not
dead.
have health. Yeah, so one of the other things about this game is that the wrench is your second most powerful weapon, which is something that isn't really a thing in any other game. The wrench is absurd in this game when you have all the upgrades. Now Sadgebean is onto Volix belt. He will not be doing the S-Wing route. Going back to the regular route. So here with the the hype stacks. This is like a little bit of tricky out of bounds platforming. If you don't know where you're going, you can easily get caught up here in the invisible terrain.
Yeah, sometimes the train just doesn't load. It's super cool when he
Yeah.
does that. He's gonna make it.
Ooh, yep, just barely. And all you need to do at the end of this stage is just hack a node. So hack a node. Turn a ball crank, hack. Like they're called nodes, and the bots do technically hack it, I suppose. Physically, you feel. Matisse is having like a weird problem here. What is going on with this first
yeah,
bot?
so the bot's stuck in the floor. So if you move up there too fast, I'm pretty sure, one of the bot that's supposed to go on that node clips into the stairs. And it can't get
I
back out.
have very rarely had that happen.
I had it happen for like a week straight, and I stopped playing
That's
the game.
strange.
It was like
Yeah,
3
that's-
weeks ago.
That's unfortunate. So Admin is on
I did that.
Space Ace, which is the first of the mandatory hub ship missions, and this is an incredibly RNG heavy and just downright terrible mission for most people, because your mortar shots will knock enemies around, and your cannon shots are really, really hard to aim. They do more damage. So it's a mixture of like scouting out where the enemies actually spawn, because that's random, and then locking onto the executioners so they get their health whittled down the most, and then just sort of praying that the rest of your mortars hit the green guys that are around them.
No,
Seems to be having a yes.
Are you mercenary?
No. This mission's easy.
123.
I don't
that's
think you do.
Respectable.
Yeah, after like a shaky start, that was okay.
So this is another traversal mission. Where we're basically just clipping through all the walls, just trying to get to the end.
Yeah. You're gonna have to do an air swing thing here, but it is slower.
It's swag though.
It is really swag. That was the first air swing strat I found. Alright, let the light shine through. This has a mixture of hyperstacks and just charging good, I suppose you'd call it. So that been did the 2 hyperstacks right there. Goes onto the elevator here. And should be in a good place to continue doing hyperstacks after this. Although, yeah. Some people opt to do the grind cable there. The grind cable is, like, very barely slower. This is a pretty good level I try and through. This is the longest, like, pure traversal mission, I would say, in the game. Other than the generators. And get the bot to hack that. Sadgebean says Prage in chat.
Any Prages?
The Prage Bean.
Toval's easy. Yeah. He would basically just hacking and then destroying these turrets. Or destroying the turrets and then hacking the nodes.
Yeah. Weird mission. This is the only case where, like, destroying something also then just gives you the option to hack something else afterwards.
But
Wish they did this more.
If you go too fast, if you go away from the bots too fast, they stop hacking and you have to go back to them, so you also just have to be careful with that.
Yeah, luckily the orbs in this mission are the fastest attacking orbs in the game, I think. So it's just about not going too fast, which is really hard to do in an RTA setting, honestly. This is Seek and Destroy. You can either do this on the bike, or you can do this by placing mines down, or you can do what Sadgebean's doing here, which is shoot a random ass arbiter shot here. No, it's random.
Okay, Sadgebean fucked it up. He shot far too early in that last thing.
Yeah. It's unfortunate. You need to get all 6 here. Or, like, ideally you get all 6 that are originally spawned, and then you drop back down to where the other 6 spawn, and shoot a missile right when they are able to spawn. So, yeah. No.
And you're hoping for the
Ooh.
the AoE of the arbiter shot to just get them as they spawn. I think he's gonna get the.
You know what? Second try there's pretty good.
Turret jump.
I don't think Sadgebean goes for the turret. No.
I think Sadgebean's gonna go for a turret.
Okay. But yes, this mission is the turn on. This is much faster on the hoverback than just charging around. And it's just returning 3 nodes. It's pretty simple, other than... What did you do there?
Okay, Sadgebean.
Okay, that was a pretty limp turret jump, but that's okay.
So, optimally there, you can jump off the turret to just get up to this platform fast. That's really all there is to it.
Yeah, it doesn't lose much time because there is a strat to get the bot to spawn up there anyway. So you're only losing bot timer, or like you're closest to bot timer, which usually you're pretty close to 30 seconds by that point. This is Blast of Fresh Air. This is our first destroy mission, so we got to get the bots to sit there and put a bomb on each side of the Ace Hardlight statue here. And then you gotta wait for 15 seconds. Very simple mission. Sadgebean is opting to go far away from the turrets. Alright. Matthias is on Reactor, and also got the wrench strat. Very nice. So another thing about the wrench strat there is that bosses have multiple hitboxes, and the wrench will hit multiple hitboxes in one hyperstrike without, while doing the exact same amount of damage. So that's why you'll see, like, suddenly 3 chips of damage happen in one hyperstrike. That's just hitting each hitbox at once. Sadgebean is on Murphy's Law, which is a rotating weapons mission. And the first round of this sucks the most because using the rifle to take down more than 2 enemies at once is terrible. Then you get the flail, which is particularly easy to use. And then you get mines, which you place more down than you need because you can use those mines to destroy later enemies, like that. Magma Cannon is a very short way of around the silencer, and then the dual vipers at the end. Very simple mission. And this is airdrop. Woo! Let's go.
Woo!
This is
8
2
donations?
minutes and 16 seconds of high octane waiting.
Yep.
So,
So do we
yes.
have any donations?
Do we have any donations?
We have a $5,000 donation from the Yeti.
Oh my
No
god.
comment.
Oh my god, that's going straight to my bank.
Well,
account.
what? Yeah, that's crazy. Thanks to your generous donations, we have
FP
paid
Naz
off
is
the
out
rack
of
debt.
debt now. What the what is Sadgebean doing? What is this? What is this?
The Blaha and the rack Deadlocked shirt. Okay, that's based.
That's base. How's your morning been, Bob?
Terrible. I don't want to be awake.
Me neither. Dude,
Little
I
high
shouldn't have done what
base.
I did last night.
No, I was freaking out when I saw your messages when I woke up at 2 a.m. I'm just like, you are so dumb.
No, okay. I was never gonna skip this. I'm not stupid.
Okay.
Don't worry,
I mean, you're just pulling what I did in the 2018, really.
Yeah.
I stayed up all night.
basically.
So,
Oh, I got like an hour.
sorry,
of sleep.
I would talk about what Matthias is doing. Matthias is also doing Space Ace, which there is nothing to talk about. So, congratulations to the two runners here for coordinating the most boring missions at the same time. But now Matthias is doing power, not doing forward mind clips, but still doing a good job with the sideways mind clips. Also, for some reason, Sadgebean decided to... What are you doing? Oh. Anyway. Sadgebean is on Eviscerator. Sorry, not Eviscerator in a second, I mean. So Eviscerator is probably the most annoying of the bosses, because he'll just have this random ass period of, not random ass, but you get what I mean. Period of no damage taken other than by supernova. So you just have to damage him at a particular point at the start and then shoot 3 supernova shots. And there are quicker solutions to killing the Eviscerator, but they are not really RTA viable. This is about to be done with Bollock's Belt. Sadgebean is on Junking the Jammers, which is a very, very common pitfall for a lot of runners who do not like controlling the Landstalker, which is understandable. But basically, this is a very long Landstalker mission where you have to destroy nodes at the start to get through gates, and then destroy 4 nodes at the very end of the stage surrounding a central pillar. There are multiple ways to destroy those nodes quickly. One of them being pre-firing shots so that the splash damage takes care of them. Ooh, this is not good for Sadgebean.
The death.
Yeah, this is precarious. Yeah, did not pick up the health. Dodging like a mad god. Okay.
If you haven't complained about this mission and then not practiced it, you really don't know.
Yeah. Sadgebean is trying so hard here. I think he may get away with it if he gets
Yeah.
pre-fire shots off here. Yeah. Yeah.
Good.
That's money. Wow, that was a very good recovery. That
That's good.
saved an extra 50 seconds over dying and
Yeah.
losing time there, because that is a 50-second mission, like for most runners. Really, really good recovery though. Gadgetron needs to send Sadgebean their praises after this. This is Energy Collector, which everyone has an opinion about Energy Collector. This is one of the best missions in the game, and if you don't like it, you suck.
You're just wrong.
I
This
don't
mission
care.
Sucks.
No, it's good.
No, it's not.
It's a good mission.
It's not.
It's a good
It's
mission.
not.
It's
So
just a very simple turn 4 nodes mission where the bots really easily line up to the bot timer. So, like, I don't know what you're talking about.
This mission sucks. The best.
Alright, shields up. I taught Sadgebean how to do shields up.
And
Ooh, okay, good, good. So, if you hit regroup at the right time, what will happen is the bot will stop hacking and then start hacking again, because the game, for some reason, auto latches the bot onto the first node. It doesn't really do this in any other mission. But by cancelling it, there is some sort of interaction in the game, which allows the bot to latch onto that node, and then he'll just keep going leftwards alongside the tower here. Something is going on with the second bot. I don't think this is an optimal shields up. No.
it's not. What is going on?
Sadgebean, you should probably check on those.
Okay.
Okay, that's fine.
57.
Yeah, that seemed a lot slower than it was.
Yeah.
That's it. No, I think that was just a really uncommon positioning mistake, where the bots got distinct from going left and right. This is shield survival. It's one of the easier arena missions. Just have to defend the three sides, and you can just use your silencer the entire time. Tears is on Murphy's Law. So still in the last tournament, but is making up pretty good ground, although we'll have to do airdrop right after this. We didn't even explain jailbreak, but you saw what happened. What happened was what happened. That's good commentary right there.
Yeah.
You know what it is.
But do they? Yeah, chat, do you know
Apparently not.
what it is?
Does he know?
Does he know?
Does he know?
Does
This
he
is total
break out
control,
of
by the
jail?
way. You only have one bot because you are supposed to break the bots out of jail. So you just have to drive around and then be at the next node in time for the bot timer. And then Sadgebean will probably be going for a really swag strat here. Oh, no. Didn't quite get the spacing right for the Matt Grant clip. But pretty good overall. This is Leave No Man Behind. You can just clip through these two walls here. This second wall here is the hardest wall to clip through in the game, TBH. But did it just fine. And with a bonus, you need to get there before 10 seconds so that the bot can do the ground cable. And then this is Showdown Delta Block.
I wish I had that.
Very nice.
I could use a nap.
Go to sleep, fella.
Thanks for us.
Maybe I will.
Please don't sleep in VC. It's time for Swarm
joking.
Surprise.
There we go. I self-admitted flies.
Wow. Why would you do that to us?
So he can sleep peacefully.
Let's
I'm server unmuting myself.
He's got too much power. I would love to explain Swarm Surprise, but I don't like this arena. This is an actual bad arena.
Yeah, this arena sucks. Rare
But-
radius W.
Yeah. Shut up.
What's your favorite mission
Basically,
in the
you...
game?
Favorite mission in the game?
Yeah,
That's a great question. I'll get back to you on that
you
one.
get back to it.
Yeah. I don't know, I'd still say Energy Collector.
I think Escape's the best mission in the game.
Gosh, shut up.
No.
Matthias is on Eviscerator. Oh, and actually got a really good start there. Yeah, great Eviscerator. Okay, Sadgebean is done with Swarm of Surprise, the mission we didn't want to talk about. This is Accelerator. This is an awesome arena. The more enemies you kill, the faster you go. It improves like all of your action speed, including attack rate. So the obvious thing to do here is just to spam flail and hope to get unreworked. Also, this is very laggy, so Sadgebean is taking the wise decision here of looking down the entire time and just using the minimap. This is something you'll see most runners of Deadlocked do. As long as you know roughly where each spawn is, you can just look down at the minimap and use that as your guide, since that is it's pretty accurate at showing what's alive and what's dead. Sadgebean did the flail ace highlight strat. Again, all you need to do is just flail him a few times to get his health down to his first health gate, and then immediately shoot the Nova, which does more damage than the rest of his health bar. Mattia's having a very good jumping the jammers in comparison. Sadgebean doing the grinding chase, which is just 2 hyperstack straight to the end. The classic hyperstack strat. Everyone knows it.
Sadgebean's doing
Running the gauntlet.
S-wings here.
Oh yes, let's go. Okay, this is our second instance of air swings. Self-damaging, by the way. And then doing a state cancel out of the menu. Same thing you do with hyperstacks. To keep that momentum into the wrench swing, and then doing the air swings over. And that skips doing a flail cancel hyperstrike over the gap near that gate. Only saves about a second, but looks way more. Prison Break here is
It's
a very simple traversal mission. Yeah, it's 2 clips, and then you have to destroy all the computers here at the end.
It's now coming up to the
Not.
second ship mission, the Girded mission.
Very good.
That's true.
Escape. Escape has 33 nodes you need to destroy. Most of them you're going to hit with a cannon. So you need to be good at aiming, and then you need to destroy the 9 turrets that are scattered around the stage. Shoutouts to you. But this is very, very difficult to optimize and is pretty infinitely scalable. So you can go fast as you want here, but you are risking missing nodes if you just like sort of free aim the cannon without really looking where you're going. Sadgebean here is taking a pretty cautious route, I would say.
Yeah, it's not. It's not great.
No, I think this is about what most runners do before they like really hone in on saving time and escape. This is about as safe as you can take it while going as fast as possible.
Dude, imagine if that one point is practiced escape. That'd be so crazy. 102 is pretty.
I could list off missions you don't practice. Just because you've practiced escape doesn't mean you got anything to ward over.
I practice pretty much everything. I don't practice all of it a lot, but I practice everything. What do you got for?
I don't know. Just judging you.
You're just judging me? Okay, dude.
But Sadgebean is on the final section of the game, which is Dread Zone Interior. These have the 3, I would say, most difficult traversal missions in the game, which is destroy the East Generator, the West Generator, and the Central Generator. So you'll see here, Sadgebean went immediately out of bounds because there are a lot of holes in DZI, and we're going to make use of holes in each of these generators to get to the destroy nodes as quickly as possible. So we didn't really explain hyperstacks, but the gist of it is going into the controls menu for some reason cancels whatever action you're doing. It doesn't give you like a grounded state like the PDA does in Rack 1, but it does allow you to hyperstack again because you're in a falling animation. And because you're falling, you can hyperstack. So as long as you're not over a no range surface, you can just keep climbing up infinitely, but at the cost of a 2-second menu every single time. So the goal is to do as little hyperstacks as possible, but in cases like these, you're saving 50 seconds of traversal, so doing 20 hyperstacks is just going to be quicker. This is West Gen. Oh, that's unfortunate. That's really bad.
He's not going for it, okay.
Not going for the clip, that's fine. There is a clip there right after the speed clip, but yeah, if you're not practiced in it, it's probably the most difficult mine. Yeah. So this is the second out of bounds here. Sadgebean taking a little bit of time to position, but on top of that door frame is non-solid. And this looks slower because, like, hey, you only need to cross one corner, but in this room, normally, there will be laserbacks and a bunch of enemies spawning all at once and just killing your bots, mincing them. The time save is, 1, not having to deal with that in your bots dying, and 2, the lag. The lag is extremely bad in this. Like, it loses several seconds if you're not really trying to take any measures to control it. This is Central Core, so we're going to see another wrench swing strat here, which allows you to go up the walls there with a wrench swing. And then holding a weapon changes Ratchet's hitbox very slightly, so he'll get pushed down through, but without hitting the out-of-bounds trigger. Sorry, the trigger that the game has to detect whether you're going out-of-bounds in an unorthodox way. Because clipping through walls that aren't doors usually kills you in this game. And I think that's a multiplayer prevention, like exploit prevention thing that they just ported into the main game. It's not really that useful in any level other than this, because most of the time where you want to go is where the doors are. And that is Central Core. This looks to be a really good run for Sadgebean. I would not be surprised if this is a PB, actually. This is Fox. Yeah. Very nice, Sadgebean. Very, very nice. I am very impressed by that run. Not a PB, 43 seconds slower, but that was a very, very valiant effort.
Alright.
Sweet.
Have fun with fun.
We will. Alright. Hey there.
Yo.
I guess we should explain Kerwon.
That's probably a good place to start.
Yes, it is. This is Ratchet & Clank Tools of Destruction. And first planet in this game is Kerwon. Okay, that's all we need to explain.
So later in this, well, in about a minute, Killer's gonna do a clip. And actually, in the first 2 levels of this game, you see the majority of the clips in the run, because this really isn't an out-of-bounds heavy game. But here, Killer's gonna try to kind of abuse the fact that this building is kind of like he's gonna just like go into this section that'll like push him out, and then he's out of bounds. And as you can see, he got a bit unlucky there.
Okay. Yeah, so this sort of roof is really unique in that it just allows you to clip out if you just jump into it a lot. But if you're really unlucky, you'll land in that spot, which is a complete soft lock. You need to load to start again.
So yeah, that's pretty unfortunate. That loses about a minute. So
that's fine. Killer will hopefully recover it this time. He just barely didn't make it. Like they were already out of bounds, but unfortunately couldn't land on the seam that which is a very recent strat, or very recently used strat, to climb up to the top level. There is like a seam about the size of Ratchet's foot that will allow allow you to hyper strike straight up to the top rail. Kerr1 casually is quite long and pretty much an auto scroller in a lot of stages. Like it has a lot of rails, and so this saves 6-7 minutes of just walking around basically. But Killer did it pretty well the second time and is on the rail all the way to the end of the stage. Torp says Killer's just helping make it interesting.
Yeah,
Hey.
well, Gadgetron's still got a fair lead, so...
Yeah, Matthias is still on Red Zone Interior, so he'll still be another 3 minutes or so before ending his run. We should mention that... oh no. So I was just looking at Matthias and unfortunately he had a problem with the hyperstack there. But we should mention that this Todd run doesn't have cutscenes, and a lot of people may wonder why. That's because if you play a non-JP version on a JP console, that removes the cutscenes, and so we've allowed universally that you can just remove the cutscenes in the files if you want, and play on any version.
Yeah, that's just to make it more accessible to people, so you don't have to actually get like a whole new PS3 just to run the game.
Yeah, because it's functionally the same. Like, if you remove cutscenes or just have the console set up. Like, I have the console set up. I think I'm the only active runner who does. I think everyone else just opts to delete the cutscenes, and that's fine. It's exactly the same. Anyway,
yeah, although actually, well, one thing like with auto scroller skip, because you go back into the game, on JP you would have the controller screen, but you don't actually have that if you remove the cutscenes.
Yeah,
that's
true.
been something that I've been we probably should have brought up like 18 months ago, but
I think it was brought up, but I don't really care.
Yeah.
I think. But
Yeah.
Anyway, we're getting to the actual skip on Kabali here, which is a hyperstrike proxy. So if you hyperstrike into certain surfaces where Ratchet can't really stand all the way up where his feet like properly touch the ground, you'll gain a lot of momentum really quickly, and when you exit that hyperstrike state improperly, so like off a ledge, you'll have all that built up momentum transferred into a glide. And so Killer does that there to skip the first Leviathan boss. That does lose some bolts and some XP, but that's fine because we can make that up later on.
yeah, and XP doesn't matter.
Yeah, XP doesn't
Pretty much.
really matter. Not too sure what Killer's doing here.
Yeah, this isn't Hundo, just a reminder to kill.
Yeah. Killer
but
may
yeah,
be
as you
going
can see
for
now,
rare all skill points run, which is just Hundo.
maybe it's GBSP. But yeah, as you can see there, Killer used the gel to kind of sandwich themselves, and so that clips them out. And by then dying in the sort of the gel pit of the next section, that just takes you to the next section, and now he's at the end of the factory.
Yeah. One thing to note about Matthias here is he's attempting a alternate central core clip, one that doesn't require the Ren swing, and he got it. Nice. That one's quite a bit harder, I would say, but optimally that's a faster clip. Anyway, back to Killer. Again, you don't... Because he's clipped through to get in, he's also going to clip through to get out. 2 gel cubes there will push them right through the wall.
Didn't get it there. It's pretty rare that you don't get that clip, so Killer just got a little unfortunate there, but
Yeah.
he's got it now. And here we see the first gold bolt. There's 32 gold bolts in this game, so...
Yeah, there's only that one on Kobalia, but we will be seeing more interesting gold bolt strats on Kortog.
Yeah. So on Kortog,
yeah, you go.
Well, so on Kortog, first of all, we'll be seeing a skip of the missiles section that you normally play through, just by in this black screen here. While that black screen is up before the cutscene starts, you can actually move around. And so Killer's just going to walk backwards to hit the trigger for the end of the missiles section. And now he's just on the ground. And now Killer's going to go get the most important weapon in the game, really, the Shock Ravager here.
Yep.
So there's two things that you can do with the Shock Ravager. The first one you see here is that on certain surfaces, like curved surfaces, if you wall bounce and then you continually fire the Shock Ravager, you'll actually just keep gaining height. And so that is used quite a lot throughout the run. The other thing we won't see until Mukau, because that's when we get the ship. But yeah, the Shock Ravager is a very important weapon for the run.
Yeah. The fact that the game just gives it to you is, a godsend. Like.
Yeah. And especially this early, like.
Yeah.
And now Torp is started on Kerwan, so hopefully they don't get the soft block as well.
Really quick. Holy shit. With the thruster too.
Yeah, going for the thruster pack is risky because you get less height with it, so it's harder to make that jump, but it does save a few seconds, so...
Yeah. So Killer did a very cheeky wall bounce there to the first gold bolt, but then we'll be doing another one into a hyperstrike proxy here to sail over to the second one. Normally you'd get like the robo wings on this stage, but we don't need the robo wings for any of the other bolts in the game, so we'll be choosing to... Oh, Killer just in the wrong spot. That's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just needs to be like a little bit more right, I think, but that's okay. Still should be a completed Kortog.
Yeah. And so, yeah, there's just a fight section at the end of this Kortog, and then it's onto Fastoon.
Yep.
And Fastoon, you just need to get... That's where you get the ship. And you just need to collect 6 parts to fix your ship.
Yep.
And then... yeah, that's pretty much it. There's no gold bolts on Fastoon either. It's just that.
Yeah. And this arena section's done. Yep. Killer is on their way to Fastoon. Torp is like really powering through Gobalia.
Yeah,
they are
Torp
on
is
a mission right now. If you didn't know, Torp got a 106 flat, which is quite a good time for all
yeah.
bolts.
The previous world record was like 107, so
107.12.
almost skipped one. Well, actually, Torp got a 107.06 before.
Oh yeah, true.
Yeah, but yeah, almost skipped the 106 minute barrier, which is pretty crazy.
Yeah. Unfortunately,
it
died
seems
on Leviathan skip
yeah.
there, but that just happens.
Yeah, I just didn't get enough distance there.
Killer got their first ship piece. We'll be going for the second one now. So the first 4 are really simple. Like, you just get this Ratchet. Just climb up all these little platforming challenges that the devs have set up for you. But the 5th one, and potentially the 6th one if Killer does it, will be in the Clank section.
Yeah. And that's a pretty long Clank section casually, so Killer's going to be doing a trick to skip all of it. Where basically Clank can glide upwards, and that just takes you straight to the end.
Yeah. Torp having a little bit of trouble getting the hyperstrike, or like getting the proxy here.
Yeah,
which is unfortunate.
Yeah, it was a really good start for Torp, but yeah, this proxy's just giving him a bit of trouble.
Okay, got enough speed there to make it up here. Okay. This platforming after the proxy is pretty precise if you don't really know what you're doing, but... Okay, sweet. And Torp makes their way to the factory. Okay, now Killer is in Clank, so this is a trick called Glitch Glide State. When you rub up against certain walls and, like, manipulate time, for some reason Clank's default glide direction sort of changes. And this affects the z-axis as well. So for some reason, you can change Clank's glide state into one which will go up walls if he is pressed against it. And like that, you can glide up the elevator there, and then the final trigger for the ship part
Section.
is is just right here. You can also
He's
get
at the end
sixth
of the
one.
section.
Yeah. So that's number 5. Didn't
Yeah.
keep it. So you can glide back up that door there, enter the final part, and then do a really old strat that I repurposed into getting the 6th ship part as Clank. So you just glide down all the way into a water section, which Killer will be going into right now, and grab the part, then just death abuse.
How much does
All
that
these-
strat actually save? I've been wondering.
It saves 6 seconds, optimally.
Yeah.
Okay, just drop frames.
I also noticed Killer's like very overbolted. He's got like 27,000 bolts, which is definitely more than you need.
Yeah, they were a little overcautious on Kobalia and on Fast.
Yeah.
Which is fine. Like, the bolts in this category are getting tighter and tighter the more people discover. Those extra 2,000 that we usually get from the Leviathan were really instrumental, but now it's mostly getting crates. Torp is on their way to Kortog, but Killer will be just about done with Fastoon now.
And now we see the first auto-scroller of the game.
Yep.
And, you know, it's an auto-scroller. It's not really that interesting.
Yeah. You do have to do
but
them
yeah,
because
yeah,
they have gold
ball at
bolts.
the end of each. Technically, on the last one, you could get the gold bolt and then do a trick to like skip the rest of the auto scroller, and that saves like 30 seconds overall. But it's not worth it.
Yeah, it's you'd be insane to go for it.
Yeah, especially here. Like if you're going for it here, then like, in the relay, there's something wrong with you.
Yeah, just chilling FP Nos about that. Oh wait, I think something happened with Chop Stream, so they're just choosing to take a pause.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, okay. Chop crashed. That's fine. They're just taking a general agreement to wait until.
Yeah, that's fine.
Which is fine. That could have also happened on Deadlocked. There are a lot of places where they crashed. Yesterday, when Matthias and Sadgebean were doing races, that happened, and they had a gentleman's agreement to continue. So I feel like everyone's got their own agreements with their runners based on what happens in these situations. That's okay.
And yeah, that crash, that's a pretty rare crash, really. It just happens sometimes when, I'm not sure if it's specific to Kortog actually, but just on Kortog when you use the whip, you can just crash sometimes, because why not?
Yeah, no, that's definitely one of the more uncommon ones. I mean, like like Devil Snake says in chat, Todd crashes every fucking relay.
Yeah,
And we get a new one each time, so at least it keeps it interesting.
I remember last time, I think, I forget which team it was, but like, because RA was also in the relay, it was like one team crashed on like both Viscerons that they did.
Yeah.
So that was pretty funny. There's only one Kortog though, so.
Yeah. Okay, we are back in action. Torpio is just going to continue getting the bolts from these enemies here. And Killer will continue doing the 5-minute, very boring auto-scroller. Boy, I wish there was a way to skip these auto-scrollers.
Yeah. Unfortunately, no.
I guess it'd be a pretty arse trick if you could.
That's true. I would say that. Also, one thing to note: Torp bought one Groovatron there. Those will be Those will be very useful later. You can choose to just not buy Groovatrons and hope that you get it from a device chest later, but that is risky because if you don't get them, I mean, if you don't get them, it's not that bad because you can buy them later on Riken, but still, you want to have the insurance of just having a Groovatron. So
Yeah.
the
You
advantage
pass
of
by that
skipping, of
vendor
course,
anyway.
yeah. It's just whether or not you want to make up 500 more bolts.
Yeah. Which again, that is a very that is an actual decision you have to make in this category now. 500 bolts
Yeah.
could be an extra 2 seconds even. So like, maybe you want to gamble. Luckily, you go past what 5, 6 treasure chests at the beginning of this run, like including Mukau. Oh
Oh,
no,
That's
that's unfortunate for Torp.
yeah. I think
That's
they're gonna
okay,
have to.
There's a recovery here, so it'll be all good.
Yeah. Okay.
God, that is a blast from the past right now. Ye old 2016 strats.
I just realized we haven't actually said what the bolts are for. So coming up next is an arena on planet Mukau, and the best weapon to do that arena with that you can get is the Shard Reaper. The kind of second best is the Predator Launcher, but it's not as good. So you want to get the Shard Reaper, and that costs 35,000. Predator Launcher costs 25,000. So in theory, maybe there's some route where you just don't, you just like completely ignore bolts and go for Preds. But at the moment, Shard Reaper seems to be the best decision.
Yeah, like I had a quick look at it a few months ago, but Shard Reaper is just a much easier weapon to use as well. Like it's a
Yeah.
shotgun basically. Predator
Yeah.
Launcher
And it's-
locks onto enemies and like shoots little like homing missiles, but they don't do as much damage as the full-on Shard Reaper shot, and it has less ammo, which is a big thing in the arena,
Yeah.
which doesn't have ammo regen during the boss.
Yeah, and the boss Crushdo, Shard Reaper is much better for, because if you're like right next to like Crushdo, it's kind of like poking. You can do a lot of damage from one shot.
Yeah. No, it's just so much easier, and AGB has more bolt endurance because it does the auto scroller, which is around 10k
Yeah.
bolts.
Yeah, the auto scroller is a big part. In any percent where we do skip the auto scrollers, you lose 10,000 bolts, so you only have 25,000, so you've got to go for the Predator Launcher. You're not making that up.
Yeah. Marathon just raided. Shoutouts to Marathon, our AGB runner, for Megacorp at the start of this relay. I wasn't up for it, but I heard it was a very good race. So, good job to Jish and Marathon.
Also, on this boss, you can see Killer got the phase where it sort of shoots a laser beam, and then after that it opens its eye. And so this is a theme with all three of the auto scrollers. They have a weak spot, that sort of blue thing, and randomly, not fully randomly, but like you've got a random chance of them revealing that, and that saves a lot of time.
Yeah, so the weak spots, like, there's actual percentages you can find out in scripts, but it's around like 1/3. Like, once you get a certain health threshold that each boss has. And the idea
it'll
is,
never. I was just gonna say it never happens like before a certain point. It's only like usually after they're halfway that it can happen.
But luckily they can do it multiple times in a row. So on stuff like Verdigris, like that's the difference between getting like a 715 and a 708 or something. You know, Torp is going for GGS part 2 here. Yep, got through the door.
Yeah.
So here you'll, sorry to derail, but you'll see here that Torp was able to get over the fence and now will glide down to part 6. Killer, on the other hand, is going through the back of this wall here by doing a shock ravager chain and then entering this from behind. this is usually something you have to revisit with the geo laser to break down the wall. But luckily, the back of that wall is completely just non-solid, so you can glide through and get that gold bolt in first visit. Same here, another ship bounce. Oh, that we should explain ship bounces. So ship bounces, the ship has like momentum, like it'll go up and down. And as long as you stay neutral after high jumping off it, you can keep building that momentum that the ship like gives you off of a high jump. It's a really strange interaction, but yeah, as long as you just stay neutral and just keep swinging the whip, you'll slowly get more speed. Killer here going for the swing shot fling, and got it. There's another strat there where you do a really boring high jump that I found 7 years ago, but the swing shot fling is much cooler. Oh, unfortunate death there.
Yeah. Killer just got a bit unlucky with the bounce that they got on that surface, because it was just a bit lower than usual.
Yeah.
And got unlucky again there.
Yeah, sometimes you forget that that's a checkpoint. You just keep charging forward because you think you're at spawn.
Also, I just realized Killer has the charge boots now. We didn't actually say that.
Yeah, but the charge boots are like pretty average in this game.
Yeah, like compared to the first, well, Rat 2, Ouya, and Deadlocked, where the charge boots are like the major part of your movement tech. Here they're kind of just like something that you have like on the side, because like your main movement really is the Shock Ravager, and you'll later see the Razor Claws. So like charge boots are good for just going in a straight line, but you're not really going to see much else with them.
Yeah, like you can see in the arena, Killer's like smartly using them to get to enemies quicker and all that, but like even then, you're not really saving much time. Like it's definitely all about maximizing the wall bounces you can do with the Shock Ravager, especially at this point in the game.
Yeah, because like because like really a lot of this game is just trying to go from the start to the end as fast as possible. I mean, obviously that's what speedrunning is, but like, you know, you can do it very directly in this game. And, you know, the charge boots, you can only go like along ground, but with the Shock Ravager, you can go in a straight line, like completely over some area. So, you know, you've just got a lot more options with the Shock Ravager.
Yeah. This is Crushto, and again, you see here that like Killer's just mincing the health off Crushto by just shooting him at close range. See here, like it's not even going to take the full ammo bar to just take down Crushto, and this is exactly why you want the Shard Reaper here, because with the Predators you need to do ammo conservation strats where you have ammo like from the previous round still sitting on the edge of the arena. Like it's tough. This is not tough. Shard Reaper, anyone can do it.
Yeah. And with the Predator launcher, like even just like to conserve that ammo, because like the best way to do that is to like shoot some weapon at the crates, but you can't actually do that once the once the challenge is actually ended, because then if you like shoot a bomb, it just like disappears. So you actually have to be thinking about the ammo like as you're doing the previous round, and so just get the Shard Reaper basically.
Yeah, just get the Shard Reaper. That's the solution. Oh no, Killer.
That's a bit unfortunate.
That's okay. There is a ship bounce here you can do right at the start to get the singular gold bolt on deck. Well, it didn't quite get the momentum, but I think...
Yeah, this should still make it.
Yeah, this will be serviceable.
Yeah. And you might see here at the end, Killer's going to try and use the swing shot for an animation cancel here. Doesn't quite get it.
Barely missed it, yeah.
But yeah, if you're like attached to the swing shot while you're grabbing the bolt, it'll just cancel the animation completely. That's not the only way to cancel animations in this game, as you'll see. Later on, we get something that can do it for every bolt, but that's just one thing that you can do.
Yeah.
Oh,
Alright,
okay.
Ooh, nice job. So that wall bounce is quite difficult.
Yeah, I'd say it's definitely the hardest one in the game, probably.
Yeah.
Well,
Killer
yeah.
did lose a bit of height there, so they'll have to do an extra 2 shock ravager swings there. But it's normally around 24 shock ravager swings, and then you glide over to the top dome of this deck facility. But yeah, that wall bounce is very difficult since it's just a very thin sliver of
Yeah.
that will actually give you that upwards fling. Otherwise, it'll just send you over to the left.
Yeah, and there's a few different wall bounces that you can get from that, and like the other ones are just much more likely to happen, really.
Yeah. Nice change. That's another thing you can do with the charge boots, though. After the charge boots animation ends, you can chain that into a long jump, and
Yeah.
that is the one spot where it's actually pretty useful. So
Yeah,
So-
that has a few like niche uses, but it's again the charge boots aren't really that good in this game.
yeah. So inside the facility here, Killer is doing a quite complex out of bounds to stay out as long as possible in order to get to the coordinates. This includes an out of bounds swim that you saw there. Swimming is not like the other rat games in this game. It is a single box, and if you swim outside the box, you don't keep swimming in air. You just fall.
Yeah,
So Killer needs to swim entirely within the swim plane, which you get pretty precariously close to falling out of it and having to do a tricky high jump to get back into the plane. Luckily, everything there went very smoothly for Killer. I might talk about it more when talk gets to it. But anyway, Idolus, we do 2 visits of Idolus, which is the only planet we intentionally revisit. And the first visit, very simple, just get the coordinates, and that is by... Okay.
yeah, I was just about to mention that ship there is on a cycle, and as it turns out, if you play on UK English, then you're kind of just lined up right, so that if you go as fast as possible, you won't hit that ship. But if you're on other, like if you're on a different language, that ship, for some reason, can actually you can actually hit that ship as you're doing that bounce, and that kind of just completely ruins your ruins the bounce, because then you fall and you have no chance of actually making it.
Yeah. I can't believe the language thing is real. Like, when people said it, I thought they were just talking about some terrible placebo or something, you know?
That's like
But-
box breaker and RA type stuff.
Yeah, right? Like, it's crazy. But anyway, Killer is on the second auto-scroller mission, Rakar, Star Cluster. And Torque will be entering the arena with the Shard Reaper. So 2 not very interesting things. Do we have time for donations?
We have a $500 donation from Anonymous saying, "Kill the animals."
That's crazy. Okay, so Kill the Animals is at $500 and Save the Animals is at $5. So, save bros, we gotta get our money up. Why are we so broke? I don't know, man. There is nothing to talk about. Actually, I want to talk about one thing, and that is the camera controls in this game. So there is lock strafe and third person. Killer and Torque, and most other runners will be playing in lock strafe. And that is actually quite useful for something that is done on the next planet, which is Riken Missile Skip. Although I don't know if anyone's really game enough to attempt that in ABB and like survive.
May I interject for a second?
Yep.
We have a $2,000 donation from Putt Party Lover 69 saying, "Haha, got a little something for you busters, yeah."
Thank you, Cup Party Level 69. Oh, I don't know.
So with that third person and lock strafe, the main difference like the main reason that I use Lockstrafe in this game is because later in the game when we get the Razor Claws, those they just don't work as well if there's a lot of stuff on screen. And so with Lockstrafe you can just completely turn the camera downwards or upwards, and so it's not really much of an issue. But in third person it's much harder to do that because the camera is kind of always trying to follow you, kind of. So that's an advantage of Lockstrafe.
Personally, I'm someone who has played third person the entire time, and I've only recently switched to Lockstrafe just to find strats because everyone else is doing it on Lockstrafe. But like it is more difficult, but there are their own advantages to third person, and just like having the camera try and follow you at all times. Oh, Torp just got the animation skip quite well there. Landed right on top of the bolt and just immediately get the swing shot. So Torp will be trying for this wall bounce here. Let's hope they're even more successful. First try.
Alright, well, two very good wall bounces, so that's pretty good.
Killer will be coming up on the boss here for Rakar in just a second. But for
Yeah,
now-
and
Imagine a boss.
this
Thank you, fellas.
well, if you'll imagine a boss, it's coming up now, and so this boss has this boss has probably the most RNG variants of any boss. I mean, Vertigo might be a bit more, but this boss can open the top bit of itself, and that can happen optimally from like pretty much all the way from 50% health all the way down to 0. Versus like, oh, and there we go. Killer got it to open it.
Yeah.
Hopefully that stays open. But yeah, compared to the worst case scenario, it's like probably like 15-second difference. So actually, yeah, Vertigo probably does have more, but overall, the RNG variance, like of all the auto scrollers, is like 40 seconds total, maybe.
Yeah. It's really hard to get unlucky on Boron though.
Yeah.
Took an unfortunate mistake there and had to do the wall bounce again, but that's okay, they have recovered it. And yeah, Killer got pretty average, I would say.
Yeah.
Like RNG. Like, good early one, and then got the late one there just to save a few seconds.
Yeah, so now this is Riken, and like Kortog, here you're supposed to have a missile section at the start, but unlike Kortog, this one's much harder to skip, because with Kortog you can just hit the end trigger, and yeah, we see Killer gets it there. With this, and also the later missile skips, you have to actually be in a sliding animation, because that, basically when it goes to put you in the state of falling for the missile skip, the sliding animation will kind of cancel that.
Killer did
And
not
also-
make a save here.
And also do not get health, so
This is
okay.
this is Giga Chat.
That-
Oh, okay.
Okay.
That should be good. Yeah. Okay, so many people may know this. There is a file softlock that can happen here if you do skip the first arena sections and then go to the ship. Because if you die after that point, the ship won't spawn in any position, actually. So you just are on Riken forever and cannot find any way to recover it.
Well, actually, you can recover it if you do the gyrocycle section and then you go to Koan, like with auto scroller skip.
Okay, I did not know that one.
Really?
Okay, if you do... Yeah, no, did you mention that?
I've definitely mentioned it at some point.
Yeah, I don't know, like...
It's definitely a thing.
Yeah. No, I believe you. That actually does sound... that is one crazy solution. Torp, unfortunately, messed up landing on top of the pirate dome here. But did recover it quite smartly.
So okay,
Alright.
here we have Sargasso, and here we're going to see something very interesting. So Killer's going to use the Gadgetron, and they're going to push. Oh, okay, that's a bit unfortunate, but
Unfortunate.
ideally they're going to so they're going to make that dinosaur dance, and while it's dancing, you can kind of push it without it really trying to move. So Killer's going to push it into the mud, and because this particular dino is in like a pretty good spot. It'll actually get stuck in the mud, and while it's in the mud, it's gonna die, but it won't fully die. It'll give you the rewards that it gives for dying, but it's not gonna actually go away until, because it's not like fully going into the mud, it's just touching it. And so we can abuse this to, first of all, get a lot of bolts, and later we'll actually use it to grind our weapons, to level 5.
Yep.
And that's particularly useful in Hundo because you can just skip the entire grind completely and get all your weapons to V10 in like 10 minutes.
Yeah, no, it's incredibly broken for Hundo. It completely changed the category. Like, shout out to Psychosis for giving us the first lead on that. That was like 4 years ago now. 5 years ago now. That's crazy.
And so now you might have noticed Killer bought the Nanoswarmers, and so we're going to see the first and only instance in this game of, well, first and only instance in this category of a Nanoswarmer clip. So first of all, Killer is throwing away their Nanoswarmers, which seems a bit counterintuitive, but it's actually because when you have just one Nanoswarmer, when you throw it, it won't bounce anywhere. But if you have more than one, then it can like bounce around and basically just won't do what you want. But what Killer's doing now got kind of not great positioning. Hopefully they can cover this. But basically they just put a Nanoswarmer like right up against that corner so that when they Hyper Strike, they can clip into it. And yeah, it seems that positioning wasn't quite close enough, so Killer's gonna get another Nanoswarmer and try again.
Yeah, it's good that this clip works. It's not too precise, all things considered, but obviously, as you can see, Killer here, like, just being a little bit off, especially when it's further left of the door,
Yeah.
it won't push you in.
Yeah, like when it's like this, you really need to kind of hyperstrike like right in the middle of the Nanoswarmer, and that's much harder than with the normal positioning. Normally, you can just
Oh,
okay,
just
there we
got
go.
it. Yeah,
Killer
okay.
gets it.
Yeah,
That was pretty lucky.
yeah. Good job there by Killer. And they will be going for the second gold bolt here. Oh, they're going to go for the swan clip here.
So okay, I guess I was lying when I said the only instance. So normally, I guess
not.
Well, okay. See, I was wondering because I thought you could only do this in Hundo because you also need to get back out. So, like.
Oh, I think that is actually they just remembered in time. Yeah.
Yeah. Because I was wondering like, oh, I didn't think you could get out after this, but yeah. So yeah, and the reason that they need to get out is to go get the not the last bolt on this planet, because we do revisit this planet, but the last bolt that they're going to be getting right now. Yep. And so they'll get this bolt and reload because that's just faster, and then after that we have another arena section. This time we're not actually really relying on the Shard Reaper, we're actually relying on the Nanoswarmers, because aside from being good for clipping, they're also actually just like a good weapon, really.
Yeah, no, it's kind of crazy how well that like really worked out for the route, because buying the Nanoswarmers just makes Mukautu like much easier. Definitely out of the two arenas, it was more finicky because you have a fire thing in the middle of the stage that'll block your Shard Reaper shots, so you can't really shoot across the stage. So just having Swarmers down means you can cover all 4 bases of the stage without really needing to worry. Torp is not getting great RNG here, although they might not have hit the threshold yet. Okay, no.
Oh, okay, there we go.
This is good.
Oh. Killer keeps falling into the water on Miko.
Yeah, loves the Mukau water. Ooh, okay. Torp got a pretty good boss. Yeah, I was worried there that they didn't get like the very first opportunity, but looks like they're going to come out pretty well out of this.
Yeah, they
also,
imagine that boss pretty well.
Yes, when you imagine a boss.
Oh.
Okay, Killer was just doing that for swag. That's awesome. The fact that they got that first try. So, for some reason, doing all those Ravager swings and then hitting the very corner of that that arena dome will send you back immensely fast. It will send you back so fast that you speed clip through the water and just go into the void until you hit the very bottom of like the level plane, which automatically kills you no matter what. That's fantastic.
I don't think Torp made a safety save either, so hopefully it goes well for them as well. Okay, that looks good.
That was slick.
That's pretty much as good as that gets. Really.
Yeah, that was fantastic. Torp's had some uncharacteristic mistakes, but like stuff like that is what makes them the water and water. Just going absolutely no nonsense, just straight into stuff like that. And we didn't really mention it here, but there is a second gold bolt that you get up here. But again, it's just right at the very start of the level. Or very middle of the ladder. Imagine a bus.
It's here.
Anyway, as you can see on Killer's side, didn't have much to talk about in the arena because we already explained it, but the Nanoswarmers were just killing things off screen all the time. And that was the major benefit of it. So we have Zorthon here. This is an RNG-based time save. If you get Zorthon to spin like that,
okay, that's good RNG.
You can lead him into the lava here. Easy. Yeah, that is that's such an easy exploit. I'm sure a lot of people encountered that casually by just like being at the edge of the arena.
Yeah. And as a fun fact, we abuse the fact that arena bosses can die in lava a lot more than in Ace It, where we have arena stacking.
Yeah.
And that's kind of a theme where basically we just do every single challenge by just leading an, well, not even leading an enemy into lava, just like deleting the platforms, and then it just falls into lava.
Yeah. No, Ace It arenas are definitely much more interesting than Todd arenas. Well,
yeah.
It depends on depends on how you think of arena stacking.
I mean, it depends on what category, because like any percent. I mean, you've got 4-2. Well, yeah, 2-4 stack, and I guess 1-2 stack if you're insane.
But anyway, Killer goes to Creeley here to unlock the Pyro Blaster in the vendor, and then goes back to Sargasso. So like we were talking about earlier with grinding our weapons, Killer wants to get the Pyro Blaster to B5. His Pyro Blaster is just an insane weapon at B5. It melts things more than any other new game weapon can really do. So we're going to go back to that same dino in the cave, and then while it's dancing, we're going to hit it with Pyroblaster shots, and each death of the dino will count towards the weapon XP. So as you'll see here.
Oh, that's... Oh! Okay, this...
Very good recovery, but this is pretty precarious.
Yeah, no, that's not making it to B5.
Yeah.
Definitely not. But that's fine,
Okay,
you've got another op... Oh, hang on.
Oh?
No way.
Oh?
What?
Oh!
Okay.
Sweet. Okay, yeah.
I don't understand how that worked, honestly.
That was smooth. Wow. Yeah, that was cutting it close, but good knowledge there by Killer. And back to Creeley. So Creeley, very simple planet. in speedrun setting. Just do a wall bounce here, get to the middle of the stage, get the gold bolt, and then do some more out of bounds nonsense.
Yeah, we do have another Clank section here. It's fairly similar to the first one. We are going to be using GGS again to pretty much skip the whole thing. It's just we can't go like right from the start to the end here. We've got to do a little bit of the Clank section, but it's mostly the same thing.
You'll see there that Killer went down that mag ramp and then went back up, and then the platform was down. That's because it is a height-triggered platform. So it detects when you're lower, no matter where you are on the stage, and will lower itself based on that. So if you just lower it all the way down by getting below its height trigger, then you can charge immediately in and just sneak in while it's going back up again.
So now Killer will be upgrading the Pyroblaster with Raritanium this time. Now it's fully upgraded, like V5, all Raritanium. This is like, just as good as it can be.
Yeah.
Although one thing in this game is that weapons do actually kind of have varying damage, and that's kind of it. Oh, that's unfortunate. But yeah, with the route that we do actually, and as a product of Leviathan Skip, which we did back on Cabalia, Killer will actually probably, well, both runners will very likely have like pretty much the best possible damage for the Pyro. And it's kind of a product of act tuning and just not killing as much stuff as, I mean, to be honest, we don't fully understand it.
We don't really understand. I mean, taking a lot of deaths, like in previous Rat games, also affects your act tuning. But in this case, like, skipping the Leviathan is skipping some sort of mini-boss to the game. So, like, that just keeps our act tuning down to, like, a basic level. Anyway, this Clank section, like Yuki said, very similar to the first one. We are going to be instead picking up these Zoni first, as we need them to fix the final part of the supercomputer, but we are going to go down to this slope surface again, and we're just going to manipulate Clank's time right at the crux here. Oh, that's rough.
Yeah.
Yeah, that, as you can see there, Killer very slightly went up the surface and then just must have been in a very wrong, slightly wrong position there. But you ideally want to climb all the way up and then glide over to the bridge that leads to the middle of the supercomputer. Another interaction there that we saw also on 12 stream while doing the 6th ship part. You can activate Levitate as Clank without having any Zoni. The option's grayed out, but if you use the D-pad to go down to Levitate, then you will just levitate. Doesn't matter if you have Zoni or not.
Yeah, which I would really think that's something that they would have, like, noticed at some point.
Yeah.
Or, I mean, it's weird that it exists at all, because you'd think it would be the same as choosing it with the analog stick, but I don't know.
Yeah.
It just works.
It's just bizarre. Obviously, you can't fix things without having Zoni, though, because the Zoni do need to go to those positions that are marked by the blue orbs. But Killer got that second try and backed it up pretty well. So that will be...
Wait, I just realized, did Killer...
Killer didn't get the gold ball.
Yeah, no. I completely...
So that's what Killer's going back for, yeah.
Yeah. So I guess...
Top must have mentioned that in VC.
So I guess an interesting twist, both runners are now on the same planet.
Yeah. Killer does have Creeley done, but that's fine. Oh... This ship bounce here is quite annoying, so I don't blame Killer
Yeah,
for
it's fairly precise.
Yeah.
But yeah, I only just realized...
Yeah, no, I was so caught up in
It's like, I saw Torp doing it, and I was like, wait, hang on, Killer was grinding on Cave Dino, did he? And yeah. But yeah, Killer's got it now. Well, yeah, okay, Killer's got it now.
Yeah, you'll see the backup here that Torp's doing, so you'll have to keep grinding this dono to get the residual XP.
Not really sure what Killer was doing there.
I think just very frustrated at themselves for getting it. But Killer will move on to Visceron as Torp gets the very last bits of XP here. Okay, taking a very calculated gambit here of grinding up the rest on the mini boss that happens at the end of Greeley.
Yeah, that should definitely be enough to make it a V5, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, and even if it's not that one, they can also choose to do the one that's before the gold bolt.
Yeah.
So Visceron, everyone loves Visceron. You have to go all the way into the prison facility here to get a single gold bolt, and then die again. Unfortunately, there's no real super quick way of like getting all the way through the facility. There's no wall bounces or anything, so you do have to do a little bit of basic platforming here with the thruster pack. There's ship bounce at the start, notwithstanding though, because that is obviously something that skips an entire grind rail.
Yeah. And so Torp did just get the V5 there. Something to point out, I just noticed because Torp got the upgrade animation. You probably didn't see any upgrade animations until now. That's because when you upgrade, you can actually just pause and unpause the game, and that skips it completely, which is pretty convenient, really. That also works in QFB as well. It's definitely the simplest upgrade animation skip in the series, really.
Yeah,
well, actually, I guess Ace it.
Well, okay, no. Well, upgrade animations can be skipped by just hitting the wrench at the right time in Rack 2, but that is.
I mean,
that
I would say, yeah. And like that actually requires you to like do something instead of just like you're just pausing and unpausing, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah. So here we see a decryptor puzzle. This is the only decryptor puzzle in the run. And this is just to complete the level. You've got to do this. If you could skip this, which I don't know how you would, we wouldn't need the decryptor at all, but you've got to get it.
Yeah. But
in this category, that doesn't matter though, because you get the decryptor anyway when you go to sell the souls to the smuggler to get a bunch of bolts. So.
Yeah.
But for something like NG+, you do actually have to read in 3 souls that you'll get so you can get the decryptor.
Yeah. Funny thing here, so Killer landed on it with the pirate, and when you have an interactable, like a press triangle as pirate, when you're in the pirate holo guys, I mean, that'll stay for as long as you're in pirate. So you can take that away from your actual spot that the interactable is. So you go to the side of it, remain in pirate, do the decryptor in pirate, and then die afterwards, and that skips the checkpoint that the game normally gives you after the decryptor, because it's just right in front of where the game will place you after the breaking out tower one. That is a very long way to say it's skipping a backtrack.
Yeah. So now this is the third and final auto scroller. It's also the longest one. This one's 7 minutes. The other two are about 5. And yeah, again, you really nothing to talk about here.
No.
Thanks for the raid from Outrageous Josh.
Yo, Josh. Shoutouts to Josh, former Rack 2 no IMG runner, and current he's okay at the Jack games, I would say. Like, I'd at least put him in my top 10. So Torp took some intentional damage on the lasers on the mag ramp section there, just so that their death abuse there was a little bit quicker. And they'll be doing the same thing here. They'll be doing the ship bounce and then landing straight on the decryptor platform. Top 50? Don't be too modest, Josh. Let's split the difference. We'll say you're top 25.
So The gap here is actually a bit closer than it was before. I mean, obviously, Killer had to revisit Sargasso, but they're now probably like 2 to 3 minutes apart, which is
That's recoverable,
yeah.
especially since coming into Nexus, it'll be you versus Sin, and
Yeah. I'm thinking I should have practiced Nexus more.
yeah.
I mean, I did like the first section of Nebulox like this morning, and then that was it. So I think I'm like decently prepared.
That is the hardest part of the run. So like,
Yeah.
you know, everything else is just autopilot, really. Easy 44.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, if I die on Nebulox, then I'm like quitting speedrunning, I think.
Like, just in the middle of Verdigris. This is the longest ship section by 2 minutes, or just about 2 minutes. So get ready to be seeing a lot of this on both screens now. It's actually quite a good effort by Torp, even though their mistakes on Cavalia and Nundak cost them a bit of time. They've been making up a lot of time on places like Sargasso and just by
Riken.
Yeah,
Although,
Riken
I mean, Killer
as
had a
well.
pretty good Riken too.
Yeah.
One thing to note, at the end of that Visceron there, Torp got an animation cancel by getting the gold bolt and then going into the teleporter. And so that's just another way that you can cancel the animations.
Oh, yeah. So, Yugi mentioned earlier about skipping the final part of this stage with auto-scroller skip. That's because you get the gold bolt here quite early on, comparatively. Right after this combat section that Killer does here, there'll be the final gold bolt node. And once they get that, they could potentially perform auto-scroller skip, which requires a frame-perfect pause.
Yeah, it's not great.
Yeah.
And yeah, so Killer will get that right now, actually. And so that's like about 4.5 minutes into the 7-minute long section. So, like, an auto-scroller skip takes about, like, from here, like, 1:50 to perform optimally. So it's like, you save like 30 seconds, but you've got to get it. I mean, you could get it second try, but like, if you're getting it any later than that, then you are losing time. And like, the thing is, you could potentially lose like a full minute. So there's just no reason to go for it, really. Unless you're like, I don't know, maybe in like 2026, I don't know.
Yeah. 30 seconds sounds really good on paper, but like, for a trick like
basically
as inconsistent as auto-scroller skip, like, it's just not worth gambling.
Yeah, basically, like, in theory you can save 30 seconds, in practice you're not saving 30 seconds. Like, you're just, like, it's probably not gonna happen.
Yeah.
Especially
doesn't help.
this late into the run.
Yeah. Like, the game only gets harder from this point as well. I would say, like, there are some pretty difficult tricks on places like Jacindu and like Fast Tune 2 missile skip as well. Repo missile skip. Like, there are other places where you can save that time. And auto-scroller skip should be at the very bottom of your priority list here.
And speaking of which, we're coming up to Jacindu. So first of all, I mean, I guess we can explain Jacindu. So firstly, they're going to be getting the Razor Claws, which is the second big movement option in this game. You don't see it as much in the any percent categories because you only get it this late in the game, but it is very useful. And there is actually a new trick on Jacindu that I don't know whether they're gonna go for it.
Yeah,
I guess we'll have to see.
Sure.
Torp, I know in the 106, Torp, like yesterday, Torp was saying that I think they said they were going to learn it before the relay, but I don't know, really. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, well, we can explain it when it happens because you get a minute and a half to explain it once it happens. So
yeah.
But on Killer's screen right now, they are doing the boss. There's probably about 15 minutes left for the run. 15, a little.
Yeah, about that.
A little under 20. Yeah. yeah, this boss again has a weak spot phase. It'll shoot a bunch of shots from the bottom here. Yep, just like that. And absolutely shred boss. And this has the shortest lasting weak spot. So you really want as much.
Oh, is Torp's going for it?
Why is Torp
Are
going
they?
for it?
Well, they autosave, but
Oh.
they're not doing it now. So,
Okay.
okay.
Maybe just a prevention measure? I don't know. In case something happens.
Yeah, I don't know. The 1 in a million verdigris crash, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, no. I think that's smart actually, because if it does crash here, then they can do auto scroller skip with the gold bolt in possession.
Yeah.
So that's I agree with that decision.
I haven't ever seen it crash on verdigris, but
Anything can happen.
Yeah,
They already crashed
yeah.
on Cortog, so I don't blame them for being cautious.
yes, as you
Razor
mentioned.
Claws.
Yep. So firstly, they're gonna. Actually, yeah, it looks like they are doing it.
Yep.
So firstly, they're gonna do. I mean, as you can see, this is what the Razor Claws can do. Basically, when you Razor Claw in the air, you go down pretty fast. And so if you can also like oh, that's unfortunate. You can also like high jump out of that Razor Claw, and you actually keep the speed that you get from it, which means you can basically go pretty fast with these through the air. Yeah, I was wondering if you were just doing that to mess with us, Torp, but yeah. So Killer is now going into this factory here. Normally you'd have to do a very long section to. Actually, I don't know how long it is, but you'd have to do a casual section to get to this.
Yeah. It's a Gelinator-based one, so it does take a little bit of time. But, yeah, you can death abuse to get out of it and back to the main part of the stage. So what Killer will be doing after this is going to that same spot, but instead using the Shock Ravager to go over to some out-of-bounds rocks, and then doing more claw dives over to the boss of this stage. And on that boss, we will hopefully see them get out of a scripted sequence on a grind rail. Alright, nice. No lag. Very simple traversal to the boss. Killer will also be buying Transmorphers and Visicopters here. Those will be used later on.
Okay, so...
Oh. Unfortunate.
Okay. I'm guessing they're gonna try again. No, okay, they're just doing it normally. Okay, yeah.
It'd be fine to just do it normally.
Yeah. But yeah, what would have happened there is basically Killer would have high jumped as soon as that sequence started, and so they would be off the rails, and then basically, so this boss here that normally basically you have to do the rail section and then you can fight the boss. But if you get off the rails, the boss will just keep doing its thing. You can't actually damage it until the rail sequence would normally end, but you can go do whatever else you want. So Killer would have gone and gotten the other gold bolt in this level just while the boss is doing that. And so that saves like 30 seconds-ish?
Yeah,
I mean, it's probably more.
I have it around 40 seconds if you're just like going balls to the wall and just going as fast as you can. But in a vacuum, doing this definitely saves at least 30. Or like doing the strat saves at least 30. But anyway, now that Killer's off, the boss is now vulnerable at this point, so they're just going to drop down and start blasting the pyro right in. And as you can see here, it just shreds.
And Torp is also going for the strat, so... Okay, guess this first, so... That's the first bolt.
Yep.
And see, actually, now where the runners are actually going to be... If Torp can get this, then the runners will actually be, like, fairly close.
Yeah.
Because Killer still has to go get this bolt.
Yeah, as you can see here, this would if you're doing this strat, this will be done during the grind rail sequence or like during the boss shooting all the missiles and all that.
Yeah, it's like it's during an auto scroller section, so basically all of this time would be like not costing anything pretty much.
Yep.
But Killer does get the bolt now and is moving on to Ooblik.
Alright, so we are watching Torp right now. Hopefully, it's
Ooh, okay. Ooh,
Ooh.
okay. And now equips the pyro to get the camera back, and yeah,
Okay,
now
sweet.
Torp can just go get the bolt while the boss is doing its thing.
Yeah.
On Killer's screen, we see Killer's about to hopefully do a strat using a grav ramp mag rail. I still don't know what to call these things, honestly.
Yeah,
but,
don't worry, just interchangeable, whatever you want to call them, man.
they're in like 10 games, and we still don't have like one name for them. But
Yeah.
anyway, basically, Killer can since your gravity is changed while you're on that, Killer can raise a claw and then actually whip out of that and keep gaining height, as you can see there. And here's the boss fight with Slag. So this is just a boss fight. There's not really much to it. But yeah.
Torp is succeeding at the strat very well.
Yeah,
oh,
so-
this is fantastic, actually.
Yeah, this is really good. And gets there before
Yeah,
the boss,
made
which is
it
good. It means
way before the boss. This is much quicker than even
Yeah.
my practice attempts. Wow,
and so
that's awesome.
does
So they
need to-
do need to keep moving around to
Yeah.
avoid all these missiles, but
But yeah, they should be good
Wow.
now. So that's really
This
good.
is-
This might
this is ridiculous. This is gonna be an insane goal. This pyro
Yeah.
is money. This is a
Yeah.
money pyro right here.
Yeah, so that should be a pretty big com gold. I think com golds, like, without... Because that... Actually, this is the first time that strat has been done in a run and save time.
Yeah.
So, world premiere.
That's crazy. Yeah, previous combo was around 410. I estimate that people can get 330 or so with that. Not sure what Torp got, but that's ridiculous. Killer
Yeah.
just defeated Slag. Killer will be getting the first of the 2 gold bolts here, and taking advantage of a really interesting interaction here. So when you enter the Slag fight, the game will set your checkpoint due before the Slag fight. As you will see here, Killer can get that bolt, die, spawn back here, second gold bolt is just in this tunnel. This normally takes the gyro cycle to get, but you can just high jump up there. It's a pathetically easy gold bolt to skip into.
And now, please don't tell me... Okay, Killer's not going to load here, and Killer's going to... Oh, okay.
Okay, Killer did.
Okay. Alright, well, you don't need
This
to
is-
equip the pyro to skip that. I was getting worried there, because...
Yeah, same.
Basically, you have 2 options on that bolt. Either you can just get it and then load, and then it'll take you back to the ship, or you can skip the animation and then go to the teleporter that takes you back to ship. And that sounds fine, but for some reason, sometimes you can just like infinite black screen on that teleporter, and it's like decently common too. So yeah, I was very worried when I thought that Killer was going to be going for that, but luckily it just loaded.
Yeah.
Yeah, reload only loses 6, as Torp pointed out. So, Killer tried to skip this missile section. This is probably the hardest missile section to skip, I think. So, and this one also doesn't save as much if you get it. But yeah, Killer's just gonna have to do...
Around, in AGB, it's really not that much.
Yeah, is it even 20 seconds?
Not really, because getting the bolts the forward way is slower. And then you
Yeah.
have to obviously dodge the missiles afterwards. But anyway, it's still faster, for sure, but it is
Yeah.
the most difficult missile skip by a mile.
Yeah.
Killer here will be taking the back way here and doing another claw dive over to the second gold bolt before hitting the necessary trigger here to activate a fight, which will give us the coordinates trigger.
Okay, so something I mentioned a while ago with the lock strafe discussion was that with the Razor Claws, you'll notice sometimes they'll Razor Claw and then not keep the speed. That's mainly due to stuff being on screen. For whatever reason, that just you can't really heli razor properly if there's a lot of stuff on screen, so you do need to be looking down usually. But yes, so sometimes you will see them not get speed from heli razors, and it's kind of unfortunate because sometimes you can like look down perfectly and you still don't really get speed.
Yeah.
But yeah, Torp also misses missile skip, so again,
But
that is
Killer,
definitely the hardest one.
yeah, no, by far. Killer is using the Transmorphers here to kill some of these enemies a lot quicker because even with Pyro, these Kragmites are the tankiest basic enemies in the game, and Transmorphers will instantly one-shot them into penguins. So you just want to throw those at the right point and kill them in one shot. So Killer is waiting here for the first Stalactite to fall, and when that happens, okay, when that happens, that's the all good to die, and that'll happen when you die. It'll be threading the needle between not getting the checkpoint, but still activating the quartz trigger that it will get here. And as you'll see, they can just get into the ship and go to Igliak.
Also, another thing with the
trouble.
another thing with the Transmorphers on the enemies is that those enemies teleport around a lot, like very often. So if you're using the Pyro, like you can shoot them a bit and then they'll teleport, and then like shoot them again, and so it's just easy to use the Transmorphers and much faster.
Yep. Yeah, Killer. There's two gold bolts here. Killer might be going for one of the most insane strats. Yes. Okay. Didn't quite get the setup for it.
That's unfortunate.
So there's a strat there where you can get the first gold bolt to home onto you, glide over to the second gold bolt, get hit by the insta-kill meteor, and then land on top of the second gold bolt, getting 2 bolts in one, and saving like 6 seconds or so in terms of bolt animations and landing on the ground.
Man, this is
well, now they're neck and neck.
Yeah, they are actually.
Yeah. Ooh.
Jeez, okay, I really.
That was very close to a crash for Torp, actually.
Yeah, if you get into the ship before the next cutscene plays, you'll actually crash.
Damn, that got the speed. You could see that the Killer just flung across the stage, but yeah, that was very close. And as you'll see here, dies on top of the gold bolt, gets the gold bolt. That counts. And now Killer can go to the very end of the stage. There is a wall bounce here that will take you right underneath the final room, and use the Transmorphers. There's about 4 or 5 minutes left in the run. So it's anyone's game.
Yeah. This is much closer than it was at the start.
Yeah, no. So they are on literally the same trick right now. And Torp got very unfortunate with that wall bounce. That might be Killer's saving grace for Igliak, but after this is our only revisit, or mandatory revisit. Sorry, mandatory? Not mandatory.
Not mandatory.
Well,
not mandatory. Optional, I think, is the word.
Yeah. Yes. That's the word.
Although we do also visit Sog too, so.
Oh yeah, that is true actually.
So yeah, nothing we said is right.
Yeah, literally nothing we said is right, but you get the gist. We're onto Ardolus too, and so, this is a real kingmaker of a planet because there is a lot that can go wrong here.
Yeah.
Particularly with a Visicopter clips.
Yeah. So this is the first example of a Visicopter clip. So the Visicopter is this device that you'll see now, and it's solid. You can push Ratchet with it, but it can be, this trick particularly is a pretty finicky one because Killer gets it.
Yep.
Yeah, you've got to push Ratchet through that wall, and sometimes it just doesn't really. It's just very finicky.
Yeah.
So we'll see if Torp gets it as well.
Then, yeah.
And sometimes it'll push you into like the side, and that's really annoying because you can't. Oh, okay. Torp gets it too.
Ooh, Torp gets it
Okay,
really
so
well.
this is very interesting.
Yeah. Okay, so.
Oh,
Oh no.
okay. I think. Ooh, this is
This
probably
is
want to equip
rough
the helipad
Torp.
for this. Oh,
Yeah.
that's
You know, I don't blame them for trying to back that up with thruster. Like, that's just rough though.
yeah. That is rough. Killer getting the other gold bolt. Well, one of the other gold bolts here. And what Killer's going to do now is they are going to die by going into this this infinite falling state, because that'll kill you eventually because the game thinks you're stuck. But they're also going to throw a Visicopter at the end. Now, what that does is it means the game thinks there's still a Visicopter out. And that has two main effects. The first thing is it means enemies won't like aggro onto you. You have to like attack enemies really before they'll do anything. And secondly, it means you can't take damage. And so that's really good for the final boss here. So Torp is having some trouble with this Visiclip.
Torp got it. I don't know what.
Yeah, actually,
That's. Oh, they needed Visicopters for Godrak. Okay.
okay. Yeah, I wasn't
So,
quite paying
Killer's going
attention
for
there.
fast into missile skip. Okay, just got it. So that all happens in the black screen. Killer was charge booting over to this first swing shot node after where Ratchet spawns in the black screen. When you latch onto that swing shot node, the game will try and reset your position to put you in the missile falling state. But when you're on a swing shot, the game cannot do that. It will keep you in that swing shot state. But that will cause some skew based on the direction that the swing shot is facing when that happens. So when you start gliding, you will start gliding like Ratchet's at 45 degrees or whatever. So the only way to reset that is to land on the ground and activate the Pirate Hollow guys, which resets you back to normal. But if you get a bad skew like Killer did, you have to land on a rooftop and do that, and then do this platform that that they were doing there. Because
Yeah,
otherwise,
so
if you had a good.
I was just gonna say that that might give Torp a chance to make up some time here if Torp gets a good angle.
Yeah, hopefully if Torp gets a good angle, then we will see like an example of good skew, like being able to propel you all the way across in just 3 or 4 Helirazers. And Killer is on the final boss. Killer has a worse pyro than Torp does.
Ooh.
Which is another thing. Ooh,
Torp
that
missed missile
sucks.
skip. That's
Yeah.
annoying. Yeah, this.
So you should get ready for your run.
Yeah, I
There
should.
is about- There's 30 seconds left.
Yeah,
in
I mean, I'm.
Killer's run. And we should make
I
sure that
guess
Sin's
you-
ready for his run.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can do the rest of this. It's all good.
Alright, well, just let me know when to start.
Mm-hmm.
And so yeah, the effect of God Ratchet is just that basically Tachyon doesn't really know we're here. He's just doing stuff. So
Yeah.
you can just
We won't be able to see.
Oh.
Is that it? No. Okay, that's just
Yeah.
another stagger. We don't have the boss HP bar, so we have to rely on actually seeing when the black screen happens. And that will happen in just a few seconds. Yep.
And okay, I'm
Go.
starting. Alright, see ya.
See ya. Alright. That was a very interesting Toad run right there. That was something to behold. But now we are into the Nexus. All Rhino parts. This is a category extension. And this will be one of its first showings anywhere, really. A very underplayed category extension. But it's basically just as something like all gold bolts, but instead you get all the Rhino parts, and then the timer ends when you collect the Rhino from the plumber. Because doing the final boss is pathetically easy with Rhino, and like for some reason when the category was invented, it just ended timing on Rhino, so whatever. But anyway, as you can see here on Yugi's side, he went out of bounds pretty immediately. Nebulox is a very trigger-heavy stage, but we can manipulate it by going out of bounds and then hitting that trigger in the airlock that Yugi just hit. And then climb all the way up to the top of the ship and turn a ball crank at the top. Normally, very slow scripted. There's a lot of like waiting sequences as Vendra talks to you, but luckily the game gives us just enough rope to climb all the way up to the top of the stage here. There are thrusters at the very back of the Nebulox that are solid, and we use those as our primary climbing tool to get up to the very end of the stage. And Yugi did that just fine. So this is a major worry point for a lot of runners because not only is that very hard to do quickly, but if you die, or sorry, if you fall off into the abyss, you can't die for minutes. You can restart your checkpoint, luckily, by changing difficulty, but otherwise, also... sorry. You can restart by changing difficulty, and that is something that Yugi will be doing here in just a second. But one of the byproducts of that is that you spawn in the middle of the ship and you won't be able to get off the mag ramps. So you'll have to do a 4-minute sequence, which again, you don't want that to happen during a relay. What Yugi's doing here is going out of bounds again by getting off the mag ramps and then climbing up the thrusters. They're not visible right now, but you'll be going into this room by skipping the checkpoint that surrounds this door and getting the fusion bomb, and also getting the first Rhino part of the run. So there is another Rhino. There's a Rhino part here that you're normally supposed to get casually, like just on the way. But by skipping this checkpoint, you're able to restart your difficulty here, or change difficulty, and that will reset your checkpoint to the very start of this second section. And again, you can get off the mag ramp with the fusion bomb and the Rhino plan already in hand, and then you can glide all the way down and basically go back to the front of the ship in a reverse method as how you climbed up it. So Torp had an unfortunate mistake where they forgot the final vault and had to redo God Ratchet, but that's fine. They're done. Okay, so Sin should start running right about now. As you can see on Yugi's end, it's very difficult to explain all this out-of-bounds platforming without having an intimate knowledge of how the Nebulox sort of is. But basically, there is a hole to the underside of the ship, and for some reason, there's just platforms along it that are completely solid on both sides. So you can just high jump along it. Going back is a lot easier than going back to the front is a lot easier than the initial climb. But after Yugi clears the enemies there, he is on his way to the third and final section of Nebulox, the Magma section.
We are not safe out here. If we do not keep moving, the thugs will kill us.
We are having technical difficulties. Well, for Sin. Actually, it's all good now. So this mag ramp section Yugi's doing is... It's possible to optimize. As you can see, he did like a very little skill. We'll be doing another one here that goes through one of the crates or one of the pieces of debris. Just to But otherwise, you're locked onto these. You can't really go much faster than just jumping like that.
I missed it. Hang on, I'm coming about.
Apparently, Yugi's loud.
He's got nowhere to go. Stand by. I'm gonna ram him.
Alright. And once Yugi gets on this ship, that will be the trigger to go to Yarok. first actual planet in the game.
You'll mind if I hop on comms?
Yeah, sure. What's up?
Not much. Let's
Sweet.
The Zarkov sector was abandoned
Yo
20
ass.
years ago.
Yo ass is on
It was given
comms.
Alpha 9 classification.
Anyway,
What is Alpha 9?
Yugi's immediately gonna skip an entire gadget with this sequence of out of bounds here. So by landing on this very, very thin branch, you can go underneath an invisible wall dome and then traverse your way to one of the 2 coordinates on this planet, which is the Crag info bot. So you'll see here he's going to climb over this wall and break down a wall with a turret and get the Crag info bar. So that's one of your 2 big objectives on the planet done. And normally you need the grav tether to get out of the initial pit that you start in. Luckily you don't need the grav tether for anything else in this run. So we can leave that Pollux assistant to, I don't know, die, whatever. But what Yugi will do here is get the second Rhino part of the run by going out of bounds here. Normally there is another grav tether section inside of this cave and going around to get the Rift Cracker, which is another gadget that allows Clank to go into interdimensional rifts. But we don't need that either, because the only mandatory rift sections the game just puts you into without the Rift Cracker. Reason we're going into this cave is to get another Rhino part, which luckily spawns us right on this very edge of solid terrain, and then Yugi can... It's kind of crazy how convenient it is, because if it was like an inch further, you would just slide off and die. So
Exactly.
you wouldn't even be able to get it, I think. Anyway, by hitting that checkpoint and then restarting, changing your difficulty, Yugi corrects the progression of the planet, because otherwise you can't really progress any further into it. You don't have the necessary section loaded in to do this skip here. So Yugi's... Normally you go through the orphanage and do a Clank section, but if you hit the trigger that's at the very corner of the basement there, you can load in the very last section of this cave/basement area. And as you can see there, he hit a cutscene trigger, which is what gives you the Silex coordinates and ends Yarrick as a planet. And also gives you your ship, which is very necessary to go to different planets.
You're not getting too far.
No, you really aren't. Cena is just about done with Nebulux. So Yugi's a whole planet ahead now. Unfortunately, Torp's mistake did leave Megacorp with another minute and a half or so to make up. But luckily for Megacorp, Sin has spent a little more time running this category than Yugi has. So hopefully, Megacorp can bank on some uncharacteristic mistakes from Yugi as he does this category. So Crag is the first arena section. We'll be revisiting Crag later on, but for now we just have our V1 bomb and our wrench, really. And it's not very exciting to watch. You do have to be kind of cautious of ammo management. There is a ammo management exploit that we do by shooting one shot of the Omni Blaster, which for some reason that makes getting bomb ammo more favorable when the Omni Blaster ammo is at 39 out of 40 instead of 40 out of 40. I don't particularly know the exact reason, but to me it seems like something like the game reads having 40 out of 40 as having no ammo, because for some reason... Yeah, we can do it.
Have a $50 donation from Sweden. I hate Mobius.
I think he said we can't hear you.
You can't hear me? Well, goddamn.
Oh, this has been...
Okay, I'll turn myself up. We have a $50 donation from Suibom saying, I hate Mobius.
Sweet Bomb died in an ice cream machine accident last month.
Damn, that's fucked up.
Anyway. Rest in peace, Sweet Bomb, says everything else.
Yeah, it's a tragedy. What happened?
It is a tragedy.
It's so over for Sweet Bomb.
Now it has only one purpose. Kill. What are you gonna say? You also slice it out, bring him and beat it. Two verses.
I don't know what to say about Crag. This is it's watching paint dry. I'm sorry to mix this. At least this second Mangler stage, everything dies in one hit. One direct hit for bomb, I should say, instead of requiring 2 hits. There is some XP routing that is done here to get V2 by the time you hit the boss, which is the fourth stage in the Bronze Cup. So here in Pest Control, the 3rd level, Yugi will, got it on the first hit, which is good. Getting V2 bomb here also allows you to destroy the pods here in one bomb shot, which again saves a ton of time. And now Yugi and Sin are on the same planet. Sin had a pretty good Eric.
Maybe we'll see them close the gap a little bit.
Yeah, I expect Sin's experience in places like Psylocke, and doing more Crag 2 than Yugi has to really help him here.
For sure.
Yugi is doing a very specific upgrade path. You have 11 Raritanium. Doing this upgrade path gives you rate of fire and like micro grenades or like cluster bombs. Which again, those are just more damage, and the rate of fire is very beneficial. Even if you have to wait 5 seconds for the mystery upgrade animation to pop up, that saves more than 5 seconds over the course of the game's many bosses. So the Blaze Bot here, you're really just throwing bombs at it. Yugi also picked up the Nightmare Box, which you could also use to shock the boss and remove more of his shields. That can also cause some problems where the boss latches onto Nightmare Box as its main enemy, and you can't really damage it correctly. Alright, and Yugi will be doing a difficulty warp here to skip a cutscene of Ratchet flying away with the jetpack. And that'll spawn him right next to the ship, and he can go straight to Psylocke. Sin is making quick work of the first of the 4 arena stages. And again, another difficulty warp to skip a cutscene. This one saves a lot more time though. There's a mandatory watch the ship land as Vendred talks to you sequence, and it's not very interesting. So again, keeping with all Rhino parts, there is a Rhino part at the very start of Psylocke here, and there will be another one that we get later on in the stage.
This must be the old grav train station. Everyone sure left in a hurry. Let's see if we can clear
After this one, of course, we will be doing a difficulty warp to go back, because the most optimal way to get around the stage is by an out of bounds that you can do on the first 3 seconds of landing. As you'll see Yugi do here, he can jump up on top of this light post, long jump, hyper strike, and he's out of bounds. And he can go straight to one of the later triggers in the first half of the level. Ooh. Recovered that without dying, which is quite rare, and also a bit quicker because deaths in this game are quite long. But basically, you can say that this level is broken up into 2 major sections, which is the very first linear section, and then you'll get an opportunity to use the jetpack more later on. And so what Yugi will do is you'll hit the you'll hit a load trigger clip out of bounds again, and then go to the relay station, which is the middle point of the level. And thankfully, due to him falling down, the train that normally runs you over here isn't here at all. So gliding into this, when you fall down into this tunnel here, the sewer tunnel, that will load in the second part of this area here. You got a checkpoint by hitting the dialogue trigger there, or like jumping up to hit the dialogue trigger there. That is because this box stand, which is another interaction with the Nightmare box, is quite difficult to perform. Clipping out is fairly easy as long as you have a setup. It's just like any other clip in the series, you just pop it down, walk in front of it, and then it puts you through. But the box stands are just a very thin bit on top of the Nightmare box, where you can hyperstrike, land, and then you have a brief window of a few frames to just high jump again. We use that for more height, but in any percent you have smaller weapons, because the big weapons cheat in NG Plus makes it a lot more convenient. So we only use it in a few places here in any percent categories.
Ratchet, this encryption algorithm is rather complicated. It may take me a bit of time to
And Sin will be moving on to Psylocke after this difficulty warp. Oh, Yugi's going for laser skip? Well, like a trick here with a laser. Yes, okay, got it. So that one, that thing there is something that's a lot more useful in a Hundo, but for some reason, when the boss is spawned and you can, when the boss is spawned, you can, I don't know how to describe it. Throwing a bomb at that turret in a very precise position makes the game think that the makes the game think that the turret's enemy is the boss. I don't have the vocabulary to describe the trick, but basically it shoots that insta-kill laser, which normally is supposed to insta-kill you, but it does like 9,000 damage to any enemy that it touches.
Looks like we'll have to power up those water pumps first.
When the boss is spawned, you can. That's very true. You could be getting some Rotanium here, in that little tunnel.
Yo, what's up, man?
So, hey, why are you here? Okay. Thanks,
Fucking
man.
you suck.
Okay. Anyway, because of that, I missed out on talking about what Yugi was doing. Yugi did 2 clips through invisible walls and then jumped over to seemingly an invisible bit of terrain that was sort of like a hexagon shape. By hitting that, he loaded in the platform that goes up to Nefton. Normally you have to go through the sewers, do a jetpack section, do a combat section, and do some rift cracker stuff. But luckily that trigger is a free trigger, so as long as you just land on top of the still solid part of that hexagon, you can go over to the vendor that'll spawn in there, buy your upgrades, and then the railway platform will spawn right underneath you. So this boss fight, it's a little bit auto-scrollery, like, you do have to spawn in these trains, well, the trains do spawn in after you get Nefton down to 50% HP. You can still damage Nefton as long as he's in an attack animation, but you can't kill him in one cycle in any percent. In NG Plus it's really easy because the Rhino does like trillion damage. But unfortunately you have to go through this in any percent before he'll jump back down. Luckily, having V3 bomb and most of the upgrades for it just really shreds his health on the lowest difficulty. Sin got the laser glitch. Okay, yeah, and the shield got pulled down. Okay, good job, Sin. Alright. So Yugi will be going to get the second Rhino part here on Psylocke. It's in the sewer section that was skipped by going directly to the boss, but if you click out right beside this gold bolt, you will find yourself in the final section before the boss, and then you can just keep flying in the deloaded terrain all the way over to the Rhino part. As you can see there, like, you can see the windows and all these interactables that are spawned in, and a bit of the sewers here that you can just fall in or go in through the side. Then Yugi can difficulty warp and find himself right back at the top of Psylocke. So Yugi has to do a long flight back to kill a few enemies and then end Psylocke and get the Thram coordinates. As you can see here on Sin's side, he's going to be doing the 2 clips that will get him into the boss arena section. So right here, number 1, and then number 2. And the long jump here will land right as the trigger spawn, or like as the solid terrain spawns for this section, because entering that room is the load trigger for the boss. Oh, Yugi almost falling down after that long jump. I feel like it was a few inches away from that. So killing the enemies here, and then getting some ammo. And that final enemy there will be the end of Psylocke. It'll take you back to the ship after a cutscene. Alright, we'll be doing 2 visits to Thram, because Thram is where the run ends, as you get all the vault keys, get the plumber out, and give him all the Rhino parts. But unfortunately, we can't get all the Rhino parts without going and completing Thram first. So what we'll be doing is getting 10 Gargathorn horns to give us the hover boots, and skipping that mandatory cutscene there by doing a difficulty warp. But yeah, you need to get these 10 horns, not just for the hover boots, but you can do horn duping by talking to the smuggler multiple times and then doing a difficulty warp. So instead of needing 100 Gargathorn horns to get a vault key, you only need 10, and then you just keep duping it over and over and over again until you get to the necessary 100 horns. And this is quite beneficial. That is probably the biggest single time saver in the run, because getting all the horns takes you like 15 minutes, maybe. You have to go all over the stage with the jetpack, but luckily with this we only need to get the vault keys and the Rhino parts that are on Thram. So talking to him twice here will count as 20 horns. And as you see there, the cutscene starts again, and we can just restart difficulty and do that sequence over and over again until he reads us as having 100 horns. Sin is having a much easier time doing the tricks on Psylocke, and as I expected, this was his advantage, being a little less rusty at the game, and having quite a solid time of 45, I think 20. So this is where Sin is going to make up a lot of his time, here and on Thram. So now that Yugi has given him enough horns, the smuggler has moved over to the other side, where we can give him 20 horns at once. So we need to do another 2 difficulty warps, I think.
And I'd be happy to part with it for, say, 30 Gargathon horns. I'll even throw in some bolts as a bonus.
I believe that smuggler may be
Oh,
disingenuous.
sorry, I only need to talk to him twice here.
Pleasure doing business with you. Looks like you've pleasure doing business with you. I'll pay a fair price for any Gargathon horns you bring me. I'll pay a fair price for any Gargathon horns you bring me. I'll pay a fair price.
And now with the jetpack, we can very easily fly over to the very end of the stage if we want, although we will be getting this vault key now.
Your friend is beyond the debris field on the other side of the swamp. Good luck.
So the rest of the vault keys are either hidden around the stage or inside of these little pods that you'll need to break open by throwing battery bots at the pods in time. Most of these are pretty simple things to do, but there is one that is a bit dicey on time, as we will collect a vault key during the process and then grab the battery bot and scatter over there until there'll be like 2 seconds left by the time Yugi throws it in. This first one, though, is very simple. There's nothing else you need to do during it. Sin is making light work of the Gargathon horns here.
To be a key. I suspect it may be used to open the vault via the smuggler.
So by landing there, you got the coordinates. Normally, you'd have to do some hover boot and grav tether puzzles to get up there, but with the jetpack, it's really easy to just fly over and skip all of that. And even even in a normal setting without the jetpack, it's really easy to do a few tricky out of bounds hover boot jumps to get over to it. So now there's 3 other keys on this side of the stage. There'll be a piece of debris here which will have 1 key, which you will be getting now. And then it'll be turning a bolt crank just down here at the bottom side of this section here. So if all goes right, he'll turn this, fly over to one of the other hidden vault keys behind a tree, get the battery bot, and then get back over to this in time to unlock the 5th vault key. So as you can see there, that animation counts towards the time, and you got stuck under a tree, unfortunate. You'll still have an easy 24 seconds or so to get the battery bot back to its position. Should be able to do it, yep. 4 seconds on the clock, easy done. Sin is taking a slightly different route here. He's not going to get the key during the bolt crank, but he is going to get both of these keys next to each other at the same time. And Yugi's going to get the Rhino part here and then do a difficulty warp. So Sin taking the safe route, but he will also have access to all the jump pads, the launch pads here. So he'll be going a bit quicker to get to the battery bot. So roughly, you'd say it around evens out. Yeah, Yuki's going to get the final vault key in his second visit to Throne. So Yugi is on Igliak, and you have the museum section at first, and this requires a few Nightmare Box clips to successfully perform. Although this is quite... Okay, no, he recovered it fine there by letting the tour bot spawn. So you only have 4 Nightmare Boxes, and you need to do 4 clips, so it's quite tough to manage your ammo here if you miss one. I suppose you only need to do 3 clips, but that was the sorry. You did see Yugi use the grab tether there, and that is another very strange interaction with the game. Going to Igliak for some reason just gives you the grab tether. I don't know why. And you can use that to bypass one of the box stands that you would normally do in that position. Yugi failed the final clip, but backed it up by doing one of the ceiling clips in that room. So you do need to restart difficulty after you hit that trigger though, as if you don't, you won't be able to progress any further without the toolbot. The toolbot's necessary because you need to activate the final elevator in the stage, and without it, you just stay there and you aren't able to progress after completing the museum. So there's a cutscene here, and then the only necessary toolbot usage is right here.
This concludes our tour. Please stop by the gift shop and grab a copy of former President Quark's memoir, Muscles.
There's a final fight before exiting the museum. This can be a little tough if you don't get the right ammo drops. Yuki did get one ammo drop that did immediately home into him. Wait, no, there's the second one there, yeah. And that's fine. He is on hero difficulty, but that worked out quite well for him, actually.
We should be able to use that air taxi.
So riding this taxi is also another unskippable sequence, but again, doing a difficulty warp will take you right to the center of the city. And we only need to do this to get our second last holo plan, which is just at the very start of the city center. But once we do that, we will go back and do Crag 2. Unfortunately, you can't difficulty warp to skip this ride back, but that's okay because it just fades to black and then takes you straight to the beginning of the stage. Yugi almost going back to 3M early. So this is Crag 2, and this is the final stretch of the run. You do need to complete pretty much every single arena challenge in Silver and Gold Cup to get all the Rhino parts. Which means you do get to see stuff that you don't see in normal AGB, but unfortunately the later challenges aren't too interesting in comparison, but they do provide a decent combat challenge. This first one here, you only need to fly through 12 rings, you don't need to worry about the enemies. And we'll be revisiting this Death Canyon, Doom Canyon section a few more times as Yugi goes to the arena challenges. On Sin's side, he is progressing through the museum quite fine, got the good cycle there on platforms. And he's just continually making up ground. And this is what I expected would happen. I'm not sure if we're at the point where, well, the next runners in Rack 2 have a little bit of a gentleman's agreement related to race gear. And that is, if one team is behind by enough, the losing team will be able to go for race gear. And you don't know, that saves around 2 minutes optimally in the Barlow race in Rack 2 no IMG. But it can also be extremely tricky to pull off and lose time if you're very unlucky. As expected after the Mangler stage, Yugi has to go back here, but now he has to kill 12 enemies. This game really loves 12s. Sin's had a relatively good run so far. He's had one major slip-up on Psylocke that I can remember, but he recovered that well and it was sort of the same that Yugi had. But otherwise, he's just been continually making up time with just better movement. Little more accurate combat sections. ITN is the 12th Ratchet game if you don't count going mobile point home and BTN. Sure. And you know what year this was released in? 2013. Forrest, do we have time for questions? Because Jesus Christ, I can't think of anything to say during this.
We have a $42 donation from Alamusa saying hi.
Well, I won't say hi back. But thank you for the donation,
Okay.
Alamusa. Okay, something interesting. So, Yugi is on the Rapid Gargathon boss, and this will be the last boss fight that he does in the game. And normally this boss is fine, but it does have moving up and down platforms, and sometimes the tracking on the bomb can like go completely haywire and throw way to the left or right. But luckily, he had a pretty good Gargathon there. Got all ammo drops and just nailed him down. So after this is Doom Canyon on the hover boots. Normally you have to do this platforming hover boot section, but there is a trick to get right up to the very top platform which ends the level, and that is a hover boot SI. So as you can see here, Yugi's going to double jump and then just glide against the wall, and after a certain point that'll give you a SI. I say hover boot SI, but that's really just a high jump SI. I say hover boot SI because Wed found it, Wed ran an ACET, Wed found the idea because of hover boot SIs and ACET. You get the idea. Yeah, you don't fight the final boss in this category, which, like, it sounds dumb now, but, like, that's just how the category was invented. And also, the boss is really easy, I know. But the trick to this arena that Yugi's doing right now is you have to hit enemies into the Mangler. Final fun. I love having final fun.
Ratchet from just a few hours ago, when you helped Left-In Adventurer Prod murder his friends and break out of a mobile prison ship. Seconds left!
Sin also having a good Rabbit Gargathon fight. Oh, one of those bombs went astray, but that's okay. So yeah, the problem with ARP, as you can see on Yugi's end, is that once you hit the requirement, the level doesn't automatically finish. You do have to wait for the timer to run out. We'll see here on Sin's side whether he can get the Doom Canyon SI. Ooh, just moved around a little too much during that. Yeah, he just seems to be very, very slightly missing the timing here. That's fine, got it on the third try. Still got the skill point. One thing I didn't really mention during the original arenas is that you can kind of manipulate how the pods spawn, but it's not as easy as in games like Ratchet or Todd. Sometimes they'll face away from you, and sometimes if you face away from them, the enemies will definitely spawn in it. In this level, I've never really found a rhyme or reason as to why enemies spawn in certain pods. But Yugi clears it out quite well, doesn't have to search for any of the flying thugs. Alright, does anyone have any fun facts? Forrest, do you have any fun facts?
Nope.
That's great. Okay, if you line every copy of Into the Nexus end to end across the world, that would be a waste of time.
That's right.
I forget which one. Was that 2020 relay? I don't know. I prepared some fun facts, and that was one of them. Something like that.
Did you know that Dick is in Toronto?
Yes.
You knew that?
Yes.
That's crazy.
Okay, Yugi's on the final arena challenge. That's something to talk about. This is just a redo of the Mangler stages from before. But once he's done with this, there will be about a minute left in the run after he gets the final holo plan. Because all he needs to do... Oh wait, no, he does need to get the final vault key. More like 2 minutes, but also he is incredibly close to the now.
Did you know that this game does not run particularly well?
Well, if you play it, you'd figure that out.
That's so true. I mean, if you have eyes, you can kind of see it.
Yeah. Yugi says every fax is a fun fax when you have fun faxing. Isn't that nice?
I'm gonna turn on the fax machine. I was about to say the tax machine.
The tax machine. Anyone
God.
doing taxes here?
Not me. I'm evading them all.
It's a great thing to say on stream.
I know.
Okay.
I'm
Yugi
sorry,
has...
I'm like on my sleep meds and they make me
Yeah.
funny.
Yugi has a minute left in the run, and very soon Fear will be Fear will be starting the very last run for Gadgetron this year.
Fear Tyrannosaur. My goat.
There is just one more Vault Key to get. After he gets this Vault Key and talks to the plumber, it will be over. And that will be my time done. I hope you enjoyed me narrating paint dry, because I have nothing interesting to say about this game right now. Out of all the Vault Keys, like, this in general has the tightest time for some reason. Like, you can't really get there before 5 seconds. But that will be it. Once he death abuses and talks to the plumber, and has the rhino in his hands, that will be it.
Into the sleep.
Into the sleep.
I'm gonna go into the sleep after this.
Alright. Very close. Sin is also on the very last challenge, so it'll be a tight race going to Gadgetron. Yep, okay. It's over.
It's over.
Welcome to the final run.
Alright, it is Ratchet and Clank going commando time, everybody. This is the last run in the relay, and it's also the shortest one, so get ready for some huge action. We're starting out with Fear already halfway through Aranos 2, or Aranos 1. And what he's going to do is he's going to go for an insta-clip here. This is one of the harder tricks at the beginning, and he nails it.
Nice,
The rest of the movement's pretty straightforward. He's just going through doors to the end of the level.
All explanation. Emerald's going to play on PS3. Fear's going to play on PS2. Board split due to differences such as movement and loads and file manips. So the general route might look identical. The movement will not.
Yeah, and another interesting fact about them running on different consoles is that means they're both world record holders. They're the only two people in the world to have a 19-minute time in this category. So you're going to be seeing some top-level play from both of them.
The time of the relay like being announced and whatnot, Fear's time was only 1 second slower. We don't have exact timings for we don't have exact timings for how much faster PS3 is, but probably not by much. So Fear is about to skip the first, well, he has skipped the first ship level. There's a small window of time where you can press triangle and down, down and X, and you'll be taking a Mactar Nebula. Has to do with tricking the game into thinking like you're supposed to be there with the triangle input.
Yeah. So now he's heading into jamming array. He failed the little jump up, so he had to decoy clip in. It's pretty small time loss. Since Gadgetron is so far ahead already, that's not going to be a huge deal. And another thing that's important to note is that the two runners have a gentleman's agreement that if one team is really far behind, like Megacorp is now, that team is allowed to go for race skip on Barlow. So we'll probably see Emerald go for it, but not Fear.
This planet right here, jamming array, this is a quirky little planet. Every level in the game, or almost every level, is flat. Don't tell the flat earthers about that. And this is a more spherical level, so a few things are different, such as like the way the charge boots work, they don't lose speed, the way the weapons work. You just run around and you just destroy these 6 transponders. There's slightly different routes for the consoles, the different consoles, but nothing too major. You're gonna still see a lot of similar strats.
Yeah, so on PS2 we have the access to jump using the wrench in midair, and so that allows us to use first-person mode climbing at the last transponder right here, which means that we can do this transponder last, and that saves around 12 or so seconds over doing it third, like we used to do, and like Emerald is going to do on PS3.
Emerald's just started. He went for the insta clip, missed it, got a backup, and still nailed it. So he was debating whether he should do that because it's a very difficult trick on both consoles. But you know,
Yeah, I would say it's probably harder on PS3, but overall, most of the tech is harder on PS2. So I would definitely say Fear's playing at a slight disadvantage here. But since he has such a huge lead going into it, it's probably going to be a close race at the end if Emerald can hit the race skip.
yeah. We got Maktar. Maktar's like one of the coolest levels in the game because you already had the jamming array, but you have a level where you're just zooming through in such unique ways. After this wall jump, he's gonna do a little proxy, which is one of the more creative strats found in my opinion. And he's just gonna do an arena, nothing much, just like fire plasma storm shots at the right time. It's very easy to learn. So
yeah, so while Fear is doing the arena, we can look at some of Emerald's movement here on Maktar. He also nailed the Whoopash skip. That's luckily one of the tricks that you can do on any version of the game. So now he's going to camera clip through the barrier, which is another variation of a way to get to the jamming array early. It's preferred over any other method on PS3, because on PS3 you have the option of like hyper striking up through the floor, but that's very precise. So now we're going to see Emerald go through jamming array. I'm not sure if he did the file manip for the jump pads. We'll have to see when he comes up to the first jump pad here. So on PS3, if you have visited Snivlac before, looks like he does have the file manip. If you have visited Snivlac before, these jump pads will not launch you as high and you'll fall down faster. So that's one of the ways that PS3 can save time over PS2, even if you don't have the midair wrench jump.
Fear out here killing it on the return to the ship. He's headed to Planet Barlow, and this has not been explained at all in this relay. We gotta mention it once. On Barlow, we have the race that everyone loves. Fear's gonna go to the end of the level using this little spot. Insomniac designs like a lot of the games so that the end of a level is right near the beginning, and we've seen it many times throughout almost every game, I think. Oh yeah, he's already at the end, just by being at the beginning.
Some very notable examples include Novalis and pretty much all of the planets in Rack 1, with very few exceptions, as well as Florana in Up Your Arsenal, have very simple skips to just go straight to the end because they built the level in a huge circle.
The opening of Meraxis and Deadlocked, one of the levels in one of the missions in Serathos where I did the crazy air swings. Right here, Fear's just doing the race, he's not doing the lap skip, the gentleman's arena. So a quick explanation on like differences between movement. Similar to Up Your Arsenal, you can use the first person. Use L1 to put you in first person, and that will carry momentum in all kinds of different ways. It's patched on PS3, however, using the pause menu, you get the same effect just by firing the hover bomb.
Yeah, so you can do it either with a pause using a regular charge cancel, or the hover bomb will do it entirely on its own without having to pause. So the PS3 movement in general is not as fluid as PS2, but you can still find a rhythm using the hover bomb or pausing to get a lot of speed and side flip through all of the levels.
The other important thing to note, you're going to notice that Emerald is constantly swapping to the swing shot, and I believe Fear isn't. Swing shot storage, you can carry secondary items into a challenge mode file even if you're not supposed to have acquired them yet. On PS2, Fear doesn't really do this because for one, quick select lag is kind of a pain to deal with. And two, because the main reason you want the swing shot is not an issue due to the whip jumps that are available, that are not on PS3. PS3 version, your alternative to Snivelac that isn't using the swing shot, a very weird strat that's not very fun. It's painful to do.
It's also not very fast. You lose like 15 seconds going for it.
It's like more than that, especially with like good movement.
Unfortunately on PS3, since you don't have the mid-air jumps with the wrench, Emerald's gonna have to take the electrolyzer here to deploy the first bridge. Luckily, the gap after the first bridge is small enough that you can make it on PS3. So we only see one electrolyzer here on Maktar. And Fear's done with the race. It looked like a 2:14, if I read that correctly, which is not a bad time at all.
It's gonna go on to Feltson. This used to be like one of the most infamous levels in the game for having a frame perfect trick. And then we found an alternative that is like a second slower. That is what I was told. It's as simple as firing a nuke, waiting for a fade out to happen in an unskippable cutscene, and selecting the choose challenge option. And for some reason, the game just gives you back, refills your ammo. Very, very good discovery. I think I speak for everyone when I say this is one of the greatest discoveries in the game. Discovered
Absolutely.
Around... Yeah. This was like the cake, and Whoop Hash Skip was honestly just the cherry on top. A very wild time.
So Emerald's coming up on the race now as soon as he's done with the electrolyzer here. He's kind of spinning it around a lot, having some fun. So we're going to see Emerald go for the race skip. Let's see how fast he gets it.
Attention to the...
And in the meantime, Fear's doing no tack. He's going to be dodging the checkpoints at the bridge at the very beginning, and he's going to be proxying his way over to the Siberius coordinates, and he missed the cutscene, but luckily he didn't hit any continue points, so he can just wait in the water here. He's going to grab the coordinates, die to the fish, and warp right back to the ship.
Tech is such a difficult planet, especially at like high level, but when it's done correctly, it's just beautiful.
Looks like Emerald has hit 2 out of the 3 required lap skips. An unfortunate crash right there. Can just run right back and hopefully get his 3rd. Just like that. Emerald is done with the race. And we are within about a minute of each other right now.
That is 3 frame perfect tricks, but they're not that hard to do from what I'm told. Well, right here, there's a little sequence where you get... We call it a train, even though it's not actually a train, but it's easier to call it that. And, you know, it's a pretty cool set piece, but it's slow and it's kind of painful to do. So we go out of bounds, and we spend most of the level out of bounds.
And Fear setting up for the... Fear set up for the midair charge. He missed it. Very unfortunate. That's going to be more time that Emerald can catch up. We'll see if he goes for it again. I have my doubts that he'll go for it again. Now that we're this close, he's probably going to take the safe way out.
Kind of a sort of a meme that the Snow Planets and Ratchet and Clank games are like really bad in terms of the speed run. Siberius is one of the more tame ones, but it is still a pain because like learning it, for example, learning the train skip is it can be a bit intimidating. Although there are definitely safe ways that get less intimidating.
Here's the boss. Boss is dead. On to the next planet. So as Fear is flying to Tabora, Emerald is right on his tail flying to Siberius, just 1 planet behind.
I think Emerald's footage froze. Yep, it's frozen. In the meantime, while we get that fixed, Fears are gonna go for a midair charge right here.
Ooh, misses the Tabora midair as well. This is very unfortunate for Fear. Normally he's a lot better about these midairs, but this is 2 fails.
Gotta spice things up a bit, you know.
Alright, looks like he went for it again, and he hits it this time. But he fell afterwards. That is another very unfortunate mistake. Emerald is going to be right there now. This is a huge Tabora meltdown. Perfect opportunity for Megacorp to come back. We have ourselves a close race now. And Fear has stopped going for the midair charge.
Tabora is definitely one of those planets that looks simple in concept, but when you actually get around to it, there's like so much to do. There's definitely like a lot of things that can go wrong, and each thing that can go wrong is very brutal and punishing. So right here, there's like a mission where you have to talk to this weirdo in the desert, and he asks you to collect crystals that will magically repair your ship. Or what weirdo would fall for that? Surely that wouldn't work. But instead of collecting crystals, we have the shortcuts menu. And while there is one shortcut that is banned in the category, all other shortcuts are allowed, which thank God, because we can go to Barlow, um, go back to our ship, and go on to the next planet.
So now we're heading into planet Dabo. This is another planet with the mid-air charge that Fear might go for, or he might not, considering his record on mid-air charges so far in the run. So the strat with the mid-air charges requires 2 mid-air charges and a fairly difficult turret clip. So if I have to make a bet, I'm going to bet that he's not going to go for it, because that is one of the hardest strats in modern no IMG at this moment. Oh, and he's going for it. Alright, there's the turret clip, and there's the 2 mid-air charges. Very clean from Fear.
Insane.
But Emerald is right on his tail. He's doing the safe turret clip, doing a charge over to the glider obstacles. Oh, and he falls off the glider obstacles. So Emerald has taken a death here. He's going to have to take his time, get back to the turret clip, and try again.
A small thing to note is that you can obviously overwrite the swing shot if you're careless and you another weapon. But there is another way that you can lose the swing shot forever, and that's having the wrench out when you go into the electrolyzers, because it causes like a weird glitch where like I think pressing circle doesn't make the weapon come out or something, and then pressing triangle just puts you back to the wrench. So by swing shot, if that happens.
Yeah, luckily Emerald did pull out a weapon before going into the electrolyzer, so he's safe for now.
Yeah.
Let's see, Fear hits the 0 drop on Ruga's Cloud. Very nice.
This is the last electrolyzer puzzle, so Emerald does lose the swing shot. It's got to be the old-fashioned way. Next up is Tando. Tando's a very beloved planet. It's a very, very good showcase of all the movement in the game.
Yeah, so we're going to see him do some decoy jumps across the gap, and then a couple proxies up the dam, then a proxy on the mountain, and then charge SI off the mountain. And then a nice decoy jump over to the teleporter. Very good Tadano from Fear.
That was incredible. That was perfect. Here's Bolden. This is where the regular NG Plus run would start. It's got some decent movement at the start, but the main attraction here is there's a giant dome, and that's where the level ends, and you can clip through it. Years the clip did not work on PS3, so we had to go a different route. But Pentali had found a method that works on PS3. Actually faster, because unlike the PS2 where you have to hyper strike to get in, on PS3 you just position yourself in a certain way and you charge and you win.
But yeah, that was another clean planet from Fear. Very nice Bolden. And now we're heading into Eranos 2. This is the one and only time we're going to see Clank in the run, aside from cutscenes, is we're going to play as Clank, but we're going to leave Eranos 2 without him. And after the Clank section, there's a very notable brand new strategy discovered this week that we'll be seeing for the first time in runs. So right now, Fear's going to do some Clank clips. This is done by turning away from a wall and then tapping L1, square, and a direction all at almost the same time. That makes the camera push Clank through the wall. And then he's going to do a Clank proxy here, which is basically the same concept, except instead of clipping, you proxy.
Just want to point out that Emerald also got a pretty good Bolden. He got the dome clip first try, which dome clip is a pretty hard trick for beginners. I struggled more with it on PS3, and that seems to be the norm, that it's considered harder to learn on PS3. But obviously, once you learn the setup and whatnot, it's so bad. Here we go.
Yeah, the area you have to aim for is much smaller on PS3. So here's Fear's going for the new strat. He hits the clips, or the, just phasing through the wall. There's basically just not enough collision there to actually prevent Ratchet from just going through the wall. Now he first person climbs all the way up to the wing of the ship. And now what he's going to do is he's going to proxy up higher onto the ship, and then he's going to use the turrets. He's going to do a double charge setup here, and he misses the double charge. If he had hit that, he would have done a speed clip through the windows and then jumped straight into the cutscene.
Theranos 2 is by far one of the most punishing planets in the game because, like, the checkpoints die, you get sent back to the start of the Ratchet section, and the tricks are definitely like hard to pull off for a newbie.
Yeah, we can see Emerald here is playing it safe with first-person mode. He doesn't have as many options for how to go through Theranos 2 because he's on PS3, so he's just traveling through the normal way, and then wrench climbing to skip the elevator here, and then doing some more out-of-bounds movement, similar to what Fear did, but it won't be exactly the same.
Fear just finished up.
And that's a nice Gorn for Fear.
A small advantage Emerald will have is that cutscene will not play because of a file manip. Saves a couple of seconds. And now we're on to what's my personal favorite planet in the run. Deadlocked. Has a lot of movement, and you top it off with a boss battle that's just... If you've not seen how this boss battle is done, you're gonna have your mind blown.
So once again, Emerald was just one planet trailing behind Fear. And in this case, it's about a 30-second planet, so this is close. Fear nails the midair charge. Now he's going to climb through this wall here, and then pop out on the other side at the continue point, skipping all of the grind rails and gravity boot sections.
Despite how linear Snivelac is and how infamous it is amongst fans of this game, really cool how like has like many different routes and strats. So here, this is a thing called poking. The old strat used to be turning the boss battle into a sheep, which, while it was funny, it's not very fast, and ooh. What Fear's trying to do...
That is not a good fall from Fear. He's going to be taking the fling pads now. This is the old way to set up poking. Ideally, after those two proxies, he would have just side-flipped over to the other platform, done another proxy, and then gotten up to the platform with the turret. We'll see if Emerald can do something similar.
Emerald will probably be showing off a way easier method of poking.
Yeah, he'll probably do the foot poking, which is only faster thanks to PS3 file manipulations, where the boss has significantly less health because the game thinks you've died to it like 10 times. So yeah, very clean Snivelac from Emerald. And now Emerald is trailing by only about 5 seconds because these loading screens are so much longer on PS2.
Now Smolg is one of the ones that'll look very different across the two consoles.
Fear misses the midair charge. This means Emerald has taken the lead as he is alive on Smolg while Fear is dead on Smolg.
Emerald's gonna like manipulate the jump pad using the charge boot speed to take him to this spot that's out of bounds, quote unquote. And it'll take him to the grind rail. Fear does something
So now we're going to have a double rail situation. They're both going to be on the Smolg rail here. Fear nails some good movement to land on it. And now Fear is going to be charging across the rail slightly faster than Emerald due to PS2 charge boots, letting you recharge instantly. So now we have a synchronized Smolg backtrack on our hands. And once again, Fear is going to be going slightly faster with the movement, just because PS2 is more fluid. But once they both enter the ship, it's going to equalize a little bit because of PS3's faster load times.
Wow, that was an insane Smolg. This next planet, Grelbin, is pretty much nothing. I guess there's like a side flip strat to get to Angela's like house quicker. This does skip an entire planet. That's about pretty much the only notable thing.
Yeah, we have a bonk from Fear, but both players nail the side flip SIs, so now we're going to be backtracking at the same time. Fear bonks on a proto pet there. Emerald nails the backtrack. Fear hits the side flip hyper strike up to the ship platform, skipping the lower platform. And so now we're both heading into Yeetle. This is the end of the race. It cannot be any closer than this.
What a way to finish.
Emerald loads in first. He's going to take the left path here, where he moves across the Hypnomatic section as Ratchet. Fear's going to be taking the right path, going over the mountains. They're both coming up to the clip at the same time. Emerald nails the camera clip, Fear nails the insta clip. We are both into the interior at the same time.
This is always so nerve-wracking because there's many ways that you can mess up in here, and right now it looks like
Both players nail the clip.
Yep. Here we go.
Fear's going for a simple wrench jump across. He bonks on the wall. Both players are into the final section, but Emerald has Proto-Pet Act tuning. This is gonna be retimed, I feel like. We have to retime this. This is way too close. But we see Emerald kill the Proto-Pet first. What a race.
It's okay. This is the real Mr. Fizzwidget. Quark had him tied up in a supply closet.
This could not have been any closer. I think we need to get some referees in here and retime all this. We're gonna have to count the long loads, everybody.
Where the refs at?
How
Yeah,
many
I know
long
it
loads
is,
did
bro.
Fear get?
I can't be bothered doing that shit.
Of all the ways to end,
I think
I
we
do
just
it
call
then?
this Megacorp.
good way to
Fuck, I'm
end.
gonna fucking time them, bro.
It's gonna come down to the Ouya long loads from 4 hours ago.
Just have to
If you
amplify
time
the
that,
device
you're
with Megacorp's
insane.
TV transponders, and that should...
What a way to end, man. Unbelievable.
Wow. Wow.
That race does show one thing though. Despite the many differences, they both have enough like pros and cons to outweigh each other. To the point that you can have races like this despite completely different like fundamentals and routes and loads and whatnot.
I think that also shows lap skip's crazy.
Lap skip is crazy.
Double
Emerald
charges are
nailed
hard.
them.
He did.
That's also
He's
true.
still playing. He's better than me. Emerald's still gaming. Now, maybe...
Yeah, we didn't mention it, but
this is my
Emerald
time
got the
to
lap
announce
skips
that
very fast.
Maybe it was all a part of my devious plan to let Megacorp win, the real good team. I mean, what?
Yes.
Let's go, dude.
Megacorp's popping medals after this.
That was insane. That was the best relay ending ever. Like, thank you to every single runner, all 12 runners, for putting
Looks like
in...
missed goddamn smog midair, man.
Yeah, well, that's a skill issue.
You'll ever just
dude.
miss smog midair? It is a skill issue. I didn't say it wasn't.
I should have gone for like the 8 mid-airs in the backtrack to save.
It's true.
Point
Here, you should have just been a douche and broke the gentleman's
I should have
agreement.
just had shields so that I could poke Protopet.
Well,
There were like simple gaming moments in this relay, just absolutely
Yeah.
insane. We need like a highlight compilation or something.
Yeah, we'll be. We already have the first part highlighted. We'll be highlighting the second part of the stream and having that up on Twitch at least within the hour, and then yeah, well, maybe we'll have to make a highlight compilation.
We'll make a YouTube channel and we'll put it there.
I'm definitely down
You heard
to-
it here first.
I'm definitely
There
down
is
to see
already,
this.
yeah. There is already a RatchetRuns YouTube channel. We have to probably get the password off Clippy or something.
Is there? That's tragic.
Yeah. But anyway, I know FPNOS wants to get to bed, and I gotta get away, do some work. So we're gonna have to end stream now, unfortunately. But
Wait,
thank you
no,
to
we got
everyone.
another.
You got another?
We got another 2 minutes.
You got another 2 minutes? Okay.
Yeah. I'd have put
Oh,
something on the
crap.
stream. You're all not ready for this.
We're not.
Please don't.
What did you think it was gonna be, Mob?
Oh.
Team Megacorp. I mean, oh, what a shame. Gadgetron lost. Oops. What a shame I suddenly had less consistency with mid-airs. Who could have ever seen that coming? What?
I mean, I was Megacorp for relay and Gadgetron for this, so no matter what, I technically win.
No, you lost.
You're playing both sides.
You don't get to play both sides.
Well,
trying to
Sadgebean and I
play
won our
this
races by a lot. So
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
You get the victory there. But yeah, thank you to everyone who showed up for this. We had quite a few raids as well. Like, we weren't sure how this relay was gonna go, but that ending made it all worth it. Like, I'd do all that again, all that organizing, and that relay again, just for that Yeetle. That was terrific.
Definitely
That
rewatching
Yeetle
all
was
this.
pretty dope.
Yeah.
It all came down to I didn't have shields, so I couldn't poke. So PS3 edged it.
That's so crazy. We can't do another relay. We're never beating this one, says Yugi. Honestly, maybe. But we might see you
Or
next year.
shields.
We might not.
Oof. I should have.
But
Emerald says he bought shields on. I almost said PS2. Aranos 2.
Do I go for
Yeah, I
the
did
mid-air
see-
charge chain for good measure to close it out?
yeah,
Alright.
go for it.
yeah, I did see Emerald
How many
take a
am I in
vendor on
for?
Aranos too.
Go for at least 6. Can you?
6? That's pussy numbers. Give me a real number.
Oh, wait, you
10.
can't. Okay, go for 10.
Go for 3 with the mini nuke, actually.
I ran out of ammo, for fuck's sake. So used to cheat codes. I mean, I don't endorse cheating. I mean,
In my heart, that was 10.
there you go. Mid-air charge chain to death trigger to end of it.
Let's go.
Why not? That's how it's done.
Thank you.
That's how it's done.
Thank you to the commentators. Thank you to the runners. Thank you to everyone for showing up. I think that's it from us.
Thanks, everyone. See you later. It was a good one.
I'm just so over for Gadgetron.
I can't believe we're not allowed to speedrun Ratchet and Clank until next summer.
Speedrunning is illegal. Alright, we're gonna raid Spyro Runner. Have a good time, everybody.
Oh, yeah.
Goodbye.
Emerald went to Woo
apparently
Patch.
we're not.
Went to Woo Patch. Sucks to be Emerald.
Shout outs to
Oh,
Woo
and that's
Patch.
a classic DLC level.
Yo, what the hell is this? New level?
What's this
unlocked in
planet?
Ratchet and Clank 2?
Oh my god.
Well, I can't believe they dropped the new level.